Good morning. Welcome, everybody. We are here to the culmination, the end of our season here in Europe. Season 2 has come to an end. We're here at the Bandai Card Games Fest in Düsseldorf to bring you a weekend of amazing action for our European Championship finals of the One Piece card game. Yesterday, we had 3,000 players battling it out to finally get a last-minute chance to play in these finals. And today, we're going to see the greatest players in Europe fighting it out to make their way to the World Championships early next year. I am joined here by Ruben. Ruben, we're going to have an amazing weekend of action, aren't we?
It's gonna be insane. There are so many people here. It's like you can't go anywhere without seeing the best players of Europe. Everyone is here. Everyone is, well, not literally, but fighting for that last spot to get to Worlds. It's the biggest event and last event of this year, and I'm thrilled for this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was walking through the crowd yesterday. I got here in Düsseldorf very early yesterday, so had the pleasure of using that time to be able to see all the players in the last chance qualifier and seeing some of the great players in Europe in the venue. And today, just walking around as they were flooding through the doors, I came across Fletch, a few of the players who've won regionals throughout the year, it's just going to be amazing, I think.
Yep. And the mindset is so different of all the players. That is what I like the most about this. They are not here for getting a top cut, like in a regional. You're like, okay, top 8 is fine. I have my cereal. No. They are here for that world's spot. They want to have that top 2. Nothing less. Like, I can you will hear it. And the best players will say, top 8. I did great, but I'm not happy.
Yeah.
They are here for that world spot, and
exactly, it's exactly what every One Piece player wants to do. Both of us are keen One Piece players ourselves as well. But when it comes to this, we know what every player wants to do. The ultimate aim is to be able to go to the World Championship finals and represent your region there, and hopefully bring home the World Championship title. So yeah, it's going to be great action. We've got couple of players ready at our table, which we will go to shortly. But let's talk about the season pretty much as a whole. We've had different formats. Obviously, we're currently in the OP13 format. So we've seen a slight shift in play from where we were with OP12, PRBO2 format. What have you found interesting? Let's just say from season 1, we were in Paris early, finished our season 1. We even started our first regional in Paris for the next season. Season 2, how do you think it's sort of like panned out, in your opinion?
I do think that Europe is always finding their own ways as a meta. We're because the Asian meta is also always 3 months in front of us.
Yes.
We're like copy pasting, and then we have like the brilliant minds that like, no, this is just better. We can improve those decks. We will find new decks, and since OP01, we are still improving, and we find new decks, or we try to manage to play around the best decks. However, now we are playing with Emu and Ace, and people are struggling to find an answer to those decks.
Yep.
So I'm very curious to what we will see today. Will we see more improvement? Did someone find a solution to those decks? Because those are the best decks. So I'm really, really excited. And one of the matchups and one of the cooks, I'm gonna call him a cook, who maybe found a way to beat Ace and Emu, is what we will have in round 1.
Yeah, absolutely. So our round 1 matchup is going to be Vegapunk versus Ace. So we're hoping to see some exciting action here. Vegapunk, very unique leader. When you look at the leader itself, you think, not the greatest, on paper. It's a 2-life leader, 5,000 power. It can't attack. So if you're new to the game and you're looking at this leader, you're going to think, oh my god, this looks terrible. Leader that can't attack, only 2 life, 5,000 power. But it does have, for 1 Don, activate main once per turn. You can select up to one of your Egghead type characters at the cost of 5 or less from your hand, and you either play it or put it at the top of your life cards face up. And now that's really important because, you've got cards in here which are really important. Like, for example, we have Shaka, which you might want to put at the top of your life. He has got an ability that if your leader's Vegapunk, you play it, so you're willing to take that life, and then you've immediately got a blocker out in play, so you can take an extra additional couple of hits essentially.
Yeah, you basically have 2 extra lives for one Don, so that's just super good. They also have, like, you can manage your triggers, because I know a lot of people playing against yellow are like, the trigger decks. But
Yeah.
Vegapunk is actually, let's say, more like they know what they are placing in their lives, so they know their triggers. It's not like, oh, he got lucky.
Yeah.
0 cost event in last life. Okay, that's not possible for Vegapunk, but Vegapunk exactly knows and can like time it, because you want to time it because of your event cards, of your 5 cost Vegapunk, which is really important. If you can, it's essentially 3 lives with the event, the 5 cost. So that is really, really interesting. I do think Vegapunk has one big weakness, and that is, I think that we will see in the first matchup, because we are with the best players of Europe. Vegapunk is really hard with generating value.
Yeah.
So if you starve, and starving means you don't attack their leader because, well, they know their triggers, they will have a very hard time.
Yeah, exactly, and this is what it's about. A lot of the good ways to sort of counteract this leader is essentially, as you say, you don't swing, you get your board big and wide, and you just let the Vegapunk player have to really work hard to try and establish some sort of game.
But let's be honest, how many games did you play against Vegapunk in OP12 and 13?
Very few, if any, to be fair. And yeah, it is one of those decks that, and this is what I love about One Piece card game, especially at these big tournaments. And we've seen it time and time again, haven't we, Ruben? It's around people bring decks which are slightly left field, slightly niche, that you don't see that often. And some of the players might not have practiced against those decks, so they don't know what to expect.
Yeah,
and sometimes it's just catching you off guard and not knowing what your opponent's going to do in One Piece, which is really valuable. It's important about knowing what your opponent's deck is more than your own sometimes, because you need to know what your opponent's going to do to be able to react and be proactive around that. So that can catch a lot of people out, as you were saying.
Absolutely. I have one of my best friends. He's like one of the best players of Belgium. But if he doesn't know his opponent's deck, even with a 90% against 10%, he will lose that matchup. So I'm very curious if this ace knows this matchup into the Vegapunk.
Well, we've started our Bandai Card Fest One Piece European Championships here. So ace starts off on turn 1, and perfect start there with an Izu search.
Finding the Jolzu also so good in this matchup, being able to bounce a 5 cost basically, because like all the cards are a 5 cost.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Really good search to be able to find off. And Izu's also got his secondary ability as well. I mean, it's on the field, but on your opponent's attack, you can trash the character, draw a card, and sometimes that can be really vital in order for you to get counter that you might desperately need in a game and a matchup.
Especially if you don't know the interaction as a green Zoro player. Green
Yep.
Zoro players don't attack into arrested Izu. If they use that ability to trash their Izu, your attack got basically nullified. You didn't battle, so you can't restand your Zoro. So quite important, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've seen Atlas come down here, and if you've got less life than your opponent, cannot be KO'd in battle. So really useful. Obviously still can be targeted by that Jozu we saw earlier on being claimed by the Izu. So yeah, cannot be swung into. So Atlas really does give you good value early on.
Yep. And we do see Ace did decide not to attack the Vegapunk, not giving extra value, because I can imagine that Ace is very good into Vegapunk because of you have Jozu. Later on for 8 cost event you have big blockers, and you will have just a bigger board, large hand. And at some point you can just go for it, and Vegapunk really can't deal with it. You can even set up a Roger, go to 0 lives, and even if they have 3 blockers out of 1 life, it doesn't matter. So
Yeah.
I can imagine this is very tough for Vegapunk. However, if you attack them and they build a board very, very fast, like all the 6k swings will be very tough for you. So
Yeah, absolutely. And as you saw there, Ace attacking in, and that was countered out. Into the Atlas, because obviously we were at equal life there, so was able to do that, but was definitely counted out there. And we're going to see Atlas swinging again now. As we're saying, great value, 6,000 power swing coming in.
for 1 Don.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the great part about it. I'm thinking what new cards Vegapunk as from the OP13 set, because OP13 is not that long in the One Piece, and I guess that one cost Lilith is one of them.
Yep.
Being able to find a trigger, and the 9 cost Bonnie, if I'm not mistaken. Those are the 2 cards that come to my mind.
Yeah.
That are really good in this deck. 9 cost Bonnie, when I saw it for the first time, I was really scared. A 10k with Rush, your opponent has to, well, that's to draw the life, not trash it. That's the balanced part about it, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. But to be able to immediately make your opponent take a card from their life and then have a 10,000 power rush coming in as well, it is a really, really powerful card indeed. And it definitely does help this deck, as well as obviously it's designed to work with a Bonnie leader as well, the yellow Bonnie leader we saw in OP13. So Jozu does come down here. Pythagoras is then sent back into the hand.
Really strong card in this format, the Jules Wood, not only against this matchup, of course, but in so many matchups against Green Zoro to bounce Law or Tashigi into the mirror match. In the mirror match, it's actually insane because they even call it the Jozu War because they will play at least the same card 5-6 times, and you're like, we casters are here like, come on!
And it's been a really versatile card as well. We've seen it since the days of Doflamingo deck, the blue deck.
Yeah.
Jozu has had so much influence. And the important thing is, you return one of your characters to your hand, but you don't necessarily have to return your opponent's character then after that, the 6 cost or less. You can return your own characters to your hand as well, and that can really be instrumental sometimes in protecting some of your characters.
Especially against Emu, it's really good. You can bounce 2 of your searchers, so it's really important to search your cards, and then Jozu and bounce 2 of your own searchers. So you can't, I'm going to say. You can't bounce a Warkery or, well, any Elder. So you can decide to bounce your own search, and that's really, really good, of course. So
absolutely is. So yeah, lots of versatility with that as well. But we're seeing a really wide board here now from our Vegapunk player. As we said early on, it does get very big. We have now got what we call a Rocket Luffy on the board as well there.
Illustration rare, I think.
Yeah, I think
from an illustration box.
It's from the illustration box, that artwork, isn't it? Yeah,
yeah.
really, really nice artwork, that.
Not playing the serial Rocket Luffy.
Yeah, not this particular player's deck, unfortunately.
That one can KO a 10 cost.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Here we do have the I Am Whitebeard.
Such a powerful card, you're able to play that huge Edward Newgate card out, and it's so strong when it's played, isn't it? It's one of those cards that you almost think it's not leader lock, so you could play it in most archetypes and most decks. But first of all, being able to cheat it out for 8 Don with the event, but having the ability to then put 2 Don underneath your leader and 2 Don under a character as well, and have a 12,000 body blocker out is just...
And draw 2 and trash 1.
Yeah, and draw 2 and trash 1 at the same time as well.
It has everything.
It's literally everything in one package, isn't it?
But yeah, it's the strongest man alive in One Piece.
Yep.
Or was.
Yes. Showing why he had that title, so, indeed, yeah.
He deserves to have a very good card, and well, it's very lore accurate for us that how good Whitebeard is in game as well. Like OPO2, I think some people are still scared of it.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. We've been haunted by how good Whitebeard decks and cards are, but yeah, the OPO2 card is still used in this deck as well, isn't it? The wonderful 9 cost Whitebeard as well.
Super strong, and you need it into the Emu matchup. Sometimes become an 10k leader even if you want to.
Yep. Right, we are now getting a very critical stage of this game, I think. We've got our ace player down to 6 cards in hand, which is quite, still a lot for most other decks, but 6 cards is fairly what you'd expect an ace player to be with. And focusing now on our Vegapunk's board, trying to make some influence.
It's definitely something special seeing ace with only 6 cards in hand. Sometimes I ask their hand size and I think they're checking their trash, but it's Actually,
Yeah.
their hand side. No, no.
Yeah, they can quite easily go up to a dozen cards in hand. Quite common to see. But we do see a Marco blocker coming down now, and another one. So just adding a bit of defense there, knowing that our opponent cannot really go for game now, and trying to put a barrier up there, while that Whitebeard is also on the board as well. That Edward Newgate.
That Marco from PRBO2, such a strong card. 4 cost 6k blocker, which is already fine stats.
Yep.
And then being able to draw 2 cards.
Yeah,
It's,
on KO.
On
It's just
KO.
insane. You're getting great value because with the leader ability as well, you're then drawing 3 cards when it gets KO'd. So not only are you getting a block, but you're filling your hand up with potential counters as well, and things you could play next turn as well. So our Vegapunk player now is obviously trying to make sure that they can get their board wide, try and just sort of sustain this as much as possible, because it is going to be difficult going forward now, especially with a leader that can't attack. You're really relying on all your characters on the board to play their part in trying to put some pressure on your opponent. That last life is always so difficult. Leader ability, we do get a card into the top of our life there.
But here's where Ace is taking over. We will establish more big blockers, or more big bodies at least, or at least searching for it right now.
Yeah.
And that's so hard for Vegapunk. I can imagine Vegapunk needs 9-cost Bonnie now to being able to get rid of that last life and try to push as much on the hand size of Ace, because otherwise with Yamatos, with the Marcos, they will draw a bunch of cards.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did see Garp there. Garp's such a great searcher in this deck, isn't it? The ability to be able to look at the top 4 and reveal a card with a cost of 3 or more, no restriction whatsoever. Just being able to find those big pieces that you need for mid and late game. And finding that Yamato was really, really good off that as well, you know. Getting to draw 2 and then give a rested Don to your leader, enabling your leader to do what it needs to do is always very good indeed. So we do see attack into life, and that Shaka is triggered and comes into play. Jozu then swinging. Vegapunk now blocks that, and we do draw. And we are passing back over now, I believe, to our Vegapunk player.
Yeah. Basically, you want to attack Vegapunk when you have established board and you're healthy in hand, so you don't die on the backswing.
Yep.
But also, very important to know is you try to attack when they don't have board space. So if they trigger something, they have to replace something.
Yep.
And that's how you get rid of 2 things at some points, or at least from a life and the character at the same time. However, this was... Well, there is a 1-cost Lilith on the board, so that was not the issue right now for the Vegapunk.
Yeah, that Lilith's obviously been sat there taking space. Not having to replace it, essentially, because there has been, as you say, space on the board. But yeah, it is always a worry, isn't it, about running out of space. But we're seeing the Shaka now swinging as well, trying to impose a bit more pressure, maybe try and get rid of 1 or 2 of these Marco blockers. But we're just seeing counters coming through from the ace players. Really wants to keep those bodies on the board because they can be attackers to be able to finish out the game as well. So another swing now coming in by Shaka. This one will be blocked, and we are going to draw 3 cards, 2 for the Marco, 1 for the leader effect. Stage comes down finally. So Egghead, if you've got 3 or less life, set up to one of your Egghead type characters. The cost of 5 or less is active at the end of your turn. Just means that you get a free swing and gets that Shaka to restand as well, so be able to swing with it and get your blocker back. But this is getting very tense now. I think our ace player's probably in pole position at this point. I mean, we've got the Zorro now in life as well, though.
That's quite good, being able to rest. I think it's a 4, or just in general a card?
I think it's a 5. Sorry, the Zorro?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a 5-cost, and it's got the trigger.
Okay.
If your leader's Egghead, rest up to one of your opponent's leaders or character cards. No restriction whatsoever.
That's super good.
So that Edward Newgate that's sitting there as a blocker can be rested, which can be extremely powerful. But now we're seeing the 9-cost Edward Newgate coming down, giving plus 2,000 power for this turn until the end of your opponent's turn to that ace, making it an 8,000 power leader, which is going to be so difficult to be able to push for game with.
That's just really, really good. You don't have you have board. You have a Chaka. Okay, let's try to be optimistic. But your opponent's leader is 8k. There is 2 new gates: the Marco, the Josu, the Yamato. Ooh. Slowly but steady.
Yeah, and we are going to see the new gate now blocking. And how much and what is our Vegapunk player going to commit?
The thing is, it's also really easy to mat out against Vegapunk. They don't have any rush characters except for the Bonnie right now, I guess, but that's 9 done, so it's still easy to mat out. And they can't play anything from hand, or their leader can't swing. So it's really, if they swung with the Chaka right now, it's like, okay, they can either play Bonnie or put 10 down on that 1-cost Lilith. So it's not really dangerous to block here with the new gate.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. There just wasn't much that they could do. So they do put that Zoro back at the top of life. So that is sitting there, giving that worry now of potentially being able to rest a character from trigger. But as we saw last turn, didn't choose to activate that trigger. Just wasn't good value in doing so. But what we're going to see here. So started off with the Gop.
I am Whitebeard.
Yep. Gop gets replaced, and here comes another big Edward Newgate. Draw 2, trash 1, and then give 4 rested on 2 to one of your leader, 2 to one of your characters.
So much value.
And it goes underneath the Yamato there to make it an 8,000 body, and swinging 8,000 to begin with that Yamato. Trigger is activated. One of the Whitebeards is now rested. The one that could attack, more importantly, should we say. Josu now swings in. Can we counter this attack? Will we take the life? Life is taken. Decides to take that. Finally, a Bonnie in hand. That was a Rush Bonnie now finally being added to hand, which we've been waiting so long for. Final life, and we do see the other Whitebeard being rested. There's another Zoro in life there.
Can we counter it? Oh, you have the blocker, I guess?
Yep.
Wow, okay. But we can't even split. We don't have a leader that can attack. Okay.
Leader can't attack, but we do have the Rush Bonnie as well in hand. This is going to be... Literally, you have to go for life here. So the Rush Bonnie will force the card into hand, the last life into hand.
And then we have 6-10.
Sorry?
We have a 6-10 swing.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's going to be very tight. What are we going to see here? There is no, as we said, there's no blockers active at the moment, so...
I think it's his best shot at this point.
Yeah.
We need an electrical Luna on...
yeah, exactly.
Buffed electrical Luna here. But yeah, there's so much counter in hand for the ace as well.
Yeah, this is it, isn't it? It's just... Well, what are you going to do here now? 5 for the Vegapunk being played now.
But that Vegapunk even gets popped by the 9-cost Whitebeard as well.
Yeah. 1 Don open to activate... Well, 2 Don open, using one of those to activate the leader ability.
We don't have 1-cost events.
Yeah, Pythagoras goes onto the top of life. You get to play it. But is this too little too late? Josu swings in. We see Vegapunk.
We missed a free block here with the new gate, so that's a free pop on the Vegapunk, I guess. With 2 done on the 9-cost, you can KO that 0-cost. But yeah, he's so much ahead. I think he could do whatever he wants. He will win this game.
Yeah, there we go.
But
Goldie Roger comes out, unblockable. Blocker is activated, and because of Goldie Roger's effect, our ace player wins. And our Vegapunk player gave it a good shot, didn't they?
Yeah. At the start, I was like, "Whoa, this is going really fast, very wide." That can be very scary for an ace player because you have to counter like almost everything.
Yeah.
But he went first as well, ace.
Yep.
That's really scary for your curve because I can imagine if ace at the dice roll and they can go second, it's quite easy to manage. Searcher, Marco, Josu the searcher, bounce back and I am Whitebeard, and you know the curve. You know the curve.
exactly.
But yeah, Vegapunk did not really have a. I don't think it was even close, to be honest, at the end.
Yeah.
Maybe we did see no Bonnies for a very long time, a card that might be really. But other than that, I do hope that we will see Vegapunk going far this tournament. So
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, as you're saying, Bonnie was really late to the game before we finally got Bonnie in hand, and just not able to utilize it at all because it was so late in the game. But yeah, maybe if that was found earlier on, it could have maybe influenced the game slightly differently. But it just goes to show how powerful this Ace deck particularly is in this format. Having to go first as well still did really well, because going second on curve, you can find all the pieces you need. And that event, I Am Whitebeard, when that comes out, oh
that
my
card
gosh, it's so good.
Insane. Well, it's one of the best decks, and I can imagine a large amount of players is playing Ace this tournament. I'm gonna put my bet that Emu is the most popular deck.
Yep.
Ace second, and then third, probably Green Zoro. I'm not taking many risks with putting my bet in this shot, but yeah, those decks are so strong. And yeah, people are here to win it. They are not here for the top cuts. They're not here for the participation. They want to win it. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was speaking to some of our best players in Europe earlier on in the day, just asking them, what deck are you playing today? And some of the players who play sometimes some really interesting decks at regionals, they've come to this final saying, no, I'm playing Emu, Emu Ace. That's all I'm hearing, Emu Ace, you know. And again, Zoro is the only other one that we're sort of really considering as an outside chance. But things can change. People can come up with the recipes. And as you were talking about, our region in Europe, we are very good at having players who try something new, try and brew those decks, which nobody else has solved, and hope to try and find something that we can maybe change the perspective of how the game's going.
There is always a strong foundation, though. That's what we have to give to the Asia players. They
Absolutely.
are really good in constructing decks. Like, I think they also started with the Rebecca Hinaluchi combos and stuff like that. They always have the strongest foundation, and that's why a lot of people are very excited for when it's global. Everyone is having the same release, and that's what I'm really excited for. But yeah, I'm also really curious if someone cooked, as we call it, a crazy deck for this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are looking at an amazing weekend of action here. As we said, this is just round one here on One Piece Card Game Central. We are going to be showing you every single round from today here in Düsseldorf at the Bandai Card Fest as far as the One Piece card game is concerned. And tomorrow you will see all of the top cut rounds with a final being broadcast on the Bandai official YouTube channel. So yeah, we are going to have every single round covered for every One Piece fan out there, aren't we?
That's amazing.
Yeah, definitely. Some great action, as we've just seen, with Ace and Vegapunk. But we're going to have a bit of a short break now, and we'll be back for round two as soon as it's ready to go. And we're back. It's round 2 here at the Bandai Card Fest in Düsseldorf for the One Piece card game European Championship Finals. And we do have 2 different leaders from round 1. We are going to see something that we're probably going to see a lot of this weekend in the form of our ultimate villain in the One Piece card game, Emu and the 5 Elders. But we've also got someone who's had a bit of a battle with Emu in the past.
Yes.
Sabo is here to try and fight and see if they can defeat the Emu deck in this particular matchup. So both our players are ready, as you can see on camera here. It's going to be an interesting matchup. Now, obviously, for those that don't know about the Sabo leader, it's unique being a dual color leader with that 5 life. But as long as your leader is more than 4 life, it's minus 1,000 power, isn't it? So it's no longer a 5,000 power leader, 4,000. So you are taking those early hits, but that does give you that card advantage in hand, doesn't it, if you're taking those hits?
That's really good. That extra card is just so amazing, especially in the matchups that we are playing nowadays. You see Ace, you see Emu, they have like 10, 12 cards in hand. You're like, okay, I can use that extra card. And Sabo is just such a good leader. I'm a little bit biased, I'm going to be honest. I was a starter deck 14 Luffy player.
Yep.
And this is just that deck, but so much better.
True, absolutely is. And my son's a big Sabo fan, so I love the Sabo and the Rev Army as well because of his love towards it. But yeah, it has also got a secondary ability as well. Don times 1. If you've got characters with a cost of 8 or more, your leader and all your characters gain plus 1,000. So you are then becoming a 6k leader as well. And that's very easy to do when you've got characters like Hack and Morley, who are 4 costs, but when they're on the board, they're plus 4 costs. So they're actually an 8 cost character.
Yeah, that's just super good. Having that. All other effects are also being active, which require an 8 cost or more. So, but we are playing against Emu, and this matchup, I feel like you are on a timer.
Yeah.
If you give Emu too much time, you won't win as Sabo. But Sabo can put so much pressure in this matchup. That's what makes it quite good sometimes. Also, being able to have Garb, Stage, your deck is very consistent as well. And
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that Garb, as we were talking about earlier on, being able to search any cards or 3 cost or more is fantastic. Sorry, just having a quick look at what was put in the trash there off the Shariah. Yeah, just getting clarification that that's all good because, so...
Yeah, you have to trash the cards for the cards.
Exactly, yeah. Saying Shalria is you play it, you look at the top 3, you take one into one Celestial Dragon card into your hand, then you have to trash one from your hand, and then obviously Leader Effect was used there to trash her as well, so that's resulted in 4 cards in the trash. So just a bit of clarification as to what was taken and what was put in the trash there. So we are seeing another one now being played, so that will give the Elders the protection they need on the board, because we're going to have more than 7 cards in that trash now.
Really fast.
Very, very quick, and obviously getting the right pieces that are needed into the hand there.
Playing that full alt art Emu deck, I like it. I do think Bandai did a great job with these alt arts.
Yeah, I mean, they're stunning looking alt arts for the 5 Elders, aren't they?
Do you have a favorite one?
Oh, I don't know really. I mean, I'm missing the Mars. So that is, I have got preference to that.
I like Saturn as well, quite a lot. But let's see.
Yeah, Saturn looks good as well. I mean, the 10 cost 5 Elders is obviously a unique artwork and slightly different as well. So.
But maybe just the 5 Elders altogether is like the best card.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we've seen a big swing come in from that Sabo.
Means no Hawk on curve. Well, curve.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because obviously the leader's still minus 1,000 power. In the meantime, our Emu player is just doing constant searches, filling up that trash at the same time, getting the pieces they need nice and early on. And it would have been nice to establish something on board there for our Sabo player, but still not. So we are now seeing that empty throne being activated.
I'm playing a Warkuri. Very defensive. He has one Dawn open for an event. Has a blocker that draws a card. He has a tree, and the only thing the Emu needs is basically time. And when they come into their chain of all 10 cost, it's gonna look very good for them. So
yeah. So we do see the Sabo from OP13 coming down now. The 6 cost, which is really in tune with this leader, isn't it? It's a blocker, activate main once per turn. To one of your character gains +2 costs, and until the end of your opponent's next turn, then you give 1 rested Dawn card to your leader to be able to activate that leader's effect of giving your leader and all your characters a +1000 power, because that Sabo can give +2 to itself as well, making it an 8 cost.
Yep. But this was still a 6k swing from the Sabo leader because he's still at 5 life, so he has the 1 - 1k.
Yep. Yeah, essentially neutralizes that -1k with that Sabo on board. So, what are we going to see here now from our Emu player? We are up to 7. Yeah, 7 Dawn.
We do have Saturn, we do have the 10 cost. I do think that we saw all 5 Elders already, so... oh no, I think we missed Noshiro maybe.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, I don't see Noshiro. No, not in hand and not in trash. So we're missing 1.
So it does need to still try and dig to find that particular piece. But we are seeing the empty throne activated again, so we are going to see...
Another Warkri.
And yep, another Warkri here, blocker. Here comes Shirahoshi. So you rest Shirahoshi, put 2 cards from your trash to the bottom of your deck, and if your opponent has 6 cards or more in the hand, they have to trash a card. We see that this, I mean, early on when the Emu deck first came out, people were playing in 1 or 2 copies of the Shirahoshi, but we are now seeing like 4 copies as standard in every single deck.
Yeah, the card is just so good, and especially against Ace.
Yeah.
That's, I guess, probably the main reason why Shirahoshi is in a deck, because she's basically a blocker because you need to get rid of her.
Absolutely.
She is trashing cards, so she's really, really good.
Yeah, absolutely is. I mean, that Shirahoshi, as you say, we call them pseudo blockers, don't we? Cards that are on the board rested, doing things every turn that you really need to get rid of because they're a problem. So you have to swing into them. So that they do take away an attack that could potentially have been targeted into your life or another character. But I'm going to use that Garp now, I'm assuming here, to attack into...
I think the Shirahoshi?
You would assume the Shirahoshi.
It's a 5k now thanks to Sabo leader ability.
But is that going into life? It looked like it was directed potentially at life. It was directed at life, yes.
Maybe he's at 5 cards so he can ignore the Shirahoshi, because Shirahoshi requires your opponent to have 6 cards or less.
That's true. Yeah, absolutely.
And Ace always has like 25 cards in hand, so...
Now does target the Shirahoshi this time. And we are now going to attack with that Sabo blocker.
8k to life, so...
Forcing out.
Never existed.
Never existed in the first place. And there we do see a block from one of the Warkries. Getting to draw a card. Really good blocker there, isn't it? I mean, you're putting in trash one of those Elders that you need, but at the same time, you're getting a block and a draw of a card. So it's
actually, they can't KO it, and they can't remove it with
exactly.
effect.
So it really does give you value.
I even saw some Teach players playing Warkuri because it's such a generic good blocker.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, sometimes just that extra card draw can really be so good. So, yeah, definitely is. You do see, as you say, some players playing with other black decks, utilizing it. And again, we see another Shirahoshi coming down here now. Gonna put a couple of potentially those events, maybe something else. Well, definitely, yeah, another Shirahoshi, and you're the one that never existed in the first place, sorry, being put down at the bottom of the deck there. Sabo being trashed from hand.
So a lot of counter on the bottom of Emu's deck right now, with the 3 Shirahoshi and 1 event.
Yep. And here comes Mars.
That will just be a blocker. Unless he decides to KO the Garp, which is a valid option because then some of their characters need to attack into the Shiraoshi, but he decides not to.
Yeah, not too many cards in hand, so decides not really worth losing a card from hand for that purpose.
Unless he's gonna swing into the Garp, of course, then it's perfectly possible like this.
So, does have the Walkery blocker on board that can attack as well as the Emu leader itself. 5 Don available.
Ooh, with a big swing.
9k going into that blocker Sabo. We do see a counter coming through.
I'm not sure if I like a 9k swing into an 8. That feels so weird to me. Not sure if it was maybe a better hit onto the Garp to generate more value from your Shiraoshi, because unless you want to take a free block, of course, but I'm not sure. Well, you are going to 10 Dons, so the blockers will be used probably this turn.
Absolutely. But as you say, I mean, at the end of the day, that's... Sometimes, you know what happens against Sabo as well? Your opponent forgets that they have plus 1,000 power on their characters as well, so... We do see that leader effect activated again. 2 costs being added to that Sabo.
This is a lot of pressure. Those dragons are 10Ks.
Yeah.
Sabo is an 8. It's a weird number. It plays a little bit into Never Existed. Also a card that a lot of players probably considered for this tournament is Barrier. Barrier was a card that people tried as well in Emu. Of course, then they need 15 cards in Trash to make it plus 4k.
Yep. Seeing a counter there for the Garp swing.
That's a 2k for a 5k swing. So
yeah, that gives a Saba player a bit of knowledge there. So now we are seeing
a
7k swing, because we're still on 5 life as that Saba player. So yes, we are plus 1,000 on the leader, but the minus 1,000 negates that. Yep. 7k swing is taken. And we do get to look at the top 3 cards off that trigger and take one to hand.
You don't have a lot of options, so...
Yeah. So 1 Don still available.
Yeah, if you use it on the Sabo.
Absolutely,
Otherwise,
makes
never
absolute
existed.
sense. Yeah. So 1 block gets to draw, and now we're going to see some real pressure being applied here. So we're seeing another block. And the other Rush Dragon comes through as well, taking him down to 1 life. Going into that 10 cost Emu, 10 cost 5 Elders with 1 life can be a bit scary sometimes, can't it? Especially when you've got such an imposing board looking at you.
And we did see a glimpse of a Roger in hand of the Sabo, and if there is a card that Emu is afraid of, in a lot of cases, it's Roger. If it's against Ace, if it's against Sabo, any red deck that plays Roger, that Roger sometimes... like, Emu can counter a lot. They have so much defense.
But a 13k swing that literally you can't activate a blocker on when you're down to 0 life, or even if your opponent's down to 0 life, is absolutely terrifying indeed, as you say. But we are going to see the 5 Elders being activated for the first time at this European Championship Finals, and we are seeing all of those beautiful alt art 5 Elders hitting the board at the same time. Such amazing art.
Absolutely.
And it captures that scary essence of them as well, doesn't it? It really does make you feel quite scared when looking at that.
Apparently, if you have the God pack, you can put him aside and the Haki will be in a specific flow.
Yeah. Wow, that is...
I haven't tested yet, but apparently...
I've not had the honor of possessing those Haki Elders, but definitely seen them. So now...
Quite important if we are already a 6k leader because of stage and 19 cards. We did go very fast at the start, so might be possible.
Yeah, it looks like there is a possibility of that. 6k on your turn, obviously, with the Emu leader with that stage, so it does give you that extra 1,000 power when you're attacking with it. So Nusturo now is attacking, giving minus 2,000 power to that Sabo, which brings it down to 6.
Yes.
Yeah. So we got 8k going into 6. So we'll require 3k counter in order for it to survive. But no, decides to let it go.
Costs too many cards because the leader also can still swing.
Yeah. Now we are counting the cards in the trash to see if we are up to 19 or not.
Well, we did use 2 times the Chiraoshi, so...
Yep, we are.
Oh, still at 19.
So 6k swing, potentially. Want to probably get rid of or target one of these dragons just to give yourself a bit of a protection. Just deciding how much Donny wants to commit though, because he wants to keep one of those open for it never existed.
Definitely. I do think that he will swing on the body this turn.
Yeah.
And next turn, when all the elders can attack for 7, he will start trying to pressure face as much as possible.
Manages to counter that. That's a huge win for our Sabo play. Keeping that huge, what will be a 10,000 power dragon on the board. So,
double Roger in hand.
Yep. How are we going to start this one off?
With only 4 cards, so we are getting to a point that you can't protect your bodies anymore, and that's an issue. Also, playing Roger means you can't play a Don on your leader because your Sabo is gone.
Yep. So it does really put him in a bit of a predicament here. Do you test the water and swing with one of those dragons as it is? But that then gives your opponent knowledge as to what you've got in hand. But no, decides to go with a black 8-cost dragon, which cheats something out of your trash. So you place 3 Rev Army type cards from your trash to the bottom of your deck in any order. If your leader has Rev Army type, play 1 character with a cost of 6 or less from your trash, and you can bring back that Sabo, putting that Don underneath your leader, activating the +2 cost on the Sabo as well. So
it reminds me of a very good 8-cost card back in the days.
Yes. One from Thriller Bark you might be thinking about.
Absolutely. Still a very good card dragon in this deck, being able to bring back that Sabo. And that Sabo is so important. It's a big blocker in first place. Also, for that rested Don is super relevant, especially if you're still at 5 lives.
Yep.
And boosting full boards with 1k.
So targeting that Nusturo now. Because that minus 2,000 is so powerful. If you attack straight away with Nusturo, you know that it's going to be so difficult to defend your characters on board. Trying to just clear up shop here, and we are getting...
I guess one of the hits was going to the leader because he used the +3k event on one of the swings, and +3k event is not valid on a character, so...
So yeah, you're probably suspecting that swing did go into the leader, as you rightly say. So our characters are all +1,000. Your leader is +1,000 as well. So we are starting off with an 8k swing with Nusturo.
8 on 8.
Yep, 8 into 8. What do you do here? We know there's 2 Rogers in hand. What's that third card? It looks like it's the PRB, potentially the PRB Sabo.
That is painful.
Yeah, losing one of those dragons is, but we do know that can be quite...
We do have another 10 cost. That's
exactly.
really relevant for the Emu.
Yep.
But yeah, we saw like 35 cards almost.
So just splitting the Don, deciding how we want to go about this. Do you want to start attacking into that Sabo's life at this point? You know, you've got those attacks before you drop the next 10 cost 5 Elders. So he's going for life. I mean, would you have gone for the Garp there, or?
Definitely. I don't think I would go for the Garp, but I would count how much Don it would cost to go for the Dragon, but it's quite expensive actually.
Yeah.
So maybe, life is the best option.
Yeah, maybe keep all that Don open for the next Nusturo that comes out to be able to attack into that dragon, because then you can again get minus 2,000 power on one of those on that dragon, and you still have the leader swing as well available, which would be 6k. So we are going to see the 5 elders returning now. Going to start off probably with the Saturn search. Looking at the top 5 cards.
It's mandatory, so he can't even skip it. But it's not mandatory to draw, so if you are close to deck out and you play Saturn, it's mandatory to do the search, but it's not mandatory to draw the cards, so...
So it does take another Never Existed, so 2 in hand now. Now... as we suspected, gonna swing with the Nusturo, targeting the dragon, giving it minus 2,000. That is going to be countered out. We still have the leader swing coming through now. So 8k swing now into that dragon, which is 8k. Another counter being utilized and passes the turn. Those swings into life really gave the counter needed there to our Sabo player to be able to protect that dragon. So
really important. And yeah, we are, because we have the 6-cost Sabo now, we can actually play a Roger.
Yep.
Roger, his effect is not active yet, but by having it in play, you put the Emu in such a position that they have to play around it, because they can't swing on it. It's a 13k after Noshiro. It's still an 11k. It asks so much Don commitment that they don't do it.
And because you've got the 2, you're thinking, right, why don't you just commit 1 now, as you say? We've got that Sabo that can still activate the leader effect, and then really...
I like it a lot when people play Roger, not only for the win, but just because your opponent has to consider it every single turn, like, oh, there's a Roger, I can't just take my last life, I can't put them to 0.
Exactly.
Like, they have to play a whole different game. And especially as ace, you have the luxury, I'm going to say, to play touch. And touch, drawing your own life. So yeah, that's why I like Roger a lot.
Absolutely.
But I can imagine that he's maybe not playing Roger because he's scared of the backswing, because we could see 5 bodies with a 7k.
That is really imposing. So we are going to see now a 9k swing into Nusturo.
That's a lot.
Yeah. Yep, decides to let it go. And now what do you commit here? You do want to force those blocks or events out of hand, so you are going to potentially swing. Do you start with a Garp again, maybe? You know, just to get that cheeky little 5k swing, forcing out, you know, at least a 1k counter out of hand?
Depends on the hands.
Yeah.
But I guess the 9s will be blocked anyway.
Yeah.
But Dragon is an 8, right? Yes, Dragon is an 8. Oh, so you can't split really with Garp. And 9/9 is just getting blocked twice, I guess. Oh, you can, because Garp is, of course, boosted by Sabo, so you can swing 5.
So that is counted out.
That's a 9. That's a block.
9. Yep. 10k swing coming in now.
We're leaving 1 Don open as Sabo.
Okay, that's blocked. Do you swing now with the Sabo that was played last time? No, you leave it as a blocker. Give yourself that protection you need. You are 3 life. You've got 2 big blockers on the board as well. 8,000 power blockers.
Still I think 1 more 10 cost in hand. And slowly but steady we are coming to the Shiraoshis again, I think. Will not be a lot of cards. And then we know the top, of course. 2 Shiraoshi, 1 Never Existed, 1 Shiraoshi again. So, well, the top, the bottom, I have to say.
Yep.
However, however you look at the deck.
So 7k swing now. Looks like it's into life. That life is taken. Another 7k swing coming through. And again, there is a fear, obviously, of that. We know that the 10 cost is going to be coming.
He takes life. He feels safe.
Yep.
Also, having one Don open means there might be at least one cost event.
Yep.
Or that's a plus 3k, so that's also really good. And of course, maybe he wants to go as fast as possible to 0, being able to play out his Roger.
Absolutely.
He might bait it.
Yeah, could very much so. So we do have 2 swings still coming in now. So we're going to see the Nuzjuro potentially swing here, and then the leader swing still available as well. Plenty of Don still available as well to be able to distribute out. You are going to want to keep some back for events or even the bluff of an event, but we are finding the events we need as well.
Those are super important in the late game, especially.
Yeah, 3 of them in hand now. So you want to make sure that you keep enough Don open for that.
The scary part about having so many events in hand is, like, if they swing the 9 or the 5 with the Garb,
Yep.
it gets a really a little bit awkward. Like,
Yeah.
you don't want to use your never existed on a 5k swing from Garb, of course. That's a little bit too much.
It is. We do still see a Shirahoshi in hand as well. That can couple of Shirahoshi, should I say, in hand as well. So that we do see the dragon being taken down there with that Nuzjuro swing. We do now have our leader still available to swing as well. So how do you decide how to go about this here?
Seems like a big swing.
Yep. Okay.
This time he is going for Garp.
Trying to deal with the Garp here.
This Garp was annoying this game.
Yeah, it's put a really good shift in, hasn't it?
Let's get rid of it. Let's get rid of it.
The Garp has definitely put a good shift in today, considering how small it is in comparison to those characters on board. But we now go back to our Sabo player, and this can be really important here now, the decision that the Sabo player takes. We have got 2 very big blockers on board, 7,000 power that can be activated as well to give that +2 power and give a couple of Don to the leader as well to be able to activate that leader. Stage comes out to begin with, so I don't think we are going to see
Roger.
We're not going to see Roger this turn, obviously, but we are looking for some pieces now. Another blocker. Hello, Betty, now for another search.
What are we looking for? Is it
Yeah.
counter? More Sabo? This is counter, I guess.
There we go, yep. That's a very nice event to be able to get. Hair removal fist.
We're not putting a lot of pressure this way. Maybe he was looking for an extra dragon, Rush Dragon or 8-cost Dragon. Those are super good, of course.
Yeah.
Sadly, didn't find it.
So, we do have 1 Sabo activated. Another Sabo activated. Should we activate the 3rd one as well? I think we will.
So we are playing with 13 Don this turn.
So 3 Sabo secrets activated. The OP13 Sabo secret rare card really is
It's super good.
playing so well with this leader. So now we have a 9k leader swing.
10 even, right? Yeah, +1.
Yeah, plus the 1. Yeah, that's right. Swinging into Nuzjuro here.
He's the most targeted man of this game.
He is indeed. Are you going to burn an event? And a
Even
counter.
more. And a 2k, wow.
Yeah.
That might indicate that he wants to go for game next turn.
Yeah, there we go. It's giving him some information now. He is like, I'm going to target it again. 10k this time. Are you going to protect it? We're going to see another
2 cards left.
2 cards in hand now.
Feels like you are going for game now. We don't really... Well, we have Sabo left, but if Sabo hits, they will just block it with what? Well, I guess you still got rid of a 7k swing at least, but
Yeah.
I don't think you do it. I do think you just want to keep your Dawn open for your events, the plus 3k events.
Yep.
So good as well. And if you survive, it's very manageable to win. Like, I think the sweet spot is if the Sabo can go to 0 life and keep some bodies, and you win definitely with the Roger, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah, definitely.
But the question is, can you survive?
This is it now. So this is going to be a really important turn. It is about survival at this point now.
It feels like you're playing against Ace. You swing all 8s, I think.
Yeah.
It's a 6k leader.
Yep.
And you are committed by countering so much for that Jupiter.
Yep.
No, for the Noshiro.
Yeah, you're down to like, well, you've got 3 blockers on board, which are all protected essentially because they're all 8 cost. There's no way that our Emu player can deal with those. So 3 blockers, 1 life. So requiring 5 swings out of 6 to go through here. And there is a Nostro. Is there a Nostro in hand? I'm not too sure.
I think there was, but
yeah, but
I'm not
potentially
sure.
could be another swing. So,
but the 8k swings are good against 8k blockers.
Yeah.
They still require cards.
Absolutely. So, how are we going to see this one starting off? Takes the life.
He has a plan.
Yeah. Is our Emu player going to drop Roger now? No, they can't because it's a mono black deck. But
thank God.
We did see the leader effect activated there. So Saturn did go into the trash to be able to draw a card. We are
Very
now
easy
seeing
events.
Yeah.
Oh, we have multiples. That's so good. Sabo winning this?
It looks like so. It looks like they are. I think they are going to be able to win this here.
I think it's time as well.
Yeah.
So it's overtime. We can see it's a little bit last 5 minutes, but this will be the last turn.
Yep.
If the Sabo can counter at everything, you will see the fist bump, I think.
Yeah. So Nostro now attacking.
Seems like he did not do the minus 2k. Or maybe it's just not indicated.
Yep, we are just having a look as to decide whether to block here or not.
One Dawn open and you have the event, so...
Do you want to sort of like bluff the Emu player into swinging with their blockers here as well? But again, if you've got the...
Well, you don't want them to swing with the blockers because you have Roger. Those
Exactly,
blockers
this
are
is it.
nullified.
Yeah, so you just make sure that you counter and survive that. And now our Emu player is going to be like, well, what can I do here? I need to keep those blockers up. But then again, depending on what's going to happen this next turn, what's that Bello Betty going to be replaced by?
Something much worse.
Yeah.
He's, of course, taking his time. This is his last turn. It doesn't really matter for overtime, I think, because this turn will decide if he wins or loses the game.
Absolutely. 3 blockers. You have got to make a decision here now. So, yeah, decides to go 6. Where is this attack targeted? Nope.
You do recognize that his blockers are nullified, so he's gonna swing with them.
Yep. So we see an 8k swing coming in. That is going to be blocked and loses that. So that gives some knowledge there. Now what do you target next?
All face.
Exactly.
Face is, well, the place. That's a 7. So it seems like he has maybe a no-show that he can swing 8-8.
Yeah.
If I look correctly. That's 8, yeah.
Yep.
So 7-8-8 seems like the plan. Need to hurry a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because if the timer is at 0, at this point Emu wins because they have 1 more life, so...
Yeah. But we are seeing the block here. It does have to go a bit quicker here. He has been taking quite a bit of time making these decisions, and it's
That's an 8.
that's an 8K swing coming
So
in now.
Now it's 8-7 because of the Noshiro.
Yeah, it looks like.
Takes the block.
Yeah. And we are going to see Nostro come out here, and we're going to see a 7K swing. Do you
Okay.
have an answer? No, you
Oh,
don't. And it was
wow.
just so close. Our Sabo player was
Oh.
just almost there.
I thought he had it, to be honest.
Yeah, it's.
Oh.
I really thought he did as well. So close. Just couldn't believe how it was just unfortunate that we didn't see that.
Non-biased casters, by the way.
Yeah, we're trying to be non-biased, but just goes to show how strong. Listen, let's not take anything away. Very, very strong play there. Having that Nustro in hand for that last turn was
Yes, absolutely.
absolutely amazing. And do you think our Sabo player could have done anything differently? Do you think that last turn they could have played the Roger instead and really forced it?
I think I would have played Roger already 3 turns ago.
Yeah.
Because the Emo can't play their normal game. They can't
Yeah.
just... I think people are not doing that enough, playing the Roger. Like, Roger is not... I win card.
Yeah.
I'm a winning card. You can also play... It's still a 13k that is representing so much pressure because your opponent needs to play around it. They just can't go to 0. They can't put you to 0. Because now they started to swing out at your life and you were like, okay, I'm at 1. What's going to happen? So that's something that I'm not sure about. So I think when he played the third Sabo, that I would have preferred maybe the Roger.
Yeah.
That's one of the things. Also because the Roger can swing immediately, so there was a higher chance to get rid of that Noshiro, because we couldn't get rid of the Noshiro that turn. So they had a full board. So if that Noshiro, that extra Noshiro couldn't attack, maybe, I don't know. Of course, you had a blocker less. He needed the Dawn open for the event, so there are a lot of arguments, of course, why he should have played the Sabo at that turn, but maybe 2 turns ago or 3 turns ago, Roger was, well, there was a spot to play.
Yeah, absolutely. That's quite easy for us to say, though. Watching it here, high pressure situation on there, and obviously our opponents, our players know their decks better than we do. So that went to time. We're going to go for a short break. We're going to be back for round 3 shortly, and we're going to have another caster joining us for round 3. So don't go too far. And we're back. Here we are, round 3 already, and I have got somebody extremely special. It's been a while, Ross. Haven't worked with you on stream for a little while now, and we're back. When was the last time we were together?
It was 2 years ago at the One Piece Finals in Utrecht, where we had a very, very, very strong Sakazuki showing. That was in the OPO 5 meta. We're now back 2 years, 8 main sets later, in OP13 with what we're expecting to be a very strong Emu meta. We're going to see if it turns out to be as strong as Sakazuki was 2 years ago in the Netherlands.
Absolutely, and earlier on, Ruben did mention Rebecca Hina-Lucci, and I was getting PTSD from that because of what me and Ross went through
So much
2 years
Sakazuki.
ago in Utrecht. But yeah, absolutely. So we're back. It's going to be really good to see what we've got here, round 3, and 2 interesting matchups. So we have got blue-purple Luffy, which is such a strong deck, and we saw that.
Oh, yeah.
It was so strong that one of our metas was totally defined by a deck that countered it. So Bella Betty was so strong in the
100%.
format, simply because it was the natural counter for this deck, keeping it nullified. But we're seeing it back today against a deck that's really started to show itself in the last sort of 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah.
And I've seen our locals really popping up as well.
It's turning up. Starter deck 12, Zoro and Sanji, one of only 2 dual leader cards that we've got in the game right now. And it's very interesting because it's an old deck. Star Deck 12 was ages ago. And it's never been that good. And yet, like you say, the last few weeks, people have been kind of realizing that actually this is a deck to take seriously. Straw Hats generally are very, very strong. There's a lot of things you can be playing around with, and often played with a Fishman package as part of it.
Yeah, Van der Decken is such a strong card in this particular deck, but that VV that we've got from EBO2 combined with that leader effect just makes it such a viable deck. And like you say, you know, it's all about getting that advantage over your opponent. And I've seen this deck, as I mentioned, being played at locals, being played in tournaments, and really sort of challenging the norm. But yeah, there is, as you say, there's a Fishman package in this, taking advantage of some of those OP13 Zoro cards as well. So this deck, the Wings of the Captain, really do come to the forefront in this and really do provide a strong challenge to certain decks in this particular format at the moment.
It absolutely does. We're looking for a dark horse, right? We know we've got that trio in the meta. Emu, Ace, Zoro. Those are the 3 big decks, and we have people who collate this information, who collect the statistics, who tell us that there is a gigantic gap between those 3 decks at the top and everything else. We're looking for that deck that could do it. Round 1, we saw Ace do a win.
Yep.
Round 2, we saw Emu do a win. We've had 2 chances for another deck to show itself. Both have failed to come through. Well, now we've got none of those top 3 decks. We do actually have green Zoro, but it's paired with blue Sanji, so I'm going to allow it. But we've got decks here. One of these is going to go, I assume these players are both 2-0.
Yep.
So one of these players is going to be going to 3-0 with one of these decks, and they're giving us the first hints at a deck that can be challenging the established meta.
Yeah, absolutely. And we all know what this blue-purple Luffy's about. You're trying to impose a lot of pressure onto it early on. You don't want it to get to that late turn where you're going to be able to start doing that leader effect, which is absolutely insane. But this green-blue package of Zoro and Sanji is, like I said, really good. You've got Perona Search in here. You've got cards that can protect your board as well. So, and that VV with the leader effect is really good at being able to have that draw power, that EBO2 VV.
Absolutely love it. Looks like we're off. We've got 1 Don from 4 there who is going to be playing on the Luffy. Puts a Don out, passes straight over, and we are over to Zoro and Sanji, who puts 2 Don and just passes straight back over. In a minute, someone's going to play a card Taj. I can feel it.
Yeah, I feel a card coming. Yeah, and we do get just a straight swing with the Luffy leader. So there is definitely going to be something played here. And there it is. We see a Gear 2 coming down now. Being able to ramp. And now that's exactly what a Monkey D Luffy player wants to do. It's all about ramping and getting to that 10 Don turn as quickly as you can.
Well, this is what you're saying, you know, that leader skill doesn't kick in until you've got 8 Don on the field. You've got those big cards coming at the end. You need to get there. Ramping is important. 4 Don for our Zoro and Sanji player here. And we do finally actually see a card hitting the board. It is Gyukimaru here, which is a card we've seen coming out more and more lately.
Yeah, absolutely. It's protected from a KO removal by effects. And when attacking, if you got 3 or more given Don cards, you get to rest one of your opponent's characters at base cost of 6 or less. Really powerful. That 6 cost is such an important number as well.
Well, we see just a swing from the leader, already down to 2 life. And then we see it looks like Nami. It's not Nami. It is, in fact, the Bonkore Bentham from EBO1. And oh, look, what does it do? It ramps more Don. Seriously, blue-purple Luffy likes ramping Don.
Absolutely does. The purple side of that deck does give it that effect. And as we say, we're pretty much on curve as far as our Don acceleration is concerned. And that Bonclay definitely gives you good value with that standing Don, allowing you to utilize potentially an event to protect yourself as well. So still on 3 life, in a very good position with 7 Don now on the board.
And you're getting very close to using that skill that searches out a Straw Hat every turn, but it doesn't just search, it also allows you to stack the top of your deck or get cards out the way onto the bottom of your deck, so you're going to be more consistent. You can hit things like that big Sanji, who's going to come in and play another character for free. Those are going to end up hitting because of that Luffy skill as well. Now, we do see the Secret Rare Luffy coming down there, so that is on the board. That's going to activate some Don.
Yeah, absolutely. It gets you to activate 4 Don.
But
you can't play characters at the base cost of 5 or more after you play that with the 4 Don available. But still does allow you to play things like that Tashigi, which gives you protection to your characters on the board.
And that protection's great. Luffy's got double attack, which I still think should be called double damage, but we can argue about that another time. You want to keep Luffy there to be the big beat stick. Tashigi is there to give that protection, stop it being removed by effects. Looks like we got a swing coming in from that Bonkore Bentham here.
Yeah, so it's going to obviously mimic that that base power of that Luffy. So 7k swing coming in.
But counter with the Kawamatsu and the Vanderdecken. One of the cool things we see in this Fishman, this little Fishman package we see in these decks, a lot of them do have 2k counter, like Kawamatsu, who is literally just there because it's a 2k counter Fishman. Simple as that.
Absolutely. So, what is going to be the next action here from our blue-purple Luffy player? Looking at what's out there, got plenty of Don to be able to play with here, but how are you going to start this one off?
We've gotten to that point now where you got a lot of Don. So that is the point where we want to see these big characters starting to hit the field. Things like your Sanji, your Mihawk, your Luffy, these things which are going to completely go and swing the game in your favor.
Yeah, starting off, I think, with an Atama here by resting the one Don. Yeah, and it is Atama coming out now.
Okay, that's a nice little start. You get to draw 2 trash, 1 on play. It only works if you've got 3 or less life. But Luffy always has 3 or less life. So we're good. We see that Sanji getting trashed. And then our hand is hopefully a little bit more like we wanted it to be.
Yeah, absolutely. That Atama got really good synergy with, obviously, Ace. Because of her relationship with Ace. And obviously with Luffy as well. As we saw in Wano.
You could say it's to die for. Which, of course, is that event card. You get to add a Don active. And then you get to add a Don card active if your opponent's got a 6k character. Do we have one?
We do indeed.
Yeah, we do. So that is, I mean, that is quite ridiculous for free cost.
Yeah. We have got our Zoro and Sanji player now down to 1 life. Really does need to do something here. Like
it's been all leader swings.
Yeah.
Well, no, there was 1 Bonkore Bentham.
Yeah.
But it's mostly just been big swings with the leader. Do you need some more defense here from Sven?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, what can be done here? You've got a couple of potential swings. So we are going to swing, first of all, 7 into leader.
Bearing in mind we have the double attack, so if this goes through, both of those remaining life will be taken. You have to get around that. And the good news is we can get around it while resting down the Kawamatsu. Not the Kawamatsu, sorry, Kyukimaru.
Yeah, no, that slow beam sword was such a good sort of counter card when we have Blackbeard around and the big 10 cost. And we're seeing it being used to good effect here as well, to be able to nullify another attack as well as give some defense there for our blue-purple Luffy player.
Yeah, not only do you stop the double attack with Luffy, you also get to rest down another attacker who's going to be coming out in the not-too-distant future. Now, there's a bunch of Don being eyed up by Sven here, our Zoro and Sanji player. What are we going to be using it for? Oh, it's another one of those double attack OP13 secret rare Luffy cards. Remembering, of course, that does activate for Dawn on play. So now, and you can't play big characters, fine, but you have a bunch of other stuff that is absolutely going to be available.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, do you have something like a Koshiro to be able to play out and
we
give you
do
some
have a
defense?
Vivi.
So yeah, Vivi to start off with.
Draw a couple of cards, that'll do. This is the card that when it was released, I said it was amazing and everyone told me I was wrong. And it took a while, but it's finally finding its place in the meta. That makes me happy. Leader Swing.
Yeah, going into the Bond clay there, which is definitely going to go. This is only 1,000 power when it is defending an attack. And then still got that 2-Don open, just deciding what to do here now.
Quite a handful of cards as well. I can't make out everything that's in there, but there is a lot of stuff there. Now we see a swing with the Luffy.
Yes, yet again.
And it's got double attack. Now chooses to take it and gets reminded by Sven, don't forget, Luffy's got double attack. That's going to take away 2 life. There's that Koshiro you were asking for there, Taj.
Yep, very, very well played there. You know, the sequencing was amazingly well. Playing that Vivi, bouncing it back into hand, being able to swing with that Luffy again as well. Absolutely stunning. And that's what, you know, you're utilizing this leader's effect there. When attacking once per turn, you may return one of your characters with a cost or 2 or more to your owner's hand. Set up to one of your characters 7,000 power or more or less as active. And using that Luffy to be restood again and being able to swing with it has proven such good value.
Well, you bounce the Vivi back, which you want so you can use it as draw power in future, and then you activate the Luffy that's got double attack to take away the final 2 life. And, I mean, Sven has just out of nowhere gotten Thor down to 0 cards in the life. And now, if one swing can get through, and they've got the Koshiro down as a blocker, they've got the Tashigi down for a little bit of protection, and there isn't much in the way of characters on 4 sides of the board there. They've done a lot of their work so far with that Luffy.
Yeah, absolutely. So, again, you know, you're not going to see too many rush characters coming in here. There is 1 life standing. There is a blocker on board as well. So, Sven's pretty comfortable here in this particular turn, I think, and it's going to be...
We do have OP11 Luffy, which can come in with rush. It's an 8k. It's an option.
But you're not going to see that Atama really attacking if you do see that Luffy being played out. So technically, you're going to see 2 attacks potentially coming through from
one of them
the best. So,
one of them's blocked straight off the bat.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
that blocker's going to get rid of one of them without even trying. You've got quite a lot of cards in hand, so there's going to be some options for countering as well.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of which, Vandalek and Mihawk are coming down to counter the Luffy leader swing.
There you go.
Oh, we do see a Nami hit the board here. Now, that is a blocker.
Yep.
Also lets you draw free trash 2, which is kind of nuts. Well, not trash 2, sorry. Put 2 to the top or bottom of your deck. So, again, can stack a little bit here.
Yeah.
But importantly, it's a blocker on the board.
And yeah, it was good using that Nami because there's no knowledge from Sven because it was searched out using the leader ability the beginning of the turn. But at the same time, Thor knows that that blocker can't be removed with Tashigi on the board. It just means there's no way to deal with that blocker. So you have to try and sort of establish something on the board while getting a blocker and keeping Dono potentially open for counter events as well.
But that's it. That's all you need to do.
Yeah.
But no, and you point out very nicely there, that combination of Koshiro and Tashigi. Koshiro's a blocker, and what you want to do in One Piece a lot of the time is remove those blockers to open up your attack. But Tashigi stops the removal, so you can't remove the blocker, so it is actually going to block an attack. But we saw Sven actually countering last turn, going, no. I'm keeping my blocker for when I really need it.
Yeah, absolutely. Having that combo Tashigi and the blocker out definitely does give you that protection as well. So let's see now what Sven's going to be able to do here. We do have, obviously, the Tendon fully available now. Starts off...
2 on the Gyukimaru.
Yep, going to start swinging here. And don't forget, this color combination and these Wings of the Captain do have the ability to play Hody Jones as well if he is available. So...
They can play Hody Jones. We see Judgment of Hell coming down here to get the minus 3k, but that is on 2 characters. I believe that was what just happened.
Yep, so Nami is rested.
Okay, here we go. I was waiting for them to put the counters down. 1 on Gyukimaru, but it is 2 leader or characters. One of those double attack Luffy. Kind of had to be.
Yeah.
He's pretty beefy.
Yeah, you did have to. make sure that you did that. But at the end of the day, those Luffys now, obviously with 0 life, double attack doesn't really mean anything.
No, they've just got decent stats.
But the stats on them are the best that are on the board, so you had to deal with that. So definitely the one to do the minus 3,000 on. So our other Luffy swinging for 7. We are burning another event here.
Oh,
Gum Giant.
Stop me if you've seen that card before.
Oh my gosh, how often have I seen that save games? And sometimes when you draw the 2 cards, those cards can sometimes even find you another Gum Giant, which can be so painful if you're a player playing against that deck and they've literally got 0 cards in hand and then suddenly get another Giant off that. But yeah, managing to counter out of these attacks now.
Looks, yeah, it's going quite nicely. Have we just beefed up the Luffy with the lead? I think we just bounced the Luffy to beef up the other Luffy with the leader attack.
We did indeed.
So now that's going to be a little bit beefier, which is going to be, like I say, if one attack gets through, Nami is rested down now.
Yeah.
So I believe that was Gyukimari did that.
Yep.
So that means that there's no blocker or anything like that. Now you've got a handful of cards, but you have to counter.
Yeah, and you've only got 1 Don open here. So yeah, potential for a Gum Giant, if that is available, which, Sven's going to have to sort of work around and then think about how many counters are they going to have. There's a lot of 2K counters that potentially could be in hand. So Sven's going to be like, do I try and go for game here, or do I try and squeeze out another turn? Because I've got Thor down to 0 life now. I can press the next turn.
Wow,
if I find the right pieces, it could make it a lot easier as well. So let's see.
Now, did we just go and grab Vivi with Perona?
Not too sure which card we did get there.
Looked like a Perona, but Perona's not a slash character, so I might have misseen that.
Yeah.
Because I haven't checked, but I'm pretty sure Perona's not a slash character. Vivi's not a slash character. But we'll carry on. We've got ourselves a bunch of options here. We got 1 blocker, and you got to think: is your opponent going to go through a life and then swing for game next turn? Right now, they've got 2 viable attackers, and you've got a blocker. So maybe you can turn a Tama into an attacker as well, but that's going to be a lot of effort. Oh, it's Gum Giant. Getting rid of that Luffy swing. It's going to take a little bit more than that, but that's okay.
Yep, so another 2 cards in hand. At least another one of them was 2K counter coming from that Sanji as well.
Okay, so it does look like we're not ending out the game. Yeah, we are passing back over to Thor here.
Yep.
And look, you didn't win the game, but you did get rid of a bunch of options for your opponent. You at least whittled down their hand a bit.
Yep.
And with your hand, you've got open Don, you've got a blocker. You should be able to survive this turn, right?
Yeah, I think so. So we're starting off with...
Oh, I think they went to Gyukimaru there, which I
indeed.
love, because you know they're going to use Gyukimaru to rest down Nami next turn.
Yeah, exactly. So, plays another Nami down just to have another blocker on the board now as well.
Oh, I do like this. Gyukimaru can only get one of the Nami's rested, not both of them.
So...
and then passes over.
Yeah, do you have the events in hand? 2 Don open. There was a lot of Don minusing going on last turn, so Thor is just down to 2 Don open.
Does feel like they're kind of hanging on like a cat on a screen door right now, but can they use this to stabilize and win next turn or the turn after? Right now, we have got some big attacks coming. Both the Luffy are quite big. You've got your leader swing. You've got potentially Tashigi, who doesn't take much boosting up to become a viable attacker.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then there is always a chance that you can maybe play another blocker or something like that.
Yeah, it's always awkward against a 6K leader as well, though, isn't it? It's trying to make sure that you get those numbers just right. So let's see how we start off. So we are...
it's like a tentative swing.
Yeah, so we are starting off there, as you can see. Resting the Nami down. How are you going to counter out this one? So just a 2K Usohachi being utilized to counter out of that attack.
Okay, that'll do for the time being. That'll save that. But you have gotten rid of a blocker, not for good, but for the turn. There is one less blocker available to use. Now we see another tentative swing. When I say tentative swing, I mean we're not really doing very much. We are just going a 6K swing. We're letting them counter it easily. Looks like it's going to be a... well, he was eyeing up playing gear 2 there.
We're going to rest out the Nami here as well, because we just saw the blocker being picked up there.
Yeah, we did.
Standing.
Okay, so no blockers available now. We have picked up that Koshiro for the time being.
Yep.
In order to boost up the Luffy. So I would like to see that go back down if you don't win the game this turn.
Yeah.
If you do, you don't need a blocker. You're fine.
Yeah, and this is what I really hate about playing against Blue Purple Luffy personally, is that 2-Dawn up, cards in hand, it's really difficult to sort of formulate, well, how many of those are events in hand? How many of those are counters? What do I really need to do the maths right to be able to swing? Because if I swing too low, they're going to use counter cards from hand and keep that 2-Dawn open for events and potentially be able to survive even more swings. So you've got to do the right maths here to be able to get these swings to get through.
And a lot of the time, that is the difference between winning and losing, is getting the maths on those swings exactly right. And a lot of the time, you don't know. You're just playing the odds because you don't know exactly what's in your opponent's hand. If you did, it would make the maths an awful lot easier.
Absolutely. And as against a 6k leader, that just having to commit that extra Don can be so awkward. So starting off with a 6k swing again now.
To be clear, they should know that there is a Gear 2 in hand or a Gum Gum Giant, because we saw them turn a Don and then change their mind.
Yeah, so that Gear 2 was used there for that 6k swing. We're now seeing a 9k swing come into life.
Ooh.
9 into 3, another Gum Gum Giant. So we will not be able to activate that leader ability next turn, I do not believe, because we lost another Don. So let's have a look now.
But it's not just the counter, it's the draws from the Gum Gum Giant. It is filling up Theo's hand so nicely here that they're able to just constantly have options. It feels like they're just not going down in hand size despite all this countering.
Yeah, 5 cards in hand, 0 Don open now, swinging heavily. We are going 10 Don, and it is game! The wings of the captain beat the leader.
There was not enough. You have a look at the hand there splayed out. We've got a couple of events, those Fundamagura, but they're not going to be enough because they haven't got the Don open to use them. And after all of that, you got a bunch of cards in hand, but it's not enough when those cards don't have counter or you don't have Don open to use them. And yeah, I think you said it very nicely there, Taj. The wings of the captain coming out there and really taking the victory. Zoro and Sanji together, and that's pretty gosh darn nice. So we've got Zoro and Sanji at 3-0 right now.
Yeah.
That's going quite nicely. But it's a long way to go. Is it 10 rounds we've got today?
We are up to, oh God, it's 10 rounds today. So yeah.
I think it's 10 rounds today. So 3-0, that's a good start. You should feel very good about yourself. But I think it's fair to say there is quite a long way to go yet. And since it's a long way to go, I think we need to have a chat with a little bit of a guest. So I'm gonna make you go away for a minute, Taj. Not because I don't like you, but because we've only got 2 chairs. So don't go anywhere. Grab yourselves a nice cold beverage, but don't even leave your chair, because we've got a special guest to talk to, and I don't think you want to miss it. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ross Gilbert, and I'm joined by a very special guest, the host of Bandai Card Games Festival here in Düsseldorf. It's Xiao. Firstly, how are you doing?
I'm good, Ross. The One Piece is real.
The One Piece is real,
It's
can
right
confirm.
here. It's right here, direct.
And secondly, I know you watched the end of that last game I just left it with Taj. You weren't happy about the result.
I was just saying, how are the wings of the Pirate King beating the Pirate King? That don't make no sense.
They worked together, and where did they learn to work together?
I mean, when they're not arguing, they can work together. I tell you where they learned to work together, though. Long ring.
Yeah? Okay. I was going to just say the merry-go and then the Thousand Sunny, but you know what? I like your answer. A little more specific.
Yeah, well, that's a nerdy answer, you see.
Yeah, that makes. But I like the Zoro and Sanji dynamic because they're clearly rivals. And they clearly don't like each other that much.
I think they do.
Really?
I think they do. Listen,
I think there's a respect.
I mean, if we're going to get nerdy now.
Let's get nerdy, man.
All right, okay. So, when Sanji got kidnapped and was taken to Whole Cake Island,
Yep.
Zoro was quiet in the background. He obviously had to have a bit of posture in there.
Yeah.
But he wanted to make sure that Sanji was alive and safe. I think he cares about him insofar as he is his rival. I think that they've got like a sibling rivalry. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, let's go for very healthy rivalry.
Yeah.
But when those two work together,
Oh my gosh, yeah.
very hard to stop.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
But do you think that the two of them in universe could take Luffy down?
No,
Well,
obviously
exactly.
not.
So now you understand why I'm upset about
Oh
the
yeah,
yeah.
You watch Luffy take down like Kaido and Lucci and characters like that, and then you know, no,
Yeah.
not even close.
Yeah. That's why we call it Roof Piece.
Yeah, Luffy is pretty. I've been watching One Piece with my kids. We're not very far. We've only got to Logtown. Or Locktown. But
That's good. You're raising them right.
Oh, I'm raising them right. But they keep, like, every time like, Luffy fights Smoker, and my kids are just like, is Luffy going to be okay? And I'm setting them down. They're like 7, 6, and 3, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, look, let me make it clear. Luffy's always going to win. I'm telling you now, we're like 50 episodes in out of 1,000.
Is he, though? Because Impel Down.
Yeah, but in the long run, I mean.
Yeah, okay, but Luffy has taken a couple L's. Like
He's taken some L's.
Like the Warden is right now 1-for-1 in Warden Magellan.
Okay, yes, okay, fine.
Guy's OP, and I don't mean One Piece.
But then he came out and stopped the Paramount War, so it's like,
Yeah.
I'd say that's probably a bigger win in the long run.
He still took the L. But, now he's immune to all poison, which is not a bad trade-off.
I was going to say, yeah, you take the Outer Magellan, then you end up just immune to all poison. Like,
Yeah.
that came in handy.
Listen, I wouldn't mind that. That would be a nice skill to have.
Bit awkward in the short term, but long term gain.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, cool, right.
All right, let's all get immune to poison. That's what we're doing here at the
That is-
Bandai Card Games Fest.
That is not advice. Do not follow that advice. So, we are here at Bandai Card Games Fest in Düsseldorf in Germany. Tell us your role here in the event.
I'm hosting the event, so I'm going around making sure everybody's having a good time. I'm hosting the stream. We've got a multi-stream today. So we've got Digimon, Gundam,
Yep.
the two Dragon Ball Super card games,
Fusion World and Masters.
Master. Yeah, Fusion World and Masters. And obviously we've got the Twitch for One Piece, but tomorrow One Piece will be moving over to the YouTube channel.
It will be partly moving over. We're going to have a bunch of games on this channel tomorrow.
Yep.
But then the final, we are going to be over on the mainstream. Very excited about that. Seeing if we can avoid an Emu mirror because, well, that's the big story in the One Piece card game right now.
One of them could reverse the other one, and then it's game over, right?
I mean, yeah, let's go for that. So, tell us, give us a little bit of a plot in history. Tell us who you are and how you ended up here.
So, I am a professional rapper. That's what I do. I make music inspired by anime and gaming, and I rap in English and Japanese. I taught myself to speak Japanese. Do not ask why.
I'm teaching myself Japanese now, so I'm cool with that.
So desu ka?
Hi.
Nihongo ga wakarimasu ka?
はい、ちょっと話せます。でも難しいです。
そう、本当難しいですけど、でも上手ですよ。
だんだん出ました。
いや、上手よ。
Okay, so I proved I can speak a little bit of Japanese.
Yes, yeah.
We went bowling.
We needed subtitles down the bottom. No, we're not talking about the bowling. Okay, we're not talking about the bowling.
I just want it on the record. We went to because I was like, I'm sure I've met Shao, and it took me a little while. I'm like, we went bowling at the opening of the first ever One Piece card game store in the West.
I got the Kaido deck and the first release Luffy deck as well.
Oh,
I'm so happy with
the
those.
super pre-release starter
So
deck.
happy with. Oh my gosh, I love collecting them.
And that was the first One Piece card game store outside of Japan, up in the north of England.
Newcastle.
It was beautiful, wonderful, wonderful time. So you're
and beautiful accents up there as well, by the way.
Oh, very much so. So you've got, you've got the anime background, you've got the rapping background. That brings you, I'm assuming that brings you into One Piece.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, One Piece is my favorite anime, aside from the fact it's the best anime of all time.
I describe One Piece as now I'm more of a manga guy than an anime guy. I describe One Piece as the best thing I've ever read. I've read a lot of books, a lot of comics. I've read a lot of stuff. I'm not that young anymore. I've never read anything that hit me. I read the whole of One Piece in 3 months.
Wow.
Which I would not recommend. That's too fast.
Oda Senpai, notice us.
I'd put my kids to bed, man, at like 7 in the evening, and I'd sit down until midnight and just read for like 5 hours straight. It's
My
not
son
get
is
bored.
2.5 years old. He knows all of the Straw Hats names already.
I'll say I wear a Zoro pin because my 3-year-old loves Zoro.
So who's your favorite character?
See, I'm a Perona and Mihawk. I love the pair of Perona and Mihawk.
Wow, you want the hard mode, right?
I want the hard
mode.
mode.
The Mihawk slander is all over the place.
Oh no! See, I got into Mihawk early because, like, right early on, you see Mihawk and you're introduced to Zoro.
Yeah.
Zoro wants to be the best swordsman.
Yeah.
And then Mihawk comes along,
And he's like, nope.
and he's like, "I'm not even using my real sword.
Nope.
I'm gonna use this butter knife."
Yeah. It's like, low diff. Yeah.
And then, like, just defeats Zoro. But then it's not just that he defeats him; he's just kind of like, next time.
Yeah.
And I'm like, the aura on that man.
Listen, I wanted to see the training. I wanted to see the 2-year time skip. I'm upset that we got off-screened for Zoro's training with Mihawk. I would have loved to see that.
I need an offshoot with Mihawk and Perona and Zoro. That is what
I would watch that show. I would watch that. That would be fun.
And
Yeah.
also Tashigi and Smoker, also very underrated.
They need more screen time. They
need
definitely
more
need more
screen
screen
time.
time. See, I really enjoyed the One Piece film Red, and when I went on tour in Japan last year, at my Tokyo show, the director of One Piece film Red came to the show.
Oh my
That
word!
was huge for me.
Yeah, I can imagine.
As well as the very first foreigner to direct an episode of One Piece as well was at the show. So One Piece is in my veins, you know. Absolutely. Like, I maintain Oda is one of the greatest writers of our generation. We're looking at a modern day Shakespeare here, and the only reason people aren't recognizing it is because the medium is cartoons or comics and etc. You know, I think the story is incredible. I think the way that the characters, because what I love about the card game in particular is you've got so many characters, like deep cut characters from the movies, from filler episodes and things like that.
Yep.
And they're being brought back, and they're so relevant. And if you really pay attention to One Piece, you're rewarded for knowing these characters.
Absolutely, Adio and Lim from One Piece Odyssey.
I'm playing that game right now with my son.
Yeah,
he gets to press the button for attack, and he loves it.
Oh, I absolutely love that. And one of the things I love about the One Piece card game, the designers clearly have a lot of love. Look at the new
5
game.
elders.
See, they're amazing. But like,
Chef's kiss.
like, for instance, we got the Boa Hancock
Yeah.
card that cannot target Luffy. One of my favorite ones. I read One Piece a couple months into my One Piece card game journey. I started with a card game, then I read One Piece. And when I first saw the Newgate card, I'm like, why'd you lose a life every turn?
Yeah.
And then I read One Piece, and I'm like, that's why Newgate loses a life every turn.
There you go. Yeah. I mean, you could tell that the people behind the game love it, and they love the lore, and they understand it, and the players also do as well. And it's so beautiful to see the meta being shaped right here, right now. And I was saying this on the other stream. If you're a fan of card games, and if you're a fan of these card games, you have to find yourself down to a Bandai Card Games Fest. You just have to. Like, the energy is here. The meta is being shaped right here, right now. You're part of the game's development and evolution. And I just think that if you can afford to get yourself over to this, you should.
Oh, highly recommend. Like, every year I do a bunch of events for various things, but like this gets announced for Düsseldorf in December, and my wife, because we got Christmas and all of that, I try and have an agreement with my wife. I'm like, I'll only do one event in December because we've got Christmas coming up. She works in retail. If I'm away too much in December, it causes issues. This gets announced, and I'm like, hey, wife, I found the one event I'm doing in December.
Merry Christmas. Yeah.
Have
Have you managed to explore Düsseldorf much?
I haven't. I'll be honest. No, I've been. Weirdly enough, in the past few months, I've been to Munich, Stuttgart, and Frankfurt. Me and Germany have got a bit of a bromance going on. I am loving it. So many nice things to say about Germany. But I got to be honest with you, I flew in at 11 o'clock last night, and I'm leaving at 7 a.m. Monday morning. So it's one of the quickest trips I've ever done. I am literally just here for One Piece.
Cards, yeah.
And cards.
You're just here for the cards, yeah. No, I get it. I mean, I'm hoping to get across to a Christmas market tonight just to say that I've done it.
Oh, see, I did Christmas markets in Stuttgart a couple of weeks ago.
Well, you're good then, yeah.
I cannot recommend, if you can get to German Christmas markets, I cannot recommend highly enough. Legitimately magical. If you're struggling to get in the holiday spirit, just go along.
Now, here's my question. How many rare cards do you think I can pick up at a German Christmas market?
I'm not sure. I want you to set yourself that challenge.
Do you think I will be able to find some One Piece cards at a German Christmas market?
Not from the sellers, no. The retailers, it is full Christmas. But you might.
I mean, we could get Christmas Luffy. Do you think they might make that Christmas Luffy?
I tell you what, right, I'm going to say this. While we're talking about Germany and One Piece, we had that crossover with Borussia Dortmund, the football team, with the black, yellow Luffy leader in the Borussia Dortmund kit. And this is what, you had your flex of the director coming to your show. I can't beat that. That's too good a flex. I will say Borussia Dortmund sent me that Luffy card, and it appeared at my house in a Borussia Dortmund box.
Ooh, okay, that's a flex.
And that was wonderful. I got an email from Borussia Dortmund being like, can we send you the cards? I'm like, yes.
Yeah. Why are you asking me a question? Just send the cards.
I've been to a Borussia Dortmund game the last couple seasons. That is just one of my favorite things to do in Germany. And then having the crossover with One Piece. But I will say,
they're going to be sending you more cards soon, I can
I
tell you
hope
that.
so. I hope so. I'm going to say nice things. But what I will say is, if anyone's playing the black, yellow Luffy, I expect that to be the version of the leader you bring.
And what cards are you excited to see today? What leaders are you excited and what decks are you excited to see?
Well, I was excited for Vegapunk, but Vegapunk...
I saw that earlier, yeah.
Didn't go great.
Yeah, somebody was saying you need high IQ for Vegapunk.
It's hard. And Lim, actually, going back to your Odyssey, we've seen Lim come out of nowhere, do some interesting things in the metagame.
I've heard that she has some hard matchups, but she's really good, yeah.
It's a bit awkward, but we've seen Lim do well recently. I don't know how well it translates into OP13. It's not the best metagame for her, but it's a deck I really enjoy watching, so I'd love to see a little bit of that.
So my question is, meta or not, favorite deck, favorite leader, forgetting the meta?
Forgetting the meta, favorite leader. Okay, so I have a bit of a pet project, and I cannot stress enough it's not working, okay? Shirahoshi.
Okay.
There is a Shirahoshi leader, and I love it. Now, again, it goes back to the One Piece card game.
Okay, we're talking about the Shaggy Princess.
Every single Shirahoshi card has 0 power.
Okay.
No power.
Yeah.
Except the leader, which has to have power or the game breaks. So she can't attack.
Yeah.
But unless you play Neptunians for free, which, again, that's what Shirahoshi should do.
Yeah.
And it feels like we're so close to having Shirahoshi be viable. I cannot make that deck work. But that is my ongoing One Piece card game pet project. Make Shirahoshi work.
Make Shirahoshi great again.
I mean, make Shirahoshi great.
Great in the first place.
Yeah. It's never been great. I'm sorry. It's never worked. But I have a dream that Shirahoshi could.
I suppose that's the fun thing about it because, we're at a competitive environment and event right now, but you could also just play it for fun and just play the decks that you want to play. And it doesn't have to be viable in the meta as long as you enjoy playing it and you can beat your friend and then you've got bragging rights, right?
Absolutely. Well, most tournaments, yes. I think this tournament, because of the Worlds qualification, it might be different. Yesterday, we had the LCQ, 3,000 people. Today, everyone's had to qualify. This is not an open tournament we're playing today. Everyone's qualified their way in, and you are trying to get right to the end to get that Worlds qualification. It is exceedingly difficult to get that invite, so I think that is going to restrict deck choice a little bit, just for this event. But
in general, just casual play, just fun play.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah, man.
Sky's the limit.
Yeah, I'm bringing out Shirahoshi and losing constantly. But there's going to come a point where Shirahoshi's going to be good.
Yeah.
And who's going to be the most practiced player?
That guy with 2 thumbs.
Yeah, that's when I gain my advantage
there
now.
You go. Yeah. Okay, I believe in you. I'm ready for it. I'm looking to hear Shirahoshi as a viable deck for the next one.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen. They do keep releasing cards that help. There's a Megalo coming in EBO4 that we've been shown. It's a new Megalo. The alternate art's great. It's got Luffy in a little bubble riding on top of Megalo.
Nice.
Shirahoshi inside.
Madam Charlie. If we are getting Madam Charlie, maybe she lets you just check your opponent's deck so you can predict what's coming.
I mean, that would be wonderful. Look at top card of their
deck. If that happens, you know where you heard it.
Yeah, make that card. I play that card. That sounds good.
Yeah.
So, what's your goal this weekend then? You come as a host, you're hosting, you're helping everyone enjoy the tournament.
My goal is just, well, look, there's people at home watching this. They're unfortunately not able to be here for whatever circumstances. I want them to feel like they're still here and that they're having a good time. I think card games are rising in popularity really rapidly. There's a lot of people who want to get into it and maybe it feels a little bit restrictive because there's so many cards, so much things to learn, etc., etc. So I want to ease them in by bridging the gap, let's say. But then there are also incredibly experienced people who just want me to stop talking and just watch the cards, right? So I want to make that enjoyable for them too, because I'm not going to stop talking yet. So
we don't want you to stop talking. That's kind of the whole point. We want you here, sharing the love
exactly.
for One Piece.
There's energy here. There's love here. There's people building new friendships. There's people seeing people they haven't seen for a year, and they'll only see them at these events. And that energy, you're not going to feel that until you're here. So try and get people to feel it through the screen.
Yeah, love it. Well, I've really enjoyed talking to you and nerding out about One Piece. Unfortunately, we are going to get ready for the next game. So I've got one last question before we break. Favorite card in your One Piece collection?
Do you know, I just got a Nami yesterday, the limited edition Nami from this Bandai Card Fest.
Oh, with the playmat?
Yeah, and
the whole Cake Island.
It's beautiful.
It's a great
beautiful.
card.
So yeah, I don't know yet. I need to look at the new cards I've got, and I think it might change, but it's fluctuating at the moment.
That's a good answer, frankly. I thought that was a good answer. Well, we are going to get ready for the next round. Round 4 action coming up nice and shortly. So grab yourselves a nice cold beverage. Do not go anywhere. Round 4 action is coming at you in a mere matter of moments. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the One Piece European Championship Finals here in Düsseldorf, Germany at Bandai Card Fest. My name's Ross Gilbert. I had to say goodbye to Shao. It was fun nerding out about One Piece, but we've got a game to get to, and in that game, I'm going to be joined by Ruben. Hey doing, buddy?
Hello. How are you doing? How was your first game today?
Oh, I enjoyed it. We got started at 12, Zoro and Sanji, against Blue-Purple Luffy.
Did I miss the blue-purple Luffy?
You missed the blue-purple Luffy. It didn't go great for the blue-purple Luffy, I'll be honest with you. But seeing that start at Act 12, you know, that dual leader Zoro and Sanji, it's not what we've seen all that much. And even though it's been out a while, it was cool seeing that on stream.
Well, he came with a plan to do Düsseldorf. The deck is fairly good into Emu. So he's like, okay, I just hope to see all the Emus and slay them down, literally, I guess.
How did it do against Ace?
Not good. That's the issue. That's why it's not like on top of the on top of the meta. But it's fairly good into Emu, especially if you have the dice. It's like super good into Emu. However, now if he can dodge all the Ace, which is possible, there are so much Emu.
Yeah, again, we don't have the numbers, but just kind of having a look around the top tables and talking to people, it seems like, as expected, it's Emu, Ace, Zoro. That was the list we were expecting, and you can see at the screen here, we do have an Emu coming in this round. We've got Emu, and we've got that Luffy, but a different Luffy, EBO1 Luffy, green-purple Luffy.
Yes, the green-purple Luffy, such a good deck, so many wins on his belt. Like, I'm curious if he did find a way to play against Ace and play against Emu. Those are the two most important decks. I can't imagine that you try a deck and you didn't play him against, like, I don't know how many games into Ace and into Emu. And
honestly, if I could find a deck right now, and I can't, I don't think anyone can, but if I could find a deck with a really good win rate against those two decks, don't even test anything else. Just bring that here. Because right now, they are the big, bad boogeymen of the format. There's plenty of other decks out there. We'll see if any can break through. Maybe one of them's going to be Luffy. But we are set up. It looks like we're very close to being ready to go. There's the fist bump. And we are rolling with round 4 action here in Düsseldorf. Luffy goes first with 1 Don that we're going to use for a Nami to go and search a Straw Hat.
A lot of targets. I think even 5 targets. So this must mean that Emu won the dice. Emu is going second. Green-purple definitely doesn't mind to go second, especially because of that Sanji Pudding and Zoro Juro being able to play that in 1 turn. But I do know a lot of people and a lot of green-purple Luffys are very excited to see that there is a green-purple Luffy still undefeated going trio and playing into Emu. Sadly, this Nami doesn't play the Zoro for free.
I was going to say, that needs to come off the thing. Yeah, you get to search the Zoro. That is one of their new Zoros, one of them brand new OP13 cards. But that's going to go to hand. Emu, of course, do remember that because of that leader skill, you do start with that stage on the board. You don't have to play it. You do have to play Saint Sharia. And that is what I like to call a generic searcher, this time for Celestial Dragons.
Yep. Really good. Also to fill up the trash. And I do think the Elder that will be the most important one, at least, will be Mars. Mars being able to KO a 5-cost, which is very strong, especially if there is a stage for green-purple Luffy. Well, if there is no stage, I have to say. If there's no stage, yeah, Mars is just so good into Sanji Pudding, Zoro Juro. The Zoro that we just saw, the 4-cost, which restands at the end of your turn.
We've already hit 7 cards in the trash, so that means that all of those lovely cannot be removed skills on those Gorosei will be activated, which is, yeah, that's what you want to do nice and early doors when you're playing Emu, honestly. Yep. And it seems to be there now, so how can Luffy respond to this?
Yep. I can imagine that people also played a lot against green-purple Luffy, but not in this format. I'm not sure if people know what their game plan is as Emu or as Ace into green-purple Luffy. Because you have to consider a lot of things. The restand Luffy, they can go very wide with Sanji Pudding, Zoro Juro. There's definitely a lot to think of.
Well, it does seem like Nami has unfortunately fallen to Emu, which is not that surprising. Nami is not that big a character. And then it looks like we are finally getting one of those 5 elders down on the board. That Nuzjuro's coming down. Is it?
Nope.
No, it's just searched out. There we go. But it's not Nuzjuro. We are, in fact, talking Topman Walkery.
Yes, he's also playing the nice alt arts. It feels like a team in finals today. All the Emus prepared not only their gameplay with Emu, but also their decks.
I'm not seeing many regular arts of the Gorosei. They all seem to be alternate art. Everyone's gone and got the lot of them at this point. Now, we are going to see a swing with the Luffy leader. Just tentative little swing there. And, okay, we can use an event card to get rid of that. That's absolutely fine.
Grabs back a 2K, which is also super good. So, of course, Shirahoshi, such a good card in a lot of matchups. And we don't have the Sanji pudding on curve.
Well, we do see a Nami coming down. That is going to go and search out, well, more Straw Hat, honestly. Now, we have some targets.
Yep. But what are we looking for? Still no Sanji pudding, I think.
We want Sanji pudding. That replenishes your Don when it goes away. You've got a lot of Don minor skills. Replenishing it immediately with Sanji pudding. Such a huge advantage, such a big part of the deck. And when you, like you say, when you don't get it on curve, that does start becoming a little bit of a problem.
It's the heart of the deck. That's a little bit a problem. Sanji pudding being able so you don't minus too much Don cards. It's so important. So many players also with this deck having amazing results back to back to back. So I'm not surprised that people are still trying to play it. The deck will also get support in upcoming formats, so people are already cooking, as we call it, to make this deck work again, because you are a green-purple Straw Hat deck, you have access to Giant, you have, well, 2 different Namis that can search, you have so much, and that Restant Luffy, that card is just insane.
Yeah, that's pretty gosh darn good. Well, we did see another Sharia come down. I think we got...
I don't think we have a Mars, so that's the good news for...
No, we saw Shepherd Jupiter, but I've not seen a Mars yet.
Oh, I see the Mars now.
Oh, that's not good. Well, I suppose it's good for Pablo, not quite so good for Leonard. We do see the Mars coming down here, and that means you can just go and start popping off some of those characters. Trash card from your hand to KO a base cost 5 or lower. And bad news is that Sanji, which came down, is unfortunately a base cost of 5. So that's where things start getting a little bit awkward. We see Leonard here really struggling to get much of a board set up at all. Still no Sanji pudding. And yeah, now having a little bit of a look. Do we have 19 cards? No, we're not there yet.
That's still far away, I think.
Yeah, I think we are quite far.
However, sometimes it goes so fast, you're like, oh, what?
I think we had 7 on turn 1 here from Pablo.
Well, so it's definitely possible so fast.
Well, when you get to 19, your leader goes from a 5k to a 6k, which is absolutely huge. And not many decks play any stage removal. So once it goes to a 6k Emu leader, it's going to stay at a 6k leader.
Yeah, really good. Luckily for us, it's only 6k in their own turn. Glad Emu is strong enough. Don't do it, Bandai.
No, don't do it. Don't do it. On your turn is enough. But it's still an extra 1,000 power you can swing to your opponent. It is still a rather big advantage. So here we come. There's your Sanji and Puddin. Although the base cost 5 worries me a little bit. But we have the Sanji Puddin down.
We are hoping for no second Mars, because it seems that we don't have a stage in hand.
There we see a swing with the Luffy. Just a tentative swing, only 5k. You don't need to do too much to get around this. Any counter will do. You've got no blocker, but any counter will do. I lied to you. You do have a blocker. You got Walkery down there.
Yes.
But I still don't think you want to block it with that. Okay.
It feels too cheap.
Yeah.
Okay. Second Sanji pudding.
This we like. Means you can protect a little bit against removal. Means you get 2 Don back when a Don gets returned. Yep. So that is going to keep your Don ticking along rather nicely indeed. 3 Zoro in hand for Leonard here. So they could, they can start coming down at some point. Zoro can start doing some work.
And maybe he already had the Sanji pudding, but he decided that he wants to play 2 in 1 turn and try to bait the Mars from the Emu side to get rid of the Sanji. So he was like, okay, I'm going to play the 5-cost green Sanji first. If they Mars, it's perfect, because the turn after I can do double Sanji pudding, And if they don't have a second Mars, you are in a very good spot, or at least in a better spot.
Well, there's no second Mars. You are in a better spot. And if you were trying to bait it out, it went quite nicely. Shepherd Jupiter comes and hits the board. But right now,
no swing.
Although it is worth noting there are 10 cards in the trash. So now all of those 5 Elders, their base power will be at 7,000 now. For as long as that Jupiter is out. Get rid of that and they'll go back down to 5. So.
What is the easy way to get rid of it? I think the only way really easy, and that's actually not easy to be honest, is something like Demon Aura, rest it and swing onto it, but that is way too expensive.
Oh, I agree. You're right. It's the easiest way. I don't think it's an easy way. And that is a bit of a problem. Not having a good removal for the Shepherd Jupiter here does mean that you're going to have, extra 2k on all of those Gorosei for a while at this stage. So,
I am thinking if I agree with starving Green Purple Luffy. I'm going to be honest, I haven't played this matchup a lot in OP13. However, if you starve Emu, you are basically giving them a free 6-cost Luffy, restand Luffy, which can draw a card from your own life and restand if you get 2 Don back to your Don deck. So it's basically when you play it into Bonnie, when you play it in every deck that played like Hody, like do you starve and give them their Hody for, well, a little bit less of a cost? Or are you still swinging and if they use the Luffy, they are on the clock? Imagine if they're at 1 life or 2 lives right now. Playing this Luffy is scary into 3 characters with 7k and the leader.
Absolutely. Well, we do see the Secret Rare Luffy coming down. That is going to have Rush because you do have, there is 5 Dom. Your opponent's got 5 Dom. And that's quite nice. And of course, it does come active when you attack. And like you say, you got to pick up life, but your opponent hasn't been taking any life yet. So it just doesn't feel as bad.
It actually feels really good because you also want the cards on your hand to protect your board.
Well, that too.
So if he can protect both Sanji Puddings and the Luffy next turn, he is in a really good spot. But this is a lot of 7Ks. To be exact, 4.
Yeah, 4 7Ks is going to be a real pain to try and actually deal with, which, well, you're going to have to get through it at some point. You've only got your opponent down to 3 life, so you're not that close to winning. And that means that your opponent is going to be able to do something with those 7Ks. Here comes a Sanji Pudding swing. Just force your opponent to start using some of those 1-cost events here.
Yep, really good for him. I wouldn't be surprised if we leave some Don open as well for the Green-Purple Luffy side because we have so many good defense tools.
Leave your Don open, use them on your opponent's turn, get rid of some of those pesky attacks. Could be fun. Well, are we using some of them here? No, we're just restanding them.
Yep,
with
Zoro restanding 2 Don. So
yes.
Basically a 5k body for only 2 Don. Also restanding. It's mandatory, by the way, at the end of your turn if you swung with it. Very important because sometimes, as you see, they are starving you, so they don't want to hit your life total or your life cards.
Oh, a second Zoro. That's going to stand 2 more Don on play. And like you say, they both will become active at the end of your turn. It is mandatory. So that means that your opponent can't go after them. Oh. They got 5k bodies. They're not too shabby. Here comes a Luffy swing. 7k swing with Luffy.
Yep, and he is using the ability, so we don't have active Don, it seems. Do we have another event? Ooh, I don't think so. That's, of course, a little bit the punishment, I'm going to call it, for using his plus 3k event for a 5k swing a little bit earlier.
There's still a 7k swing coming out from the Luffy. It's still something that we are going to have to see answered here in some way, or maybe you just take the life.
Yep. And this is also a lot of info, of course, for the Green-Purple Luffy, that there is no event currently in hand for Emu.
So Pablo there, we do just see... we see a swing here?
Yep, 7k swing,
yeah,
easy counter.
Go. Counter by the Zoro there.
We are at 10 Don, so as Emu you feel a little bit stronger at that point.
Oh, absolutely. We see a Don on the Emu. And then another swing, it looks like.
It's definitely 19 right now. So
Oh, there we go. So you do get up the 1K. So that's 7K swing from the leader here.
a little bit weird that we are swinging 7 with the leader right now, because you are going to play your 10 cost. That means you will have Noshiro in play and attack something minus 2k another thing if you want to. Or if they protect the Luffy from your Noshiro swing, you can still swing the 7 with your leader. Like you have less options right now, in my opinion, after your Noshiro's attack. However, the green-purple Luffy doesn't have a lot of cards in hand because, yeah, they didn't attack live.
No, that's the thing. When your opponent, you talk about starving, what we mean there is when you just don't attack into your opponent's life, so they don't get that card advantage of getting to pick up those cards. Some leaders can take their own life, most leaders can't. And that just means that you kind of leave your opponent with fewer options, so they're not countering as easily. They're maybe not drawing in some of the cards they want to. It can make things a little more awkward.
We'll use the counter. It's
Now we do see a counter there with the Usohachi.
Can, of course, still swing with the Mars, because the Mars will be replaced when we play the 10 cost.
Yes, it will.
Ooh, that's a 9.
That is a 9K swing from Mars here. Is that into Sanji Pudding? It's going to take a lot to counter out of this. Now you just got to give up the Sanji Pudding. It's not worth the effort of trying to counter out of it with the resources you've got available. So you give that one up.
That's a bad sign if we have to let it go for 2 cards, because you know they will have 10 cost and they will play Noshiro from the 10 cost. And that means the second hit you can't protect either. And Mars will also at least take care of one body.
Absolutely. Now we see our first 5 Elders of the game. That
4.
ridiculous card, which goes and gets, well,
No.
could be 5 Elders with different names. We are unfortunately missing one. Someone's late to the party.
Where is Mr. Saturn? No search. That is quite painful, because now you actually are going -1 in hand. You're not drawing from the Saturn.
That is a little bit of a pain. For those that may be less familiar with the deck, that 5 Elders card lets you basically rest it on, trash card from your hand, and then trash all of your characters, but then just play the 5 Elders from your trash. It's an absurd card. But if you've only got 4, you only get to play 4. That is less than ideal.
And suddenly it looks very bad for the green-purple Luffy.
Yeah, Leonard there is facing down a board of 4 of the 5 Elders. You do have your 2 Zoro, but that's all you've got at the moment. There's a blocker on the board for Pablo and Emu, and just a bunch of 7Ks that are going to be coming at you next turn.
Is Emu only at 1 card? Because we do have Demon Aura in hand, and they are tapped out, so no events. So in some worlds, you just have to go for it right now. Play Aura, rest, Mars and Valkyrie, and just go for it with your leader. Well, then your leader ability, so your leader's a 6k base, and then you just split your dons. That might be an option. We are at 8 don. We are not surviving, potentially. Well, you can survive with Giant. Giant helps a lot, but I think this is your window.
I think you're right. Basically what you're saying is things are about to start going downhill.
Yes,
and probably downhill pretty quickly.
Yeah, especially if they have a second 10 cost.
And your opponent's got 2 life.
Yeah.
And you've got 3 swings.
Yeah.
So there is a world here in which your leader and both your Zoro swings go through, and it might be a low odds chance of actually going through and winning, but if you're going to lose next turn or the turn after anyway, why not just try and swing with these 3 here? And if you end up sneaking these 3 attacks through, you sit there at 4-0, you take down an Emu, and you start feeling a lot better about your tournament chances. Well, here is a Demon Aura you pointed out, Ruben, and it is obviously those 2 getting rested down.
Yep. If it's 1 card in hand, I think this is your best option.
And there's the leader skill. And I think, I don't want to speak too early, I think we might be about to split some Don here.
Ooh, he takes a 6. He takes a 6. That was a gamble, because if that last card, I don't know if we did see him search it, but if it was a 2k, we would have lost, and
there we go. So here we see a big swing, and Did he counter out of it?
No, he won. Green, purple, Luffy won.
Oh my word, he actually managed it. Wasn't very much, wasn't a very high chance play, but it was one of those where you say, look, I've got 3 swings, my opponent's got 2 life. I'm looking at your board, it's looking really bad for me. I don't like my chances next turn. I am betting on your hand not being quite good enough.
Well,
and
it was
it
only
wasn't
one
quite
card.
good enough.
It was 1 card. How good can the hand be? It needed to be specifically a 2K because he was tapped out. There was no chance of an event.
Nope.
So he did do a small gamble, unless we searched for it. That was really hard to see for us. But if he searched for the 1K, he knew the hand of his opponent. So he swung 6, and if it was a 2K, he would have lost probably because there was no rush character anymore. But yeah, he got rewarded, and he did the split and he won. So really well played by the green-purple Luffy. It was probably his last turn to take over this game. If he didn't do it this time, I think he would have lost 1 zillion% because there was a 10 cost in hand for his opponent.
Yeah,
So-
I agree entirely. It's one of those things where, at the end of the day, sometimes you've just got to go for it. You look at it and you go, look, I'm in a bad position here, but if I can maximize these 3 swings, then I can actually go ahead and win the game. And maybe your opponent draws what they need off of life, although, like you say, a lot more difficult when there's no Don open to do that. Or maybe those 3 swings sneak through and you end up going up to 4-0.
Yeah, that's green-purple Luffy 4-0. I'm excited. It's possible.
You've been a very big proponent of Green Purple Luffy all the way along. We've seen it go to 4-0, but what are we going to see in round 5? The answer is, I don't know, but the good news is, why predict round 5 when we could just show you round 5? So grab yourselves a nice cold beverage. Do not go anywhere. Round 5 action is coming at you faster than you think it is. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Round 5 action from the One Piece Card Game European Finals here at Bandai Card Fest in Düsseldorf, Germany. My name's Ross Gilbert. I'm joined by Ruben Orkinois. Take your choice. How you doing?
Doing well, thank you. I'm really enjoying the event. We did just see a green-purple Luffy going 4-0. So
one of us like that more than the other.
well, of the players, definitely. But we will see enough of Imu tomorrow for sure. I think also in the last rounds as well. So it's sometimes it's good to see another deck taking over. So yeah, I think a lot of people are quite happy right now. And now we are going to round 5, almost halfway. So if you win now, you're at 5-0. You're getting closer to that victory, or at least you need an A2 score, I think, at least to get to day 2.
And that's wild. The fact that you're playing 10 rounds, you're like, how'd you go? I'm 7-0. You locked in for day 2. Nope.
Nope.
Still got to keep going, got to keep grinding, got to get some more wins in.
And you're playing with only very, very good players, of course, because like we are at finals, we're not at a regional, and there is a difference. These players that are playing are all qualified in a way. They qualified by the store regionals for first place, second place, or top 4. They qualified by yesterday at 3,000 people at LCQ, or they just qualified by topping a regionals. Topping a regionals means top 32 for a 1,000 people event, top 16 for 500, and also top 16, I think, for the 256 people. So it's not that easy, or definitely great players are here. So
no, you make an excellent point. It's one of those events where everybody here has earned their way in. You've got to have done very well, and you know, I say, depending on the size of the tournament, the bigger the tournament, the lower you could finish. But even top 32 in a 1,000-player tournament is an incredibly difficult way to get there. Now, I believe you had your invite for this finals twice. And instead, you're choosing to sit here and cast with me. I hope it's working out nicely for you. Yes. Well, we can have a quick look at the mat here, and we can see the decks that are going to be featured. One we're expecting, it's Ace. There's going to be a lot of Ace this weekend. One we are expecting a little bit less, and Shao's going to be happy. We got some Lim.
I'm also happy. Lim is a very good performing deck, especially if you have like... If you see your curve, if you know what you're doing with the deck is just so good.
Well, we are rolling here. We've already had 2 turns. 1 Don from our Ace player, 2 Don from our Lim player, and then we're off to the 3rd total turn of the game already. Haven't seen any cards played, though.
It seems like Lim missed their 1 cost. 1 cost so important in this matchup, but he missed it. However, Lim likes to go 2nd in this matchup. That is... something that might sound really weird, but Lim going 2nd means a turn faster to your 10-cost Shanks, and you're basically doing the same thing as you are going 1st, but you are able to swing 6, and that's really important into 6k leaders. Otherwise, you can't swing while you are playing on curve. So as you can see, he has 3 done for his leader ability, and is able to swing 6 with his leader Lim.
That is going to help very nicely. We see a swing of 6 in here. Not going to take too much to get around it. Remember, you do have a 6k leader with Ace. That's one of the massive advantages. So you will need an extra 1,000 power on every swing if you are playing against Ace. The good news is, well, they've only got 3 life to begin with, but we do counter out with an Atmos here.
Atmos not really good into Lim because they are basically all playing 5 costs. And yeah, you see how bad the hand is for Lim if they have to play Mihawk as first character. No Doflamingo, no Sabo. This is not the best one. Or actually maybe even one of the worst that you have to play like this, because Mihawk is one of your win conditions, of course, in this matchup. And let's see, do we have a Yamato? Yes, here we go.
Here we go with the Yamato. That's going to be some nice draw power provided. We're going to pop a Don down onto the Ace. Are we going to have a 7k swing with our leader? Of course, 7k swing, tie goes to the attacker, so a 2k counter will not be enough. One of the advantages of Ace is that you can get that 7k swing with a leader with only 1 Don, force your opponent into some much more awkward countering scenarios.
Lim already needs to make a decision. I can imagine, yeah, it's live. Asking for a 2k on Mihawk was maybe too easy, so he's trying the aggressive way.
Don't mind that. And like you say, the draws have not been great so far. The Mihawk, Mihawk activates a character if you've got 2 rested Odyssey characters. Well, 2 rested characters. And you didn't have any. So you didn't even get to use Mihawk's skill. You played it as a vanilla 5-cost 6k. If you're playing Mihawk this early and you're not even getting to activate the skill, bad sign. 6k swing from the Limb leader here, coming into life, forcing a reply from Chippy.
1 card or leader ability, pretty easy to counter for Ace, and I think Ace doesn't want to go too fast lower in life because you have to respect a lot of cards from Lim, because Lim is most of the time playing quite some events. One of them is Asura, so even if you have set up 2 big blockers, Newgate with 12k counter, well, not counter, power, they can just rest it with their Demon Aura, so you will probably try to stay as healthy as possible and as long as possible. Both players also chilling with 10 cards in hand.
I mean, that helps when you got 10 cards in hand. A lot of options, a lot of countering, a lot of things you can be playing. Here we go with... Oh, that was just a Roger getting discarded there for the...
leader ability.
Yeah, just it basically, the Ace leader skill turns any card in your hand into a 2k counter once per turn, which is absolutely absurd. And it means you can use things like that Roger that don't have a counter as a counter. We now see a swing with the aforementioned Mihawk, and it looks like Chippy is going to be happy to just take that into hand.
Yep.
Now we see a Limb being played down here, that lovely little special rare print of the Limb.
Yep.
That is, of course, your 5-cost, which acts as a searcher for Odyssey cards.
Yep. Amazing art as well.
Oh, I love it. One of my absolute favorites. I love that this, what I like to call the Constellation style of special rares from OP12, if I remember correctly. Big fan. So, here we get an Anel. That's what we're searching off of the Limb activation there.
Yep, really good to get the NL. Being able to draw 3, trash 2, recycle a bit your hand, because your hand is very big, so you can get rid of all the cards you won't need in this matchup.
And then you get 3 extra cards that you can have a look at that you didn't have before. Hopefully, draw into some of these things you need a little bit more. So Anel comes down, you draw 3, then you trash 2, but the 2 trash can be any cards in your hand, even if you've had them since the beginning of the game. So it looks like we're making our choices here. I did not see what the first one was, I'm afraid.
Well, you will have to reveal it anyway, so...
Oh, absolutely. Just putting it face down. It's a little thing, but if you put it face down and then change your mind, you haven't given your opponent information about one of the cards in your hand. Whereas if you put it face up and then change your mind, then you've given your opponent information that they can use. We saw this in one of the previous rounds where a player used a Dawn, then changed their mind, never revealed an event card, but gave away that there was one in their hand. Information very, very valuable.
Here we go. He's revealing cards. Hell's Judgment and another Searcher. So that Searcher doesn't have a counter, so that is probably the reasoning. Also, we are almost at our 10 Dawn turn, and that is where we are playing a whole different game. He's probably trying to chain some 10-cost Shanks, which is really good, because playing the 10-cost Shanks, although the card says specifically you cannot play cards from your hand during this turn, you still can play cards from your Limb ability, and that is really strong, especially if you have the Mihawk being able to put, for example, 7 Dawn on one of your characters. Well, play Shanks first, of course, otherwise it won't be possible. But play Shanks, put 7 Dawn on one of your characters, and then play Mihawk, for example, swinging 12 twice or more, which is really, really, really good.
2 12 swings are usually pretty nice. We see the Garp coming down here. It's one of those searches that only works in an Ace, Sabo, or Luffy deck, and they've got to be part red, obviously. But it's far more adaptive than most search that we see. Lets you get any card of a cost of 3 or more.
Yep.
That is far better than most of these searches we see, because it's Garp, canonically makes sense that we limit it to Luffy, Sabo, and Ace.
Yep. You can basically search everything in the deck, like on maybe 5 cards that you are
Here's
not
Owen
able
Thatcher
to...
about the only ones you can't. Oh, and Radical Beam.
Yeah, that's not a lot, so yeah, it's probably your best searcher in the deck.
We are getting ready to play something here. Chippy's having a think. Changing his mind. Okay. What's he got? I didn't even see what it was, Ruben.
6 Don. Best case, I guess, a Jolzu.
It's a new gate for 9 Don coming down here.
He is doing his search still. Okay, now we have 6 Don left.
I didn't think he had 9 Don. That was just a search from the GARP. Okay.
6 Don left, so that might be a Jolzu. But it seems like he is being aggressive, not going for a Jolzu. Maybe 7-7 and play a Marco out. Because these 7s are going to the leader.
Well, we got the 7K swing with Yamato here to start off with. Do we have a way? Is that going to punch through at all, do we think? Nope, we're going to counter it away with a Limb and an...
Usohachi.
It is an Usohachi, a lovely special rare. Okay, I like that. Right.
And I do like that he is going face against Lim, because if you're swinging on the board, Mihawk and NL here, for example, you're basically making the leader a 6K, because they can defend way easier, because if you swing 7, of course, it's only a 2K. And swinging to the leader, they can't take forever. They do have to play more defensively, because going to 1 life, pretty dangerous, especially if you are going 10 cost new gates, giving 2 Don to leader and to the Yamato swinging 8-8, and they don't want to go to 0. So...
No, very well put. So we are going to take that life there. Yeah, is going to take it off of that swing. And then it looks like we're all getting ready to go on to our next turn here. Nice little variety of Dom. Pick it all up, get sorted, get ready, activate all of your characters, and then go with what is very much a 10 Don turn now. So, you keep talking about Shanks. Could this be a Shanks turn, Ruben?
I feel it.
It is a Shanks turn, all 10 Dom. And this is the big bad from the deck nowadays. One of the new tricks it got came around in OB13. One of the things that's helping the deck nowadays, it sets all of your Don to active, but then you can't play cards from your hand during this turn. So it ends up costing 0 Dom, but restricting your options. But what you can do, like you say, is use that Limb leader skill to play a card, but you can also just attach Don and swing.
Yeah.
You still get to use a Don, just not for anything. You're not for everything.
And
6K swing here.
Now this turn he's also being able to keep as much Don open as he wants, because of course it's dangerous. There are 2 Yamato, there is an ace. There are potentially a lot of swings coming at you, so...
Well, we've taken down the Yamato, so that's quite good. Lim takes down the Yamato. No. Does it counter with the Yamato?
Yep,
counter with the Yamato, apologies. Yamato is still very much on the board right now.
Yep. Enough Yamatos for days for the ace side.
1 on the board, 1 on the board, 1 in the trash. You can see how it gets confusing. Too many Yamato. It's almost like it's one of the best cards in the deck.
Yep.
Now we're using a couple more Don. No, we're not. False alarm.
He has a Mihawk in hand, so he can put Don on one of his characters and swing very big, but he is considering at least. Of course, if you swing very big, you don't have Don open, and you are at 1 life. So I can imagine he will leave Don open for... as we saw at the start, he trashed Hell's Judgment. We don't know if he plays a second one. And then the events that the Limb most of the time plays is Asura. Sometimes they play Slow Beam and Blast Breath. Those are the cards that are very popular in the Limb deck at the moment.
I know if he plays another Judgment of Hell. I've got the deck list right in front of me. But do we want to give it away during day 1 of the stream, Ruben? Maybe we'll just wait and see if he plays it. Yeah, if it's there. Maybe it's not there. I ain't telling you nothing.
I can imagine he does because of the Green Zoro matchup.
Yes.
That's one of your harder matchups as Limb. So that might be a reasoning. So
well, looks like we use a leader skill on the ace to get rid of a new gate that doesn't have a counter. We then use a GARP that absolutely does have a counter to get rid of that swing. So we're still alive for the time being. That was a pretty big Nell swing, but didn't go through. Now we're going to see another swing with Mihawk onto Yamato. Now we see an actual attack into the Yamato. Can we counter it with a Yamato, do you reckon? No, but we can't counter it with a Thatch.
We do have so much counter, of course, so... And this is something that I think players should do more and more is tracking your opponent's trash. It's so important. If you see like the highest level of players, they check their opponent's trash so many times, counting the 2Ks, counting the outs, counting how can I lose, how can I win. And that is something that is very good to teach yourself into a card game. If you are winning, think about how you can still lose, and if you are losing, think about how you still can win in any options.
I think that's very well put. And yeah, keeping count of the trash, absolutely vital because, you know, rather than try, you can give yourself that information of how likely it is that they've got a 2K, which means you can make an informed judgment as to how hard you can go, how aggressive you can go. Start to play the odds, know what's most likely to actually come around and get you the victory. Well, we're still swinging. Here we see some Don being used. This is for the Lim leader skill. Like we said, you can't play cards from your hand, but you can use a leader skill. It is for another Mihawk. Now things are better. Now this is where Mihawk comes in, because now you actually get to restand one of your characters, and that makes a huge difference. We had another Don and have an even bigger Anel swing. 2 Don last time was big. Wasn't enough, Ruben, so we got a third Don on here. It's a 9K swing from the Anel. Is this one going to go through?
And is he going for a Yamato or for a live? I can't imagine he's going for a Yamato because he is. You are at 1. Okay, so he's not. Yeah, he decides to go 9.
We got 9K swing from the Anel coming down now.
Deciding if he wants to like leave the second Don open for potentially one of his counter events, or is 1 enough because he has the Asura on hand, which we already seen. So he is going for 9 swing onto the Yamato, asking 2Ks. We don't have it.
So we get rid of the Yamato. That's gone. Still 1 on the board, mind you. And it looks like we are then passing over. Only Garb and Yamato on the board. So yeah, with Lim has got a much better board established right now. Got a lot of threats, a lot of characters out there. And Chippy with Ace. Right now it's a Yamato and the Garb. The Garb's not really posing much of an offensive threat. Not unless you want to be piling a bunch of Don on there. So time to start getting a little bit established, because maybe, like, next turn could go pretty badly. There could be another Shanks.
And the worst thing about this matchup or this particular match is the Shanks is established before you establish the big body. So you have 2 choices. Or you're going to red rock, but you can't develop a big body. Or you play your big body, but you leave the Shanks up for an attack. And 12K is a very hard number to counter out. So this is what we are definitely thinking about. Do I red rock or do I... Well, if they have like 8 cost event into... I am Whitebeard into 10 cost Whitebeard, that's pretty good because you can swing double 8 or even 8-9 onto life in 1 card. 2 Don open and you know they play Hell's Judgment. So that's the decision that he now has to make.
Absolutely. Shank's been one of the 2 big new additions to the deck in OP13. The other one being that Sanji. Do tend to come around in most of these decks, which is weird with a Sanji because the second skill, you need a film or Straw Hat leader. You don't even have one for Lim. But playing it and activating those 2 Don is frankly good enough. Also, the Lim players have seemed to decide. So, got a lot of Don open. Yet to make a decision on exactly what to do with it. We're going to have a swing from Yamato here, it looks like. No, changing our mind again.
Yeah, tough turn for the Ace side. Especially if you don't have the package of I Am Whitebeard and Newgate. It's still possible. And I did see... We did see that he searched for 9 cost Newgate. So if he has I Am Whitebeard, he can still play I Am Whitebeard and the 9 cost. Yep. Even putting himself to a 10K leader if he wants to.
Well, the Aura Blade does get rid of that. There's 8 Dom. There is the I Am Newgate. That's the card we were waiting for. I Am Whitebeard, sorry. Lets you play a Edward Newgate from your hand, even if it's more than an 8 cost, which this one is. And then you can add a card from your life, if you like, to give your leader a 2K bump until the end of your opponent's next turn. Turning that ace into an 8K leader.
10K even.
10K?
Yes, I Am Whitebeard. He used the ability as well. So he took his own
life. Oh, well,
life.
Of course, you've got the Whitebeard. So yes,
and
so
the Whitebeard effect. So a 10K leader, that's very, very big to get rid of.
That's a lot.
That's That might be even too much to win next turn.
I think you might be right. Iron Whitebeard, if you take the life, gives you a 2k, and then Whitebeard just gives you a 2k. You're already at 6, which is more than the average of 5. So you got a 10k leader, and it seems like... Okay, we're starting off over on the air side of the board. I mean, do you just try and establish some threats for next turn? Do you play defense? Do you try getting over the 10k leader?
The good part is that the Yamato is rested, so you can start swinging with 6s into the Yamato. They will let it go probably after the first hit, because otherwise they will die to Shanks and probably a third Mihawk. But they have to respect it. So if you can establish a blocker, the very scary part is, if you can establish a blocker and you want to hit face, you still lose to Roger.
Yep, which is a little bit of a problem. We do have a Doflamingo blocker, which we do play in these limb decks, but you're right, blocker doesn't do much when Roger says, oh, by the way, if there's 0 Don and someone activates blocker, the game is over. Alternate win condition, I win, baby.
Yep. If you can counter a 6, a 10, and establish a blocker, you play the blocker right now, so that is what he needs to counter right now. If you can counter a 6k from leader, 10k from Whitebeard, you're safe to Roger, and you can play quite safe, attack phase, and play the blocker. If you can't counter the 10, well, the 6 he probably can, but the 10, if you can't, then it's a really awkward turn. Then he has to decide, my opponent has it or he doesn't. So that is a very tough choice for the limb player. And that's why Roger is so good. You need to consider Roger at any time.
It could come out, and that is a bit of a problem. And it's if either player has 0 life, Roger stops the blocker coming out. Well, doesn't technically stop the blocker. You do get to block, but then you lose the game. So it's not quite the same, I don't think.
Not recommended.
No, not recommended at all. We do have a nice board set up from the limb player here. We've got the 10 cost Shanks. We've got your Mihawk, your Enel, a second Mihawk, because, well, as I was talking about with Shao, Mihawk's so good, you'll want a second one.
Absolutely. And looks like he will go for Enel. Try to search for more cards to defend himself. Yes.
That's what we're going for.
Being able to draw 3 cards. Looking for more defensive tools, of course. And now he can... if I see it correctly, I think he can counter out of a 6 and a 10. So he might attack the upcoming with his Shanks this turn.
And that's the goal, right? Your opponent's got a 10k leader. Your chances of getting over the hill this turn are very, very low. So he's just setting up for next turn. Hope your opponent can not do the same thing again. And then next turn, you're going to have a decent board full of decent, powerful characters that you can use to try and get over and win the following turn. That's the goal here. We do get a Don onto Shanks because, I don't know, apparently 12k isn't enough after all. So we see a 13k swing to life with the Shanks leader. Shanks character onto the leader, sorry.
Still a lot of cards for Ace, it seems. So Ace, no Don on leader, so no extra draw. If he takes this last life, he takes last life.
So now our player's at 0 life, so if anyone tries blocking the Roger out, it ain't going to work. Thing is, though, yeah, it doesn't have a blocker, and Chippy doesn't have a Roger yet, so it's all hypothetical. As I say that, down comes Blocker Doflamingo. But again, Roger says if either player's got 0 life and your opponent tries blocking, you lose. You win the game. So that's a bit of an issue. If you get Roger down, which is there, your opponent can't block anymore.
Nope. Do we have the 6 and the 10? This is what I mentioned. If he can counter the 6 and the 10, and that is what his play was. He went for the swing on life, so that means he must have it. Otherwise, this 13k swing was not correct.
Oh yeah, you don't want to set up a Roger if you don't have the counter for the 2 characters already on the board, because otherwise you are desperate for your blocker. and you know that you're essentially setting up the Roger play by taking the last life.
He doesn't have it?
He doesn't have it, so that means that Chippy and Ace is going to be your round 5 winner here. We are halfway through, and Ace once again showing us why it is one of the top 2 decks in the format. And when Roger's out, you ain't doing no blocking at 0 life, and without enough counter in hand, that is all it is going to take.
Yes. I do think that if he couldn't counter out of the 6 and the 10, playing out the Dofi was maybe just enough. Play the blocker and don't attack with the Shanks. That was maybe an option. Because the turn after he would win anyway. So that is something that he will need to review. Or, well, we couldn't see all the cards, so it's so really hard to tell for us.
Yeah, players have access to more information than we do. They can check their trash. They can see their hand perfectly. They have more information than we do. But I agree. By playing down the blocker and putting your opponent on 0 life, those two kind of counted each other out because, well, you were kind of hoping your opponent didn't have Goldie Roger at that point.
Yes.
And if your opponent didn't have Roger, then you come back to you get to block one of them, counter out the other, and then it comes back to you. Your opponent's got no life, and you've got a great board of characters. But as soon as that Roger hit the board, we didn't know at the time, but yeah, would have gone, that's not working.
Yep.
Now that
sadly.
Roger's down, I'm not winning this game.
Yes. So one more race, extra going undefeated. One limb going down to 4-1 score. So he's definitely still in the race.
Oh, yeah. We are there. Ace is there. Lim is there. Ace and Emu. We haven't seen any Zoro on stream yet.
Not
Maybe
yet.
we need to see some Zoro. Either way, round 6 is not far away. We're going to figure out what to put on round 6. And you never know, we might invite Taj back to the stream. We'll have a think about that. You grab yourselves a nice cold beverage, but do not go anywhere. We're halfway through. But you know what's better than the first half? The second half.
We're back, and I'm back. Ruben.
Welcome back.
Thank you so much. Yes, Ross is on a break, and we are back now for some more action here at the European Championship Finals for One Piece at the Bandai Card Fest in Düsseldorf. It's our season finale. We're finishing off 2025 with a huge bang, and we're going to have players qualifying for the World Championships in Japan early next year. Ruben.
Yeah.
Next round, we have got a couple of decks that are going to be a little bit... Well, one of the decks is new to the table, isn't it, for today?
Yes, first time. Pretty weird because it's, I guess, the third most popular deck of the day, and that will be Green Zoro. Very, very strong deck. A lot of people dropped it because they don't feel very confident into Imu. That is the downside, but they do feel very confident into Ace. And the matchup that he got right now is against Ace, so... I think he's quite happy. It's a very... you really need to know what you have to do as Ace side, I think. Well, it's a very mathematical matchup.
Yep.
I tested the matchup so much, and you have to count every single round on how much counter do they have, how much counter can I have the upcoming turn, how many draws. So yeah, I'm quite excited for this matchup, actually. How weird that sounds that I will... have my third or fourth ace today.
Yeah, absolutely. And our Zoro player is Rob there, who I know quite well. I meet him at many tournaments. I've played with him. He's come to one of my locals to play as well. So very good to see him on stream as well. But yeah, both players are familiar. Definitely seen them around. So it's going to be an interesting matchup. Seasoned veterans of playing in regionals. So how are they going to cope with the pressure of the European Championship Finals? Well, there's the fist bump, and we're underway with Rob on Zoro opening with the first turn and passes.
Yep, and starting as Zoro is really good. This is one of the matchups that you are happy to go first against Ace. Normally, a lot of decks at least don't want Ace to go second, especially because they have like their perfect curve. They go Searcher into Marco, into Josu, into I Am Whitebeard, into Whitebeard, into Whitebeard, into, well, another Whitebeard. And Zoro is one of the only decks that is, well, they are happy if they can go first. Definitely a matchup that you want to go first as Zoro. It comes all down to going white with your Laws and Tashigis. And the most important part about the Ace player is being very aggressive. Yep. They want to They want to do the same curve as they were going second, but they want to have that extra Dawn on leader and swinging 7.
Absolutely. So Alaya, with the Garp search, did get the 10 cost Edward Newgate and did take a life there with that swing, but inadvertently revealed what the card was, and it was a Roger. Might have been playing another Bandai card game where you got to reveal what's in the life area there, but does give Rob a little bit of knowledge there as well, going towards a late game as to what potentially could be coming towards him. So we do have on for Don Marco now coming down for Elia, which is pretty good, isn't it?
It's pretty good, I guess. For the Zoro side, it doesn't really matter. They could play whatever. Tashigi is coming down on 5 if they have it. That card is so good. Oh. That's not a Tashigi. Well, okay. It's kind of a Tashigi. But it's actually
the one you'd expect.
5 cost Smoker.
Yep, exactly. 5 cost Smoker coming down there onto the board. Obviously, it's got Banish when it does attack and activate main. You can set up one of your Don cards as active. But then you cannot set any Don cards as active using your character effects during this turn. So you want to make sure that you sequence it correctly when you do use it. But again, nice big 7k body on the board, which will definitely help.
Yep, absolutely. That's definitely a card that you don't see every day in this green Zoro deck list. Kind of mad. I'm not sure how good it is. This feels like the perfect Josu turn. If they have Josu, take back the Garp, bounce the Smoker, you are behind. Yeah. However, no Josu. That's really good for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Swinging now with the Marco blocker because, yeah, there's no point keeping a blocker standing against a Zoro deck to a certain extent because it doesn't really do much. And there we have life taken and Yamato comes down.
And another 7.
7k swing, just trying to apply that pressure.
Yep. Very important from the Ace side, applying as much pressure as possible because that's super important. Also, there's a card that you have to respect at all times, it's Pudding. Pudding is
Yep.
it's one of the best cards, but also one of the most, I'm gonna say, hated cards that people really dislike to play against. I think one of the very best players, Harvoye, in all the interviews that he did, I think that he mentioned at least once that he really dislikes Pudding.
Yeah, Pudding is a very awkward card. But I mean, in this particular ace deck, sorry, you only have a particular window to try and play that Pudding, because you want to play it sort of at a mid-game point where you're not really got much opportunity. You don't want to be playing it when you're on 8-10 Don. You've got more efficient plays to play. So yeah, it is interesting to see if that does come out. But we do see the Zorro card coming out. Now this one is obviously, again, talking about cards people don't like to see, at the end of your turn, you're setting this one as active every time. So you're getting a free swing every turn, essentially. When you do play it, you do get a 2 Dom back. So you're essentially cheating it out for 2, aren't you?
And of course, very important, it's mandatory to restand. For some reason, I heard it a lot this weekend that people are like, I didn't know it was mandatory. It's so important, especially if they are trying to starve you. Well, of course, they want to swing on that Zoro. That Zoro, especially against Emu, for example, Emus sometimes have to decide with Mars, do I go for the Zoro or do I go for the Tashigi? The Tashigi will get rested and I can get rid of with Noshiro.
Yeah.
And that Zoro is getting active every single turn. So definitely something they think about.
Definitely, absolutely, yeah, because that Zoro, I mean, I've played against Zoro decks, and it can be really annoying, especially when it comes out with a Mihawk early on.
Oh, yeah, with 3-cost. 3-cost Mihawk into 4-cost Zoro to Koshiro, the blocker.
Yep.
That is pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're seeing our leader attacking once again. And again, using a couple of counter cards there to counter out. Still a fairly healthy hand size there for Elia.
We leave one Don open. That might indicate an Asura. Probably event, a plus 3k event. We are down to 2 lives, so it's good that he could take down the Yamato, because otherwise 3 7k is really scary to play against. Even more, 2 8ks now because of the new gate.
Yeah, and there we see it. The event being played to get out the 10-cost Whitebeard for only 8 Don.
Ooh, and he uses the ability of the 8-cost event. We will see an 8k swing and a 10k swing.
Yeah, absolutely. So for those of you that don't know, that event, not only does it allow you to cheat out a Whitebeard Pirate Edward Newgate from your hand, but it also, you can choose a secondary effect, which is to take a card from the top or bottom of your life cards, and then your leader gains plus 2,000 till the end of your opponent's turn. So you're essentially making your ace an 8k base leader for a whole turn for your opponent to have to swing into. Makes it really awkward numbers. But obviously you are taking a life, but still, it's so powerful at this stage of the game for your opponent to have to figure out the maths to be able to get over that and swing, especially when you're playing a leader that has so many cards in hand most of the time.
It's really the card that is why this leader is contesting with Emu.
Yep.
Being able to make your leader an 8k or a 10k when you play 9-cost Beard out of it. So because Emu they can't invest that much Don if they want to play another 10-cost.
Yeah, exactly.
But also really good against Zoro, of course. Zoro wants to be as aggressive as possible as well into Ace.
Yep.
Yeah, if Ace is an 8k leader, you can't be that aggressive.
So we are seeing the event being played now, plus counter on top using that Cavendish. And now we do see a 10k swing coming in from the leader. That is taken.
And this is what I meant with being very aggressive. He's ignoring the board the whole game. He didn't swing any turn on a character of the green Zoro.
Yeah.
Everything is going live. Because swinging on that smoker would essentially make the green Zoro a 7k leader. That's why he's ignoring it. And now you are also on a clock as green Zoro, because there is a 12k that can swing.
Yep.
And of course the base 6k leader, if they just split, you are already in a big problem. That's 14-14.
Yeah, starting off with an 8k swing into 8k leader here. Elia just having a think now. does have 6 cards in hand.
I see a lot of 1Ks, I think.
Yeah. So you can afford to use
Yep.
that pudding card there as a counter.
Not that good in this game.
Absolutely. And now, what's Rob going to do here with the Don that is available? So, 8 Don available.
6 Don? That must mean a law?
Are we going to
Yep.
see? Yep. Trafalgar Law hits the board, picking up that Tashigi. And replaying it rested. Resting down the guard. And we'll now see an 8K swing coming in.
And you are at the point that you have to respect the Marco and maybe even swing onto Marco because of... Yeah, Marco is for 1 Don a 7K attacker. That's a lot.
Yeah. So
8K swing from the Smoker. Really important because this card has banished. So this one, you probably need to either counter or block.
yeah, so just again teasing again. Either teasing the block or another 1K counter from hand here into that 8K leader. So just trying to apply the pressure to keep that hand controlled of Liars.
But what if you have Roger?
That's the thing as well, isn't it?
If they have
Yeah.
Roger, they are gladly taking it.
Yeah.
They are just baiting you because you have 2 Don left.
Yeah, exactly. So, what we're going to see. Just thinking about this carefully to decide what the right option here would be.
I think he's calculating the Roger because I think I did see a glimpse of a Roger in his hand.
Yeah.
If he goes to 0 place Roger, his opponent needs to counter a 6/6 and a 12 to survive. That's a lot.
Yeah,
so
so he does decide to block that one. We are
Mhm.
now seeing Gart being dealt with by that Zorro. So Zorro does come in and get rid of that. We're now left with Marco and Newgate on the board.
now he is thinking
Yeah,
if he should swing, is he respecting Roger?
yeah, exactly. So he is going to aim at the Marco here. 8K swing into 6. Yep,
Oh.
decides to let that go.
Yep.
Leader effect plus Marco effect. You do get to draw 3 cards now. So
That's
that
a lot.
does help refill that hand to a very healthy level again. And then another 8K swing coming into life.
There is Roger. But yeah, there are a lot of cards in his opponent's hand and still 2 Don open. So he's probably not going for the Roger plan because he's
Yeah,
a little bit afraid to die. But now that the 2 Don is being used, so there was no... So 6/6 12 is a lot to counter.
absolutely. Okay,
Oh,
so we come back over now. 10 Don turn, 9 Don dropped, and we are going to see the OG Edward Newgate coming down. OPO2 Newgate. 9 cost gives your leader another plus 2,000. This really is awkward, isn't it? Those plus 2,000 numbers every turn.
Well, you are forced to block with your Goshiro because otherwise next turn it will get KO'd
Yep.
by 9 cost. Yeah,
So-
he is swinging.
Yeah, so big swing coming in now. 12,000 power swing coming in with that 10 cost Edward Newgate.
We are an 8K leader. We have a lot of cards in hand. And I think we will put the Zoro to 0. Unless we block, of course, with Law, which is definitely possible.
Yep. It is an option here, as you say. So Rob just having a think. He's got 6 cards in his hand.
He's going for the block.
Yeah, he's going to go for the block. And turn passes back over. And now, 10 Don turn. What is your play here? Your opponent's still on 1 life.
8K
No.
leader.
Yeah, 8k leader, which is going to be really awkward. But no blocker active at the moment. But as we always see with Ace, plenty of cards in hand. I count at least 7 there, if not more.
And quite some 2Ks as well, I think.
Yeah. It's going to be super difficult to try and get over this. So what do you do?
I did see restand event. 8k leader make things very tough.
Yeah, it makes it really awkward, doesn't it? With the numbers you've got to, the amount of don you have to put on just to be able to sort of try and press. And knowing the fact that your opponent could have that Roger as well next turn.
And that you might die on the backswing. That's the biggest part. I'm not sure if he still has blockers left to develop, and you did see him trash one Roger, so maybe you have to say, okay, he doesn't have a second one. I will play some blockers, and they have to go for it. However, we do have a, but Koshiro doesn't matter because of nine beard.
Yep.
So it looks very tough for the green Zoro to win this.
Yeah. You get to this stage of the game and it just becomes so awkward. This is where sort of Ace comes into its sort of play, where it's just able to drop big bodies every single turn with all those, with the red and blue Edward Newgates. But we are going to swing a big.
It looks like 10.
I think it's 11. 11k swing coming in.
Or no, oh, he's going face, so he's going for the 11-11.
Yep. So does get the life and draw for it.
And blocker doesn't do anything.
So. Oh, he's going to drop.
That's okay. And Tashigi to protect it?
Let's see what he's going to do here.
No, Tashigi. So the Scorcher is a little bit weird to me.
Yeah.
It
So restands the leader, swings again. And we are seeing Ace's leader effect being fired off here for the counter there. And he's got enough counter in hand.
fairly easy to counter, of course, if you have an 8k leader.
And now, I think this is pretty much, we know what's going to happen here now,
This
don't
should be
we?
game. He should not forget the ability of his 9-cost beard, because...
Yep.
But, oh, yeah, that works as well.
Yeah, just drop the Roger. Unblockable now. Kind of activate blocker, otherwise you lose the game. So we're going to see a big swing coming in, first of all, with the Newgate. Second Newgate comes in. Does he have enough counter for it?
No, not even close.
Yeah, too much to try and come back from. Balaya wins with his ace-stick against Zoro there. And that Roger just coming down was a bit too much, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
And he just ran out of fuel. And you get to that point playing against this ace-stick, and it just becomes so awkward and difficult, doesn't it?
Yeah, his mid-game was maybe... The smoker was really, really slow.
Yep.
That was the timing that you should fire up the Tashigi, pre-done on your leader, hit the Marco. If they counter, they go -2. If they don't, well, they get 2 cards extra. That's fine, because you are taking over the board. They can't pressure your life total that much, because Zoro, in terms, is fairly easy. You want to stay as healthy as possible and swing as high as possible as much as many times. And this didn't work out, sadly, for the green Zoro player.
Just didn't find the right pieces at the right time to apply the pressure that was needed early game against Ace. And yeah, we're going to have a very quick little moment, and then we'll be back in a minute where we're going to have our special guest back with us. We're back. I'm here with Shao.
What up?
Were you watching? Well, that matchup
I was.
really
I was backstage.
Zoro versus Ace,
Yeah. I mean, it immediately makes me think about the canon. Would Zoro? Well, now that Zoro can cut fire,
Yeah.
that's a problem for Ace.
Exactly.
Maybe after the fight they could all both go out for donuts.
Yes. Yeah. Those of you who know the reference know the reference. But absolutely. So, yeah. I mean, that was an interesting game, but our Zoro player didn't find the pieces that they needed early on. And unfortunately, two of Luffy's favorite people.
Right.
But his brother comes out on top.
Yeah.
So that was.
We've had some interesting leaders as well during this
have,
whole day. There was a Lim earlier that I was really looking forward to seeing. We had a Vegapunk, which was brave. So
Yes.
yeah, people are taking some chances.
Yeah.
It's just unfortunate that the chances aren't paying off for them, but well done for them taking the chances.
Yeah, exactly. And that, to be fair, that Zoro's come pretty far and not been beaten, so it's still got a good chance potentially of making.
Think we'll
top
see
cut,
the
so
Zoro
we'll
again?
see. Maybe see it tomorrow, but we'll see. But Ace is obviously in a really good position,
Yeah.
and as we were saying, here at the Card Fest, it's been a fantastic weekend.
Yeah,
Yesterday,
great energy.
Yesterday, with 3,000 people competing in the last chance qualifier, had a couple of hundred people, I think, from that qualify for today's tournament. And I was chatting to a few of them. A couple of my friends qualified, and I think the energy here is carrying them through.
This is what I'm saying. Like you're in a big venue with people who share your passion for card games. There's opportunities to trade, to talk, to learn new skills, and just get some behind-the-scenes information. I think that anybody who's into these card games needs to at least make the trip once.
Yeah, absolutely. And someone, obviously, I play the card games several times a week when me and my son go out. We play. I organise local tournaments as well. For someone who doesn't get to play the card game, your experience seeing
Very different,
the action, how people react to the cards.
And the thing is, it's because I'm traveling so much, performing, etc., etc. It's really difficult to find time to sit down and play. I've got a couple people in my circle who play, but to find me in the country long enough to actually play with me is difficult. So I like to collect them. I love the art. I am like anybody who knows me knows I am a massive One Piece fan. So the more that I can get my hands on, the better. I'm playing the One Piece Odyssey game with my 2-year-old son at the moment. So I'm all in for it. And
exactly.
I managed to pick up the new Nami card yesterday, as well as the booklet as well, and those are beautiful.
Yeah, we get some fantastic artwork in this, and I think that's how a lot of people out there. I mean, if you're not used to playing the card game and you love One Piece, that's the best way to start. Just grab some booster packs, maybe grab some starter decks, start looking at the artwork in this set. Really great, and you can really go and easily pick up and learn how to play the game at your local card game shop as well. So.
And it will test your knowledge as well, because some of the characters that turn up, you're like, who's that? Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah.
I mean, I've speed run through the anime over the last 2.5, 3 years.
Speed run? No, you have to take your time.
Well, not speed run. I do absorb it and make sure that I'm taking my time to watch it. I watch it subbed in Japanese, so I'm concentrating on watching it and making sure I'm absorbing the whole story. So I've seen it in almost the realistic timeline. So when everyone says, we're currently on Egghead, and these two giants have reappeared after 20 years, I'm like, no, I only saw them a couple of years ago.
last week.
And that's exactly how Luffy and the crew saw them as well. So what I love about this card game is it does stick very closely to the lore of each character. So what each character does is very much emulates what they do in the manga and the anime.
And that's fantastic to see in the card game, how you can actually make that happen. And obviously the way that people play this here in a tournament setting where there are actual stakes on the line, it's going to be very different to how you're going to play it if you're just playing casually or with friends or local tournaments. I think you would have a lot more scope for creativity and different leaders and things like that.
Yeah, absolutely so. And like I said, the card game's pretty much up to date as far as we are in the anime as well. So
which is crazy. And I'm up to date with the manga, so I know what's coming next. So I don't want to say, but there was a particular character. As soon as he appeared, I was like, that guy is, that's my guy. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that card. Yeah.
Interesting future potential in the card game.
No spoilers in the chat.
Definitely for the year ahead, it's going to be really interesting.
Absolutely.
Once we start seeing those characters in the anime as well.
And imagine, eventually we're going to get to the end of One Piece tiers, and we'll probably have like a the thing on One Piece card, the thing on Raftail card, wherever the One Piece is, you'll just be able to play the One Piece card and you just win the game. Just win the game. Just like it would be like, yeah. Boom,
Talking
done.
of which, I mean, you know, like we talk about the One Piece and winning the game almost instantly. That Roger, we've got that, you know, Roger card that we saw come down in the last game, and he is a really good card. He's got the ability of rush, and when you do play him, if your opponent activates a blocker, they lose the game.
Yeah,
So essentially, it just makes
gone.
it. It makes him the strongest pirate, king of the pirates. He's king of the pirates for a reason.
Yeah.
And that card just sort of emulates that as well. So.
Although, I'm looking forward to a young Roger card because that guy was not on game.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see how that dynamic works. But again, you know, we've got this weekend. We've got. We're probably going to see now top cut. I think, you know, we were talking about earlier on, and we were talking about the decks with you as well, about Emu and Ace being the decks that are probably going to be shining this weekend. But as you were saying as well, it's good to see people coming to a European Championship final where they're trying to earn a place at the World Championships in Japan, trying out different decks as well, not just necessarily sticking to the, you know, the top two.
If you had your choice, meta aside, which deck would you want to see win?
Well, I've loved playing this year, as people might know, and I've taken this to regionals as well. It's from PRB 01, so the first best of set. They only had one leader in that, and it was Red Sanji, which allows you to make any of your characters with no on play, 8 cost or less, a rush character. So I really had fun with that deck. It's not
very aggressive deck.
It's not going to do well here because I just don't think it's ready, but it's got potential in the future, you know, with some new cards coming out, and maybe can shine a little bit, but it never has.
I've been speaking to a lot of people, and people have their decks that they run, but they also have their experiment decks in the back. You know, like I'm trying to make this work. I know it's not going to work, but I really, But if it does, then I'm going to be, you know.
Exactly. And my favorite character has always been Trafalgar Law.
Interesting.
So from day one, when the first set came out, I was playing the red-green Law. I tried to make the Law work that came out later on, and I ended up playing with Kid in the yellow Kid deck. I'm waiting for this new Trafalgar Law in OP14 EBO4 set that's coming out in the new year, so I can try and make Law work again.
Do you know Law has a theme song, and it's cold. I recently I've been updating my gym playlist, and I've just been adding pure One Piece music, like original background music to my gym playlist, and I hadn't heard. I mean, obviously I have heard Law's theme song, but it's not really registered in my head. So I listened to it. And I was like, this is cold. How can we get such a good theme song? Him and Katakuri. Again, because I'm so focused on the anime sometimes, like some of the background music in the anime is incredible and it just sticks in my head. But I didn't really register Katakuri's theme song until I heard it isolated. I was like, this is crazy. That's going in the gym playlist. I'm going to lift something heavy to that. So, yeah.
Fantastic. We've got some really good action going on here at the Bandai Card Game Fest. Earlier on, I was around the side there. We've got some players playing with huge jumbo cards against each other.
And then there's the card mosaic as well.
Yes, so we've got a giant mosaic which we are attempting to complete with players donating cards of certain colours, so we can get a nice mosaic done as well. So
I'm interested to see that finish.
I think it's really important to just check out the Bandai socials. Make sure you're following like the official One Piece card game socials and the Bandai card game socials as well, just to see what's going on here at the Bandai Card Game Fest.
Just come here.
Yeah, if you can get to Düsseldorf today or tomorrow.
Walk. It will take a couple hours. It's fine.
I'll be fine. But yeah, we're having a wonderful time here at the Bandai Card Game Fest. We've got more action coming just shortly. But thank you, Shao, for joining me here.
Thank you, everyone at home, for watching as well. We appreciate you.
Absolutely. And we'll be back in a little while.
Much love.
We're back, and Ross is back. We are going to be showing you another matchup with two new leaders we haven't seen today so far, Ross.
Indeed, including what is presumptively the 4th best deck in the meta, which isn't really saying very much because, like I say, we've got Imu, Ace, Zoro, number 4. That, at least, was people's view coming into this meta.
Yep.
That's what people were saying coming into the event. Number 4 is apparently Roger, so it's going to be interesting to see, can Roger keep up? Of course, we haven't had that many events in the OP13 meta, but for the few we've had, Roger seems to be kind of the top of that next tier down. Are we going to see Roger flexing his muscles? He is supposed to be the king of the pirates after all, Taj.
Yeah, absolutely. And this deck really is good, super good,
If
you find the right pieces at the right time. And it is about the ramp. So if you can find the right cards on curve and be able to play them out and ramp super quickly, then this leader is absolutely amazing. But it is up against my favorite character in the One Piece universe, Trafalgar Law. So
you are quite partial to Law.
I am a little bit, yeah. So Law is my favorite character, as I mentioned earlier on when Shao was on. And this is the yellow-green variant that I didn't really have much success with. And if anyone saw me on a previous European Championship finals where I had a bit of, let's just say it was a game on stream between rounds with a fellow caster where I was given the deck and I hadn't played it, and I didn't really do too well with it.
Disappointed, Taj. Disappointed. Wow, we got the Punk Hazard Law, the Green-Yellow Law against Roger. King of the Pirates against King of the Heart Pirates. We are off, and it seems like we are starting off with Gold D Roger, 1 Don, and oh, look at that! Turn 1 Shanks.
Young Shanks hits the board, and a good start trying to find the pieces that you need. As I said, it's very much a deck that requires you to find each piece on curve, and that is a very nice piece to be get. That was, I believe, was that the Scooper Gaban, I think he got there.
Scooper Gaban, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. That's what was searched out there.
Yep.
One of these cards, and in a shocking twist, it can ramp.
Absolutely, and we see manga version of that 7-cost Trafalgar Law there being added to hand as well for Maximilian there.
It seems like we've got a Perona coming down, and then we've got a Don on the Roger leader. We're going to do a little bit of a swing, laughing away as he does so.
Yep, and that was easily countered out there by the Zorro. Remember, our Goldie Roger has got minus 2,000 power until you get to that phase where you can't get any more Don from your Don deck.
Yeah, once you've got 10, well, if you don't put Don out,
Yes.
then you've got, you don't have to attach Don, you've got 10 Don, you've got 7,000 power. It's all good. Now, we do see a Bonnie hitting the board here for our Law player, and that is the one whereby it's a blocker, and you can add a card from the top bottom to your life to replace it with a Supernova. And this is what these Supernova decks like to do, is essentially manipulate your life. So you're adding life, recovering life, but it's not just about recovering life, it's also about setting cards on top with good triggers to make sure you know what's coming.
Yeah, but also it can help fix your hand as well, as you're saying, like at this particular point, swapping out a card can really be useful, and that's what we've seen. So we've got a ramp. This is perfect now. Roger doing what Roger wants to do. Bon Clay hitting the field, and we do get an additional card and another big swing coming through.
8k because you don't have 10 Don.
That's
It
right.
seems like we are going to block it with Bonnie there that just came down last turn. Gets rid of that swing, and it seems like that'll be it, and we're back over to Maximilian here. And we're going to see a cheeky 5k leader swing.
Yeah, just a 5k, forcing a counter out of hand. And now we do see, this is a blast from the past, isn't it? We still see it played today. The 5-cost blocker Law.
OPO 1 Law.
Yeah, allows you to pick up this one.
You return a character to your hand, and then you play a 3-cost or less from your hand. So you pick one up and essentially just replace it.
Yeah, absolutely. So blocker Law there, and then now using leader effect to play that Bonnie from the top of life.
Very nice indeed. And this is another reason why you want to stack your life. so that you can take advantage of that leader skill. So we,
Yeah, absolutely, and you know that's what this leader is all about. Don times 1, you activate main once per turn. If the total of your cost of your characters is 5 or more, you may return one of your characters to your hand. Reveal 1 card from the top of your life cards. If it's a supernova card with a cost of 5 or less, you may play that card, and that's why that Bonnie was put at the top of that life there earlier on, just to make sure it can be played out.
yeah, that helps a lot. We did see that Scopocaban hit the board, and it does let you draw 2, trash 1, and then add a dark Don card from your Don deck rested. So more ramping coming out pretty regularly from Matcha and that Goldie Roger deck. You want to get up to 10 Don. When you do, things get so much more fun.
Absolutely do. So let's see what he's going to now do here. Still, look at his hand. It's, you know, you can see that he's got... He did just get rid of the 9-cost Edward Newgate there, but does he have pieces there that will be ideal for the late game? He is up to 10 Don now. And does swing with leader.
So that should be an 8k swing, which is hard to counter out. So you just take the life. It was a Perona. And now we got a swing with Bonclay Bentham here. Can, of course, copy some power, but then counter out of it using that Zorro as well. And that's just asking a lot of questions. Matcha then just going, you know what? I'm going to waste a bunch of your resources. Here comes that Perona that just got taken off of the life. Let you go and search for a character. Here we go and get yourself a bit of the old Roanoa Zorro. Only get slash attributes, but if anyone's going to be a slash attribute, it's going to be Zorro.
Yeah, absolutely is. And we see leader swinging into that Bonclay there just to get rid of it. And here comes the 7-cost Trafalgar Law. So on play, put a supernova card on the top of your life. Attach a rested Don to your leader as well. And knowing what was put on the top of life there, can use a leader ability to play it out. Good synergy there with that 7-cost Law and the leader itself.
So that's 2 Bonnie blockers, both played for free at this point, using that leader skill, which is pretty impressive. We see a swing from Scopocaban here, and that is just going to be blocked by Law, combined with a Zorro counter. Oh, and it's Big Daddy Newgate time. Now we get a 2k bump to the leader, goes up to a 9k. That should be +2, should it not?
Yep.
There we go.
+2.
That'll go up to a 9k leader, and that is going to be very hard to get anything going on Maximilian's next turn, at least in terms of going after life.
Yeah, absolutely. So, what are we going to see here? Another search there. This Perona's been putting a shift in here.
It really has. We see multiple Verona searches all coming down, going and searching out those slash characters. It's another Zorro. Most have been used for countering so far. And it seems like we're going to pop a Don on our leader. We're going to get a little bit of a swing going.
Yep. Had a reveal the top of life there. So it looks like it's a Rosanonce.
Okay, so we're not doing anything with it now. Just kind of having a little bit of a look. Does give your opponent that knowledge of what's on top of your life. So you need to be a little bit careful with that.
Yep, got a Cavendish there into hand. So another Don underneath the leader.
swing.
Swinging now, swinging 7.
But the leader's 9 right now, is it not? So it can't be at the leader.
Yeah, just trying to get rid of the characters on.
Okay,
yeah.
so we're going to have that Scopocaban. That one does go down. We're going for a little bit of a board clearing here, which I don't mind. You're set up quite nicely. You got a bunch of stuff down. Let's go after our opponent's characters and then have a jolly old time from there.
Yeah, swinging now with that Trafalgar Law. 9,000k swing coming in.
9,000k.
Sorry, 9k.
that
that would have been a big swing.
That
if it
would have
was.
been a big swing. But it does look like we're both a match now. What's he deciding to do? Okay, so we do just have a counter. It's that young buggy coming down, getting that counter rolling. Nothing is going through.
Yeah, that Perona now being replaced by Cavendish, which is such good value.
If you're playing a green leader with Supernova at the bottom of the card, you are playing Cavendish. It's such an absurdly good card. And we do see a swing there from the Law, which does take a life. Then they match it down to 3 life remaining. Maximilian's only got 1, but he does have Blocker Law, Blocker Bonnie. So
yeah, Law, there's a blocker on the board. So yeah, it does give a bit of protection for 1 attack coming through with that Trafalgar Law. So Shanks is now dropped on the board as well. Now this makes things a little bit awkward. This Shanks here, not only does it have Rush, but it gives all of your opponent's characters minus 1,000 power. That's a constant effect on both players' turns at all times. It just means that you have to commit so much more Don now to be able to get viable swings through. But Maximilian does have characters which are 6,000 power, which really does help, and that 9,000 power Law. So still has viable attacks that would come through, but
right now we did see an attack go through to go to 0 life. We saw Shanks go through and get blocked, so the Law blocker went down, but it feels like Roger is getting very close to the end of the game here. Maximilian does have Law, 2 Bonnies, and the leader. In theory, if all 4 of those attacks go through, that would allow for the win.
yeah.
But things are starting to get a little bit awkward.
Starts off with a 7k swing with Bonnie, as you can see. That looks like an 8, but obviously that Shanks has reduced it down by 1,000, so does counter out of this attack. Now again, attaches a Don to Trafalgar Law just to activate that leader effect to begin with.
We see a Cavendish swing here. Again, all these are minus 1,000 because of the Shanks. The leader is 7,000, essentially 8,000 is another way to think about it. But Uso Hachi counters out of that.
Yeah, just trying to find a way to just pressure here and survive.
We do see a Law coming down. That's
Yeah.
going to restand and get another swing with a Cavendish.
Yeah, the original starter deck Law that restands from that Eustace Captain Kidd starter deck way back from the...
Well, before OPO1.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very earliest days of the game. Well, that attack is going through. There is going to be a leader swing here for 7k. That is going to be countered out using that Sanji, another card from right back at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, it's not looking good here for Maximilian now.
It's really not. He needed more swings to get through than this. Match has been very casually just countering out of it. We see a swing here with the Mangalore.
Yeah, 10k swing coming in now, 2 Don attached.
And it is just, we got an event there that gets rid of that one nice and easily, that color of the Supreme King Haki. And it does then give all your opponent's characters minus 1,000 power, in addition to the minus 1,000 they already got from Shanks.
Yeah.
So
now we have that imposing Shanks on the board. We've got that Edward Newgate as well.
We see a swing with Shanks. This is getting countered. But the problem is there's a Newgate waiting, and that's going to be enough. Roger is too strong. There is a reason why Roger is king of the pirates, and we saw it then. When you got people like Shanks and Newgate backing you up, it's going to be a good time. And that's just a fancy way of saying you got to the end game, and your characters were just too darn big.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what you need to, I mean, at the end of the day, in order to beat Roger, you need to really get in there early and pressure.
Yes.
Before they get there. But he just had too much life left by the time he was on his 10 Don. And it was an uphill struggle for that Trafalgar Law player.
Get to 10 Don, your leader then goes to its quote-unquote natural state of 7,000 power, and then Shanks comes down for the minus 1,000, and you've essentially got an 8k leader. You've got potential for Newgate, which gives you a 2,000 bump for the turn. You've got things like Color the Supreme King Haki, which can then give your opponent -1 and all their characters, and leader, which is just another way of saying +1 to your leader, but better because it also counts if they go after characters. And you just end up too big, too strong, too imposing, and that's how it ends.
Yeah, absolutely. And in this card game, you know, having leaders that are 6,000 power or 7,000 power, just 6,000 makes such a huge difference.
Oh yeah,
and makes it a lot more mathematically difficult for your opponent to get those, you know, get those swings in that will just push above and make your opponent forced to counter enough cards at hand. We always say the sweet point in the One Piece card game is to attack 2,000 power above your opponent's leader.
Yes.
Power, just so then you can force 2 cards out of hand or an event out of hand to keep that pressure going. But when your opponent's leader 6,000 power, the commitment you have to make in order to get those swings through is just too much. And when a Shanks comes down like that, giving all of your characters minus 1,000, it does become a uphill challenge.
Yeah, I mean, your characters essentially have to swing with a plus 3k just to make your opponent have to counter. And then they can have a 1k counter, and that's enough. That's all they need. And it's just so hard to get over it. And there really has been a real trend in the One Piece card game. Like you say, anytime a leader has more than 5,000 power, they end up being a viable leader. Somebody makes it work at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you're essentially you're not establishing anything on board that turn if you're still applying pressure to your opponent.
Yep.
So it's a catch-22. Do you try and establish characters on board, but not be able to impose pressure that turn? Or do you impose pressure and not be able to establish more characters? So very difficult indeed. And as we saw there, Goldie Roger took the win and found all the pieces that were needed to be able to get to where he needed to.
Absolutely. Well, maybe Roger could be the answer here. Maybe Roger is going to be the thing that breaks up that top three of Emu, Ace, and Zoro. What we're going to do is we're going to go and figure out if that is actually going to happen. And if we're going into round 7...
Is it round 7 or round 8? We're going
It's
into round
8. We just did rounds. We're going into round 8. We are going thick and fast here. There's 3 rounds remaining. And what are you going to do? Go away from the stream and miss one of the last 3 rounds, which are the best and most exciting rounds? No, I don't think you're going to do that. Grab yourself a nice cold beverage, but don't go anywhere. Last 3 rounds are coming up faster than you think they are. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Bandai Card Fest, to Düsseldorf in Germany, to the European Championship Finals for the One Piece Card Game, myself, Ross Gilbert, and the lovely Taj Dalawal. Now, it's time, Dash.
Yeah, we've tried to avoid it all day, haven't we? But we got to the inevitable.
We got to the inevitable. It is an Emu mirror, probably about the 274th that's been played today, but the first one that we've had on the stream. And look, in the OP13 meta, if you want to get to grips with the OP13 meta, you understand where we are, the Emu mirror is an integral part of the format in which we find ourselves in OP13. And we've got some high-level players playing it here.
We do indeed. We've got our London regional champion, Fletch there, Benjamin on the screen, as you can see, and Max, we've got Mirko Zanetti, who's playing against another top player, constantly makes top cut, and was 4th in our European Regional Championship in the past as well. So
now I find that incredibly relevant because, of course, we've talked about the fact we've drawn the parallels. January 24, when we were in Utrecht, and we had this format with OP05 where it really was Sakazuki. One of the top 4 best players was Marco in that tournament. And what that showed is they can take the best deck and learn the mirror and compete even if they're playing the best deck that everybody's gunning for. Well, that might be where we are this weekend. It might be that we're there with Emu again. So you're telling me that they are that good of a player and they did it 2 years ago in OP05 with Sakazuki. Might mean they can do it again in OP13 with Emu.
yeah, absolutely. Both these players are undefeated as well.
That helps.
And, you know, Benjamin Fletch, as we know, I saw him this morning and asked him, what spicy deck are you playing today? And he's like, Emu. And I was like, I expect you to play something different. He's like, we're here to win it, you know, to do our best. So he was here with Trek, again, a very high-class player, Treasure Cup finalist, and my first ever commentating gig at the UK Games Expo against Arman back in 2023. These players playtest really hard. They're testing the spice. You're saying we were trying VV out in this deck. Didn't really work. We know the set format. Everyone knows what this deck's about now. And it's going to do what it's going to do. And as we see the game getting almost ready to start, it's going to be... if you haven't seen the Emu Mirror match, it is very interesting. First of all, you start off with a slightly different stage to what you're normally going to see. You start off with a 1-cost Mary Jo stage to be able to play the Celestial Dragon cards for 1 cost less. But it's going to be finding the right pieces, having the right pieces in hand, and then towards the end game, as you're trying to drop those 10-cost Elders, where you're having to use all of the Don available to be able to play it and activate it, rather than relying on counter events as you do against every other deck.
Yep.
It's cards with counter in your hand that you're going to rely on. So those counter events are going to be really important in the early game to keep that life up. But towards the end game, you might end up trashing some of them just to get some events from your deck with the leader effect to be able to survive the onslaught you're going to get from your opponent.
Absolutely, and it's not terribly important, but we've changed the orientation here, right? We've now got the players at top and bottom rather than left and right.
I think that will be corrected as we'll see how that goes.
It doesn't matter. We can see it fine either way. I just want to make sure I'm not going crazy.
You're not going crazy. You're not going crazy. Yeah, it's slightly different orientation.
And we can see, as you have suggested there, both players have already got that 1-cost stage. Most of the time, you'll see the 10-cost stage, the 7-cost stage empty throne. We'll talk about that more later. There is a fist bump. We are back with the right orientation, with the right players, with the right decks. Emu is the right deck. We're discarding a card to draw a card, and we're using 1 Dom. And, well, we're getting the Elders together. They are at our service.
Yeah, absolutely. This first search is going to be fantastic. Allows you to look at the top 3 cards, but more importantly, get 3 cards in the trash as well. Leader effect's already got you 1 there. 4 cards in the trash, which is exactly what you want. You want to get those Elders in there. But more importantly, get up to 7 cards in trash as early as possible to give yourself protection, because you don't want your opponent using that Mars against you if they possibly can. So, yeah.
Saw a player, well, testing with Ruben earlier, we saw a player do it. Turn 1, 7 cards in trash. And actually, I'll tell you what, Mirko here is working on it. They've already got 4. They pass over. Nothing played there, but plenty of cards in the trash, which is important. That is a goal early doors.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, 3 Don turn, there is an opportunity if you have got the Saturn to be able to play that out. look at the top 5 and being able to find a card. But we'll see what Benjamin's going to be able to do. So starts off trashing off the leader effect, drawing a card, and looks like there is going to be a 4-cost.
Oh, and actually goes and hits the trigger there, which is just activates the main effect, which is look at the top 3 cards, find a Celestial Dragon, and trash the rest. So again, it's more cards in your trash. And I think they've just gone up to 7, you know.
Yeah, more than likely, because I did have 4 in trash, so they would be on 7 now. And just as I predicted, there we go, Fletcher's playing the Saturn to be able to do that top 5 search to try and find the pieces to go into trash. Well, first of all, trying to find the pieces to put into hand. And that does look like it's going to be the 10-cost 5 Elders going into the hand while the rest gets put at the bottom. Now, it's really important, if you don't know about the Emu deck, you are going to be doing a lot of searches, digging into your deck quite often. So stack those cards back in the right order at the bottom, because you are going to be seeing them towards the late game.
There aren't many decks that can get all the way through to actually see those cards again, such that the order would matter, but this is one of the exceptions. So, we've got that Saturn down there for Benjamin Fletch. We're now over to Mirko. I haven't got anything down now. You got 4 Don, but of course that 4 Don is actually potentially 5 Don when you build in the stage, which of course will lower the cost by 1.
Yeah, so it gives you an opportunity to play one of the 2 4-costs Elders, or, you know, and even then swing maybe 6 with your leader as well. Or if you have got some other way that you can search, you could potentially use one of those Don for that. Saint Shalria is a perfect example. But
well, we've got one coming down here. It is your Jay Garcia Saturn. Very much like we saw from Benjamin here. Just going and doing that search, getting more cards in your trash. Because it's not just about getting the 7 cards in the trash. There are also other things that we can do later as well.
Yeah, that Saturn's really useful. Allows you to do a top 5 search. But again, stack those 4 cards that you're putting back at the bottom in the order that you want. But yeah, again, replacing it in your hand, giving you pieces you need. But again, you'll be swinging with it next turn and then potentially getting another 5 Elder piece in that trash of yours. So now Mirko is just going to have a decision now. Do you just swing 5 with leader, or do you attach the Don and swing 6? Keep one of the Don back maybe for an event. But yeah, just going 5, holding that 1 Don back.
Naked 5-cost swing there, not adding any Don, just doing a little bit of a cheeky swing, get it sit through. Second card picked up by Benjamin there. Of course, the top players are going to know when they can afford to take that Don and when they've got to just hang back a little bit. That is that St. Sharia there coming down, doing more searching. Of course, for those that are a little bit less initiated into the deck, your goal here is you're building up to the 5 Elders, which lets you trash it.
Yep.
And all your other characters to play all the 5 Elders from your trash. So you're really just trying to build up all of them in the trash so that you can go nuts with that 5 Elders card when it comes out.
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't want to hit 3 or 4, Taj.
You want to make sure that you're getting good value and hitting all 5, because if your opponent's got all 5 and they do their 5 Elders, you're definitely going to pay for it later on. So yeah, again, another search being fired off here. 1-cost event. Have a look at the top 3. Ooh, okay, and we do have a Walkery there.
Okay.
Potentially is an option, otherwise a couple of blockers as well. So 3 blocker options there. Decides to go for the cheaper of the 3, getting the Walkery into the trash there. Swinging now with Saturn, as expected. 5 into life, forcing out a card from hand.
Yeah, the tie goes to the attacker. You got 5, your opponent's got 5. Any counter will do. It is that Shirahoshi, which is used. We see a lot. It was a 2K counter when you only needed a 1K.
Yep.
Doesn't feel great.
Yeah, but I think in this matchup, you play it mainly for the ace matchup as far as playing it, because it allows you to obviously control your opponent's hand, and in this case, you do just use it as counter. So, but yeah, as you say, 2K counter just goes to show that is there not 1K, or you're just holding back your Elders to be able to play them on curve until you get to that all-important 10 Don turn. So yeah, looks like that's the way that he's playing it.
We do see another Saturn hitting the board here, and that is going to go and do another one of those lovely searches. Really trying to get towards that. I didn't see any of the Gorosei in his hand there from those 5 cards.
There was a Jupiter in there.
There was a Jupiter.
Yeah, so he's just deciding. Jupiter's 2K counter as well. Could be a good choice. Oh, that's his hand, sorry. Yeah. So it's his hand. Just having a look and seeing what is good to take. Let's see what he has.
Oh,
got
no,
in
there
that
is one there.
search.
There's a Saturn there.
Yep.
And, oh, the actual 5 Elders itself.
Yeah, decides to take another one of the 5 Elders now.
Yeah, there
So
were plenty of options in his hand. I was
Yeah.
just apparently being a little bit unobservant.
well, Benjamin did get one of the 5 Elders earlier on as well. Trashed one right at the beginning of the game with the leader effect.
Yep.
So does have access to 2 of them, one in the trash as well. So that's 3 seen already in that deck. And now just sort of passes over. Let's see what Mirko decides to do here. I think maybe we'll see that Charlia being trashed off the leader effect.
Well, Nuzdro goes into the discard for the minute.
Yeah, there we go. So she is trashed for the leader effect to draw 1.
Now we get another Saturn. It's just Saturn all over the place. That's 4 of them
Yep.
between the 2 players hitting the board here. But of course, when you're playing the earlier 5 Elders, these are the ones you want, right?
Yeah.
Because this goes and gets everything else.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we were talking about, you're going to see the bottom of your deck. Gets you to sort out those cards, put them in the order you need. Because you know in the mirror match what you want to have pieces-wise in your hand. So another one drops down.
Well, we got a
Again.
Mars off the last one. What can we get off of this one? Doesn't like there are options. Oh, and it's going to be...
Nustero there, yep.
We've got Nuzdro and Mars in hand for Mirko, at least here. And then free 5k bodies as well.
Yeah, and this is the thing about the Mary Jo stage. I mean, there for 6 Dawn, you've managed to get out 2 4-cost searches as well as 5k bodies at the moment. And the next turn, potentially, you could play something like the Jupiter and make everything 7,000 power, which is pretty good.
Well, yeah, then you're going to have a bunch of 7,000 power Saturns on the board just sitting there going for it. That's going to
Yeah.
be...
Absolutely.
That's going to be quite the advantage.
Yeah. You do want to apply pressure to your opponent just before you get to that 10 Dawn turn. Make sure that life is as low as possible.
There's a swing with Saturn into, shockingly enough, Saturn, but we do have a counter there.
Yeah.
So that came straight back out again. We're good. We're saved.
2k counter with the Jupiter there.
Yep.
Passes back over to Benjamin Fletch. Fletch is now on 7 Dawn turn. So can certainly play a Jupiter out of now and be able to apply that pressure. Still has a blocker on board as well. So can sustain 1 or 2 attacks that will be coming through next turn. Discards the plus 3k counter event. That also allows you to KO 5 costs or less, but obviously that's not going to be applicable with the opponent having more than 7 cards in trash.
Yep.
Doesn't really help at this stage, so it's only a plus 3k counter.
Absolutely. That's the world's equilibrium cannot be maintained forever. So now we get more done out in that area. Is the Shepherd Jupiter coming down, I believe?
That's Jupiter, yep. So now 7k swings coming in. So now a 7k swing into the Saturn. Another 7k swing, this time into life now, forcing potentially a... Well, there's no Dawn open, so it is going to be life taken. Or
And this is a standard thing. It's your turn, your opponent's turn. That +7, that +2 just kind of... It just sits there having fun and doing its thing.
Yeah, but that's a nice trigger to get there off that life to 5 Elders at your service.
It is on your turn only, I should say. What I meant is as soon as you play it, it's off, it's rolling immediately. You don't have to, it's not like something you have to activate or do anything for.
Absolutely. So it is only on your turn, so when you do come back, it will be, all your Elders will be back to their original base power.
They will indeed. We see a counter out of the swing there from the leader with a Dawn on.
Yep, 2k counter again. So now...
It's another Peter from the other side.
Yep, which is just pretty much seeing our players emulating what each other's doing. So 7k swing now into the Saturn. We are going to block this time. That little 2k blocker does help.
Yeah, Charlos comes in.
Yep, those...
Just 2-cost blocker. It's not got any power, but it's going to deflect an attack. That's what it's going to do, and it works very nicely. So we do have completely parallel boards there. Both players with 2 Saturn and a Jupiter there. And they're all 7k now.
Yeah, and good play there by Fletch, using the never existed in the first place to save that Saturn, because he knows that the later the game we go, those events are not going to really be used while you're trying to chain as many 5 Elders as you can in a row. So trying to make sure that you got the right pieces in hand. Counter characters is really what you want to have. and making sure you got enough of the 5 elders. So both players have probably got access to all 5 of the 5 elders at this point, having all the searches that we've seen early game.
You'd like to think so. We've seen a lot of cards be played, a lot of cards be trashed. You would like to think by now that they are set up and ready to roll.
Absolutely. So
there's a swing with the other Saturn now.
Yep.
Looks like it was going into the Peter. No.
Yep. Going into the Saturn. So yeah, 7k swing into 5.
Because you get the boost because it's your turn, your opponent doesn't.
Yep. Still a Don open, so could use a counter event here to counter out of this if one is available.
Does he have a counter event available? Looks like he might.
Yep, he does. Never existed in the first place. Used again. They're mirroring what each other's doing, to be fair. Peter swings in for 7 into life, and then a 5k swing coming in. And here we see all 9 Don committed to play the 5 elders, and that's just sitting on the board now. Now, interestingly enough, that Jupiter on the board
lowers the power.
It does indeed, yeah. So if you've got 10 or more cards in your trash, set the base power of all your 5 Elder type characters to 7,000. That includes the big 5 Elders. That is only on your turn, though. So on your opponent's turn, it's still at 12,000 power.
We saw some Peter on Peter action there. And look, if you're Benjamin, you're looking at, you've got 1 more life than your opponent. And where you did have a better setup, I'm not sure you're going to have much of a better setup for long if we're doing what I think we're doing. And because of the stage, you can play this as a 9 cost rather than a 10, letting you trash a card from your hand and use your 10th Dom to activate the skill to play out all 5 Elders. Generally speaking, 10 Don to play, and you have to wait till next turn to pay the extra Don to actually activate it. But with the stage bringing it down to a 9 cost, that absolutely works on 1 turn.
Yeah, so on curve, we're seeing it being played here now. So leader's still got a swing. We've got Nustero as well, which is a rush character, which will give something -2. So going to do the efficient thing. Swing with Nustero first. Reduce one of those Saturns down to 3,000 power, just to be able to sort of guarantee getting rid of it. 7k swing into 3. And if it doesn't work, then you've still got the leader swing to be able to do a 5k swing into 3 as well. So definitely the best sequencing there by Mirko to be able to do that. So just deciding what to do here. I think Benjamin was obviously aware of what was going to be happening here as well. So yeah.
I think most people, when you say against an Imu, when they're putting 9 Don to one side, you're like, okay, fine, I get it. I know what you're doing. I'm not happy about it, but I do understand what you're doing here. Now we are going to be swinging there with the Nuzro into Saturn.
So it's 7 into 5, and smart way of doing it. 7 into 5 and then 5 into 3, giving a -2,000 to the Saturn that was not being targeted by the Nuzro, which is, smart play. Absolutely the way to do it. And now we have got the 5 Elders on the board as we come back over to Fletch. So it does give him the ability to now swing first with it for 12,000. And he's just got to decide where to target. So, does get blocked anyway by Walkery. So allows him to draw a card when KO'd.
And that means that you can now start going a little bit nuts using this skill. Because you've used the stage, that means you have a Don open, so you can pay the last Don, trash the card from your hand, and get 5 Elders cards, all with different names, and all with 5,000 power. They all go down at exactly the same time, and then you have got a board full of it.
Yeah, absolutely. So Fletcher's in the position now to be able to get all of them out, activate that 5 Elders, but at the same time, still have 9 Don open, leader swing available. Nustero can swing as well with Rush and reduce something by 2,000 power. So pretty good position to be in, and still healthy with 3 life as well. So can really apply some pressure this turn now.
And that's the thing. Benjamin seems to have been just like a tick ahead for the whole game. They've had a bit more life, a bit better setup. And, your opponent got their 5 Elders, but you've now got yours, and you've got 5, whereas your opponent's got 4. You've got 3 life, whereas your opponent's got 2. I do think we should make the players put the 5 Elders opposite each other on the playmat, just for neatness sake. It doesn't really matter, but it's something I feel moderately strongly about.
So another 5 Elder added to hand there. So That's all of them now being seen. So he is holding 2 in his hand, Benjamin.
Well, there's a Nuzuro swing.
So yeah, starting off with just a 7k swing with Nuzuro. Let's see what Mirko's going to choose to do here. No Don available. Do you counter or do you take the life here? It's dangerously putting you down to 1 life.
You don't want to go down too close too early.
Yeah.
Looks like did we block that one?
Yeah, that was blocked. And
we had another one taken out.
Yep. And now leader effect to trash the Nuzuro, draw a card, and then use a 9 Don remaining to play down another 5 Elders. So
I like this very much indeed. And this is what you want to be doing as the Imu player. Like, you get your 5 Elders out, and when they start dropping, you're like, okay, I'll play a new 5 Elders and get them all back again.
Absolutely. And the great thing about this now is Benjamin's got 3 life, but all of his 5 Elders are protected. They're not going to be able to be targeted. And he can use his blockers if need be, but he's going to happily take those swings and allow those 5 Elders to stay on board and utilize those blockers to be able to be used as 7k swings. So really smart play by Benjamin here in the sequencing of doing things. So just deciding now whether to block or take that. Yeah, decides to block, draws a card off it as well.
Okay, so the block comes down. You get to draw a card, of course, because when KO'd, you do get to draw a card. Love blockers that draw on KO. We have a marker that does it as well. It makes me incredibly happy. We're now playing some Don, and it seems like, yeah, we are going for it all over again. And Mirko is just completely refreshing. And we're going to see this a bunch. This is number 2, I think, for both players now.
Yep.
Having used this card twice for both. And the goal is just to get all of your characters out. You've got a bunch of 5k, but they've been boosted up to 7k. And then, in theory, you swing a few times with them, and you're going to be good to go.
Yeah, absolutely. So Mirko's now doing his Saturn search just to decide which card he's going to take to hand here. Decides to take the Nuzuro, which is a smart choice. Gives you that rush option next turn. If you don't want to go 5 Elders, or if you don't have the ability to play 5 Elders, that Nuzuro could be vital in trying to push for game. But we do see a block off that Nuzuro attack and pass back over to Benjamin here. So we are going to have 2 7k swings available with the Saturn and the Peter. And then if you do trash the Peter off the leader effect, your 5 Elders is now 12,000 power again. So you could swing 12,000 with that as well. So
if you're going to refresh with the 5 Elders at some point anyway, I don't mind this play at all. Just kind of getting rid of the thing that's bringing your power down. Essentially, you get a plus 5k by getting rid of your own character.
Yeah, and the leader ability allows you to do that and draw a card at the same time as well. So we'll see those 2 attacking first. So Saturn goes in with the 7k swing.
And you need to make sure you don't put yourself in a position where your board is so much worse than your opponent's, and they can just go swing, 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 yay! Yeah, I won the mirror match.
Yeah, so we can see Mirko there using 2 cards to counter out of that 7k swing, and now another 7k swing coming in with Jupiter. And do you commit another 2 cards here? Because Old Don is
not even thinking about it, went straight to the hand, got the Charlos and the Shirahoshi. Both of those came down nice and easily.
Yep, and as predicted, Jupiter is trash using leader effects, so that 5 Elders has gone up from 7,000 power to 12,000 again. And that big 12k swing is going to be coming in now.
That is going to be hard to deal with.
Yep, does get blocked. And we do see Walkery blocking it, and on block when getting KO'd, it does draw the card as well. So 1 more card added to Mirko's hand, and now we will see Benjamin activate that 5 Elders.
And the good news is, when you're playing a mirror match like this, you know your opponent's deck because it's maybe 1 or 2 cards different to your deck, but that's it. So it means that when you're looking through the trash, you can really see what have they used, what have they got, and you can really have a real good idea of exactly what options are still going to be available to them.
Yeah, now this is where sort of things start to get a bit more interesting, because I think he does have 1 more 5 Elders in hand. So we might see Benjamin doing exactly what he did last turn. Swing with that Nuzuro and maybe end up replacing it with the 5 Elders. So then next turn he can just do it again. But then the following turn, it allows him to be able to then utilize what's on the board with all Don available as well. So again, with 2 life left here and the current board state, it's going to be interesting to see how he decides to target that Nusturo.
Going to be an interesting one. But it does look like we're looking at a whole bunch of... Okay, it's going to cards in hand for now. So here is a swing with the Nusturo as expected.
Yep.
Where's it going into?
So he is targeting the leader, but reducing Nusturo by 2,000 power by the looks of it.
Which is what you're allowed to do. That is what the skill says.
Yep.
We've only got 8 minutes left here. It's worth keeping an eye on the clock. Now we do see the Mars went down. That is, of course, was your blocker.
This is such smart play. This is exactly the sequencing you want to do. So manages to get rid of the blocker and the Nusturo as well. So knowing there's only going to be 3 attacks plus the Russian Nusturo coming in, having 2 blockers, 2 life still there, getting that 5 Elders out as well to replace the Nusturo. So like I said, next turn you can fire off that 5 Elders again, utilizing the 2 7k swings first, trashing the Jupiter again, 12k swing, get your board filled up again. Really smart play, and it's really playing. I think the sequencing has been great by Benjamin today.
It really has. The goal here is just to try and make sure you are getting absolutely everything you can out of all of your 5 Elders here. Every swing that you can, every block that you can, while also using the 5 Elders card to actually go ahead and replenish them so they're always going to be there. Well, it looks like we have got a leader skill coming in here.
Nope.
Oh, no, it's a 5 Elder. Thank you.
Yeah, 5 Elders are coming back down again.
So it's down, it's used, and here we go. All of them re-established. And they're going to run out in a minute, Taj, right? They're not going to be able to do this forever.
Oh, this is it now. You know, you're at that point now where you've pretty much run out of all your 10 cost 5 Elders. The only way you can replenish now is if you use that Shirahoshi to put them at the bottom of your deck. And with your deck being so small, you might be able to see them again. But I don't think we're going to need them going forward. It's going to get to that point now where either player is going to be in a position where they can finish out the game.
Yeah, it's going to be the first one who can set up enough decent swings without their opponent having too many blockers. But when you hear like this, do you think there's a lot of value in having the last person being, firing off that 5 Elders? So you're a little bit fresher?
It could be, yeah. But again, it's going to be, I think Benjamin's has got his last one on the board now. Like I said, he'll probably utilize that this next turn after getting those 4 swings off, potentially. If he doesn't, if he blocks this one, he'll have the 3 swings from the Elders. But if he doesn't, he's got 5 total swings coming. But he does decide to block. So he will have the ability to, again, use Saturn and Jupiter to swing first, trash the Jupiter, swing 12 with the 5 Elders, and then obviously the leader swing as well, with Nusturo coming back. And then I think we'll see something a little bit different next turn. So let's see. Anyway, starting off with the 7k swing.
Okay, so we can swing with all the characters on the board and the leader, and we can swing with the Nusturo when it comes down due to the fact that it does have Rush. So we have a couple of cards countering out of there. We have a Shepherd Jupiter coming down. That is going to be attacking into life, it looks like, as well. Can we counter out of this one as well? There are blockers on the board if you need them. You've only got 2 life remaining.
Yeah, let's see how this one plays out now. So the important thing here is you've got all of that Don still open. So you're going to use 1 to activate your 5 Elders.
Correct.
You're still going to have your leader swing as well.
Yep.
And you're going to have a Rush Nusturo coming down as well.
Well, there's just 7k swing. You get rid of the, you've got your Jupiter down, which is giving all of your 5 Elders an extra 2k. Yep. So you get rid of that with your leader skill right before you swing with the 5 Elders of an extra, what will be 5k, and then we can go ahead and activate that leader skill. Your opponent is now out of life. You haven't swung with a leader, and you haven't swung with the Nusturo either.
And you've got 9 Don still available to you now.
But there are blockers, so you cannot just go 9 Don on
Yep.
the Nuzdrao and swing 16. That's not going to work. It will just get blocked.
Yeah, so this is the point now where he's going to have Don available to be able to use these counter events.
Yes.
So he searched out there, got a counter event to hand. And this is where now, let's see how he's going to distribute this.
But if you can play the counter event, if you can stop your opponent next turn from getting rid of your life or even your characters, then you can turn around with a very big turn afterwards, and all you're going to need is to get one attack through. Now here comes Shepherd Jupiter. Oh, and then they the Nuzdrao. Are they going after Nuzdrao here?
This is going to be into life, reducing the Nuzdrao to 3,000.
Okay.
He's looking for a block. That's essentially what he's trying to do. He's trying to remove one of the blockers or forcing cards out of hand again.
Either way.
You're trying to make sure that at least you're trying to efficiently get rid of 2 characters here. So you're trying to get rid of one of the blockers and then target the Nuzdrao with a leader.
And then, of course, if you get rid of that, then your opponent loses that 2k boost. Because one of the things about playing the 5 Elders is you end up with one of each. There's no backups of any of them. So the Nuzdrao goes down, you lose that extra 2k.
Now the Nuzdrao is the rush one that's going to reduce. Exactly. You want to get rid of it so then it stops.
My apologies. That's that's what I was going for. My apologies on that one. But yes, absolutely. Take away some of those options, stop lowering down your power.
Yeah, that was countered there. So 3 cards left in hand now for Mirko. And now Benjamin's like, okay.
We're going to see a 6k leader swing here. Looks like that's what we've got.
See what he
Does
decides
Mirko
to do
have
here.
2k worth of counters? Oh, they do have 2k worth of counters. This game carries on.
Yep.
I mean, they're a blocker anyway, to be fair, but still.
We have another Nuzdrao come down with a rush.
Oh, wow.
Swinging and then passes the turn now. So now, over to Mirko. He's got 5 attacks plus whatever rush he might have in hand if he's got a Nuzdrao in hand available. But he is now starting to put Don underneath and start attacking. So 8k swing. That one's countered out with the never existed in the first place.
Yep.
Giving it plus 4k to leader.
There is still 1 blocker on Mirko's side of the board. Obviously 2 on Benjamin's side of the board.
Yep. So we're going to now see Mars attacking for another 8. I think. Yep. And he counters out with a Walkyrie.
That one didn't get through. We're down to 1 minute remaining. I told you guys to watch the clock. We are getting very, very close to the end of this round here. The Imu Mirror is not always the quickest and easiest game. Here we see another swing with a Shepherd Jupiter.
Yep. This one's just a 7k swing now. That life is taken.
So now neither player has any life remaining. Next swing will win the game.
Now this is where Benjamin is making Mirko commit. So he's got the Nuzdrao now that can attack. He's got the ability to play out. Characters as well, reducing their cost by 1. He's going to go for an 8k swing here.
Okay.
Potentially. No, just
7k swing, no
7K
Don on
swing.
there. So 7k swing goes into life. If it goes through, that is the game. It's obviously not.
Yep.
We do see a counter out of it. But
So-
only 1 attack needs to go through here.
Yep. And now does have 8 Don available, so does now use leader effect. Thinking about how to utilize this Don.
Looks like they may be thinking about playing something or attaching Dawn, or I see a Charlos in hand, which would be an extra blocker.
Yeah, concedes there. Mirko just knows there is no way to win this game.
No, Benjamin's got too good a board set up, and he takes it. He goes to 8-0 with Emu, one of the best players in the game, the undefeated London Regional Champion with Lim. Now comes in, and at 8-0, I think I can start feeling pretty good about their chances of going into day 2. But right now, absolutely one of the favorites for this event, 8-0, winning a very, very awkward Emu Mirror, like all Emu Mirrors tend to be. But if you can win an Emu Mirror against a player of that caliber, you've got to be feeling good about your chances for the rest of this tournament.
Oh, absolutely. And that was a masterclass in the mirror match. Just shows how to sequence it, how to play it, get the most optimal play going, first, and having to make sure that you're navigating your way through. But playing that 5 Elders when you could and not activating at that turn gives you that advantage, and it was really, really good play there by
and it
by
led to that
Benjamin.
phenomenal turn where you're attacking. Oh, and now I can activate my 5 Elders, and now I've got my rush as well, and I'm in just this phenomenal position. So, first Emu Mirror of the weekend down. Gone to one of the best players in Europe, probably one of the best players in the world at this point. They're sitting at 8-0. They're feeling good about day 2. And yeah, I think, well, look, that match went to overtime, right?
Yep.
What that means is the rest of the games are finished. There's not very long before we get to the next round. So grab yourselves a nice cold beverage if you can get to the fridge and back quickly, but do not go anywhere. There's 2 rounds left. We have got to decide who's coming back tomorrow, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with round 9 action. Some people have already made their way over into the top cut. Some people are locked, but not enough people here in Düsseldorf in Germany at the Bandai Card Games Fest at the One Piece card game finals, European finals. It's here. But we've got 2 rounds left. I'm Ross. This is Ruben. How you doing, Ruben?
I'm doing great. We are getting close to wrapping up day 1. We are getting close to the top 32 and getting closer and closer to know who is going to represent Europe for Worlds. So
Going to be a pretty big deal. By the time we get to the end of this weekend, we are going to know, and that is going to be a very, very big deal. Very exclusive World Championships for the One Piece card game. Not an easy place to get to, but if you can get there, oh, the prizing is amazing. And, of course, you get a chance to be crowned world champion. But before that, you got to make a deep enough run here, and before that, you got to get to day 2. Some players are already there. These players are not, but we're looking at 2 players who have taken 2 losses. They're X and 2, but they have excellent resistance right now.
the best.
The best resistance right now. So if they can win this round and next round, they'll be sitting at 8-2 with good resistance and a pretty good shot at getting into that top 32.
Yep, they are going for it. We have Emu against Ace, and yeah, nothing really we can do about it. Those are the best decks of the format.
Yeah, this is the OP13 matchup, Ruben.
Yeah.
Emu and Ace.
Yep, definitely. And we do see Ace and Emu getting ready. Both are, yeah, they're just the best decks. Nothing you really can do about it. And I'm really curious to how people sometimes still navigate in this matchup. Sometimes you still learn from games, from players, because they played so many games, they tried so many things, because they want the edge in this matchup, because everyone is, I'm going to say, complaining about it's quite dice rolly, this matchup. Well, Ace has a high edge if it can go second. Emu is also a lot better if it can go second in this matchup, because yeah, you can play perfectly on curve. If they go like Marco into Searcher, Marco, Jolzu into 8-cost event, into more Whitebeards, and suddenly you come into the stream and you see 4 new gates.
I'm going to jump over you there, Ruben. We are rolling here, and we've got Gaucho on the right with that Emu. They're already off and rolling. That 7-cost stage is out. They have 1 Don on the board, and they are ready to go. Kaiwan on the left there with Ace. They are going second. You said it was pretty important to go second. Well, Ace gets to go second. Let's see if Kaiwan can turn this into a win, shall we?
Let's see a little bit of the hands that we can see. So
that's a Tama coming down. That's nice. Get a bit of draw going early doors. Like it. Draw 3. Draw 2. Trash 1.
We don't see the perfect curve just yet in the hand for the Ace. I don't see any 8-cost events, and I don't see any Whitebeards at the moment. So, but that's a big reason why he's playing, of course, the Otama.
Right, get rid of a Roger straight away. Maybe in the late game, but not there now. We have an Izzo coming down as a searcher here. That is going to go and get you a Whitebeard Pirate. You said we need a new gate. Do you see a new gate?
I do see the event and the new gate.
Okay.
Choices.
Well, we got a big blue new gate in the front. We do have I Am Whitebeard, the event. So which one do we want to go for? Depends what's in your hand. Depends on the counts of particular cards in your deck, and so on.
It's not sure about it, because if you pick the you do have he's going for the event.
Yeah, I like the event, but you've got multiple different Whitebeards you can take advantage of, but the event is hard capped at 4, so you're normally playing more Whitebeard than you are playing event. So take the event because you're more likely to get the Whitebeard later.
So no Dawn on leader, and that might give you an option to attack. Most of the time, if Ace has a Dawn on leader, I do think as Emu you don't swing into the Ace. You basically don't give them the extra card.
But there's no Dawn on there right now, so you can. That is, of course, a skill whereby if you take damage or have a 6k defeated and you got a Dawn on the Ace, Dawn X1, you get to draw a card. That's really, really nice card advantage. Without the Dawn on there, like you say, opens up an option to maybe swing without risking giving it up.
Looks like he's going for the 8. He's really close.
He's clearly thinking about it. He's got a hand on Don. He's got a hand on. It is going to be an 8K swing with the Emu leader. And it looks like... Are we going to be just countering out of this? Is Kaiwin just going to go, you know what? I can get out of this. Or is the cards in hand, are they too important?
We're getting so low in cards if we counter already, but not getting the draw from the leader ability. Ooh, another event.
Well, that was just the Izzo skill that when your opponent attacks, you can draw one and bottom deck one. That gives you more opportunity here to potentially draw into counter stuff if you want. Can just take the life. Gives you an extra card in hand. But again, taking the life when you don't have the Don on the ace to activate the extra draw doesn't feel great, but that is what we're doing. We're picking up a card, but it could have been 2. So now back over to Kaiwin with 4 Don there. Now this traditionally, 4 Don, that could be when Marco comes down.
Yep.
You talked about that perfect curve earlier. It's not going to be. We are instead playing a Monkey to Garb.
Yes,
This is the one that gets any free cost or higher card.
Yes, and he's really searching for that 10-cost Whitebeard because the 8-cost events are in hand right now, but not the 10-cost Whitebeard just yet. And the 10-cost Whitebeard is probably the most important one, especially the first 2. Oh, there is one.
Okay, that's a good win. Straight there at the front of the hand. Blocker that also draws and gives 2 rested onto your leader and one of your characters. Absolutely absurd for the amount of things you get in one card there.
For only 8 Don, basically.
Oh, yeah, 8 Don with it. And, of course, you can also, if you're willing to pick up a life, get a 2K bump to your leader while also saving Don. Yeah, there's so much going on there. So we're not there yet. We didn't get the Marco down, but it does look like we're set up quite well for at least the 8 Don turn.
For Emu, it's a little bit awkward, this 5 Don turn. They, most of the time, or what you are really looking for at this point is for, well, not yet, but you are looking for Mars the upcoming turn probably because you really want to KO Yamatos or Marco if they come out. However, they did not play any Marco, and, well, Mars is next turn, so what are you really looking for at this 4 Don turn? Search? Saturn, maybe?
We saw a lot of Saturn in the previous game in the mirror match to go and search some stuff out. You've always got the option of Topman Walkery coming out as a blocker that draws a card when KO'd. So you got some defensive options and some searching options on 4 Don in an Emu deck.
I do think if you can play Walkery this turn, have 1 Don open for an event that you are in an okay-ish spot. However, you're looking for more. We can see that Mars is not as important as we think it is because there's no Yamato on the board. We are going to 6, and we bottom deck the Jozu. Jozu would have been really good to pick up both Otamas again, so you have double 2K back to your hands.
That would be very, very cool. I mean, Mars, it's a blocker, and it KOs base cost 5 or less on play, but there's just nothing really worth KOing right now. The Garth and the Atama, they're just not really doing enough for you to waste the resources on. Like you say, Yamato, Marco, those are cards that are worth playing down Mars and going, ha, now you don't have that option no more.
Yep. Absolutely insane that card is and a blocker and is being able to KO a 5 cost and is not removable or KO-able by cards or effects.
Wow, it does look like we've gone for the Shepherd Jupiter here. That is the one that gives a 2K boost. Well, it puts all of the base power of your 5 Elders up to 7K, as long as you've got 10 cards in the trash. The actual card 5 Elders, as we mentioned in the previous game, actually comes down from 12 to 7 because of this card, but all the others go up from 5 to 7. There's trash and a card there. Draw a card from the leader skill. Do we have what we want? Looks like we're going to see a 6K swing with the leader.
Decides to swing the 6K, doesn't leave any Don open. That's an easy counter with Yamato.
Well, Yamato counters, and that means we can go back over to Kaiwin here, who's got, well, not many good attackers on the board. But like you say, we could do some bouncing. Here comes an ace. That's a slightly bigger card. one of those new secret rares. I think only plays one of in the deck. But it's one where it's got Rush, and you get to give Rested Don.
And you get to bounce, and that's
and you get to
really,
bounce a 5
really
cost,
good
sorry.
against Lim. This card is actually really good against Lim and Green Zoro. That's why it's in the deck.
Yes.
But yeah, because of the ace, he can put quite some pressure right now on Emu.
And just swinging for 7k with that Rush on that character. Gaucho chooses to take the life there. Down to 2 life remaining. Both down to 2 life remaining at this point. Of course, 8 started with 2 less. But right now, they're both evened up at 2.
Going to 7. He's counting his cards.
Having a look through the
But,
discard there, it's important to know what you got access to, what has already been used, what options could be coming out of your deck in the next couple of turns. So eyeing up a couple of Don there. What are we thinking of playing?
I think one is St. Charles, because he's moving this 2 Don behind. So
Good use of 2 Don.
getting an extra blocker in play. Trying to stay as healthy as possible until you get to your 10 Don turn. However, a lot of these games come down to if the ace misses a part of his combo, and his combo is only an 8 cost event and 10 cost Whitebeard. If they don't do it on their 8 Don turn, you're as Emu most of the time in a decent spot because rolls are turned. You basically became the first to reach 10 Don.
Absolutely. Here comes a leader skill. Trash a card from your hand, draw a card. Shepherd Peter goes away. Did not see what he drew into. We're now eyeing up some Don at last. That is 2 Don, it looks like. Then it is that St. Charles, as suspected. That's just a very weak blocker, but it is still a blocker. So that means that one attack at some point from Kaiwin is going to be thrown away. And we see the Nuzdro here, who, of course, does come in with Rush. So, yeah, it is just going to be a 5k swing for the time being. But it's still not bad. Oh, goes into Ace.
Still asks a lot of cards from the ace if they want to full protect it, because and leader and Saturn can still swing onto the ace.
And of course, Ace is 7k, but you've lowered it by 2k with the one attacking skill of Ethan Baron van Nuzdro. So that means that you are now hitting it, and you've got a chance to take it away. It's a 5 against a 5. Any counter will do here. But you do have a chance. You're at least forcing your opponent to respond.
Yeah, I think you have to let the ace go, because otherwise they will swing. It will cost you 3 cards, basically. That's maybe 4 if they use the Don. That's maybe a little bit too expensive.
Might end up being, if they're just going to keep going for it, it might not be worth keeping it around in the long run. Yeah, it does decide to let the ace go, although that will then activate because it's got a power of 6k or more. That means that you can go and activate that with the ace.
Another 6k swing, and probably another one, just asking as many cards as possible from your opponents.
It is worth noting that the ace skill is a base power 6,000 or more, because actually when the ace went down, it wasn't a 6k character, it was a 5k, but the base is 7, so you did get to activate the skill. Very important little ruling note there. We need some attackers down from Kaiwin. I'm putting it out there. We haven't got any real attackers down. That'll do! See, this is what I was talking about, Ruben.
This is pretty good attacker, especially getting the 2 Dawn on your leader as well, and on Garp. Next turn you can probably get to play a new gate again, and from this point, slowly but steady, as ace, you are getting into the game.
And here we do see a 8k swing with a leader, it looks like. That's going to force a decent response. You're going to need 4k counter if you want to counter out of this.
You have that St. Charles, of course.
Of course, of course. So it's either give up the blocker or counter. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like this, it feels like you're asking too much to counter here. So it's kind of like forcing you to give up your blocker. I think, at least.
Well, especially if you want to play your 10 cost the upcoming turn, the Charlos needs to be gone right now, and yes, here
There
we go.
It did feel like it kind of had to go.
He was not welcome.
I found that Charlos is not terribly popular.
Has his reasons.
I mean, there's a good reason, frankly. So, we are getting towards the end point of the game now. We've already seen the big Newgate come down from Kaiwan there on ace. Now it's over to Gaucho. Now, how many Don have we got there?
Looks like 9. No, we went. Yeah, we went first. So that's 9 done.
Okay, so we're on 9 Don for the time being. So we're not quite there yet for your 10 Don.
And that's the hard part. The turn that you play your 10 Don, they have their second Newgate already on the board. If they have it.
Is there any argument for when you go first going for the other stage, the 1-cost stage, so you can play it as a 9-cost, like you would in a mirror?
Oof, no, I don't think so. This playing your 10 cost for 3 Don gives you the opportunity to attack a lot of 8s, play your 10 cost, and do your 10 cost turn as well. And also sometimes you just want to park your 10 cost. And what we mean with parking the 10 cost is playing the 10 cost without solving his ability, because it's activate main. If it was an on-play effect, maybe Blackbeard would have been a very good deck in this format. But that's one of the big reasons. Being able to swing a lot of 8s, keeping Don open, which is super important against Ace, for example, and being able to play that 10 cost all at once is just very good.
It's pretty tasty. We did see a counter out there. And it does seem like we are going to be doing that activate main on the empty throne. What are we using it for? It is going to be the Shepherd Jupiter, which means that we are getting that little bit of a boost.
Yeah, he's trying to put some pressure, swinging with 7s.
And the Ethan Baron Van Nistelrooy will now be 7k.
This puts him in a little bit of a weird spot.
In what regard?
I guess we got a lot of 2Ks. Ace always has a lot of 2Ks, or they have their leader ability at least.
Which is a 2k, to be fair. That
Yeah.
gives you an extra 2k, so you're ready to roll. We've got that Newgate threatening a lot of damage coming up. And, of course, like you say, we're now at that point in the game where Ace could potentially play more Newgate as we go.
Yeah,
Do we have another one in hand?
I think if we can go another 10 cost the upcoming turn, it's going to be a hard time for Gacho.
It's going to be a very hard time. And, of course, when you've got a 12k blocker, it means, at least the weak blockers like St. Charlos, you can attack and your opponent blocks and then they're gone. You've got to get a big skill to get that blocker off the board. You have really got to do a big swing, or else just one attack every turn is nullified and you never get anywhere. Right now we see a 12k swing with the Newgate.
No, this is still the Noshiro.
Oh, still the Nistro. My apologies.
Newgate was blocking the Saturn.
Oh, it was. My apologies. Yeah, so that was blocking there. And again, stays around quite nicely, as I was just saying, because it's got 12k. So you can block and stay around. Then on your turn, he's ready to start attacking.
Yeah, it's way too big to start attacking it as Emu. It will cost you so many resources that killing a 12k is just too hard.
Yep. Agreed. Very difficult to get off the board. Asking way too much. So we're checking the discard pile again, making sure all of our options are available. Everything we're waiting for is going to be there ready to go. We've not hit the 5 Elders yet. We've not had the opportunity to play one. Can you stop the Newgate onslaught? The theory was that Kaiwan going second did have a huge advantage going into this game. Is that going to end up being where it turns out in the end?
He's really thinking about it. Seems like one of the tougher spots for him. Especially because he needs to be prepared for, for next turn. This turn it doesn't really matter because we are at 9.
But I know what you mean. You want to be planning for that Five Elders turn where you can really start going.
Yeah.
Really start going for
Yeah,
it.
absolutely. Because that card is just a game changer, of course, and he's gonna take a life and draw a card extra.
Don't mind that. We got a Dawn on the ace, so you give up a card, but then it's a +2. You get one card from your life that was taken, and you then go and get one life again because of the ace ability. So that's going to give you more options for what to play. It means you can maybe stream your Nugate a bit easier, more options for defense when your opponent is swinging into you.
Do we have the extra 10 cost? That's the question.
I couldn't tell you definitively one way or the other, I'm afraid.
I do see an 8 cost event.
That I can't tell you. I'm so sorry. I've not got a good
We
enough
will
look.
see it next turn.
We will find out. Yeah, you're absolutely
Yeah,
right on that one, really.
If they have another 10 cost Nugate, they will play it for sure.
Oh, yeah. That's the thing. This is what this deck does. It builds up, and then you get to your 10 cost turn, and you've got some big endgame scenario characters that you can be having a good old play with. So,
There's no 10 cost at the moment for the Emu player.
Gaucho's not got it rolling. Do we know if it's in hand?
I don't think so.
That's really bad. If that, we saw in the previous game, Fletch was able to draw into all 4 of theirs to the point where one got discarded fairly early on in the game just for a bit of draw with Emu. That was how easy they were finding to draw into them. But right now, if you can't find it, that's bad. We pass over to ace. We go up to 10 Don. We draw an extra card. And now we've got some stuff to do. We've got a leader swing. We've got a big Nugate swing. Realistically, there's at least a Walkery blocker there, so you're probably not winning the game this turn.
We do have a second one. Here we go.
Oh, that's going to help. Now we got a big blocker. And right, so here we go. Now we got a 2k bump on the little boost to the leader. That's what we got from there.
rested Don in total as well. That's so good that he has this now as well, because I was scared for a moment. We didn't have any of them at our starting spot.
So we're going to have an 10k swing from the leader. Looks like we're going to have a swing from the Garp as well, which I want to say, is that a 5k swing with a Garp? It's naturally a 2k.
Yep, and 2 Don, so
That's only a 4k.
maybe a 5k swing.
Well, that's what I was thinking.
Yep, here we go.
I was going to say, yeah, 4k doesn't do very much at all. Here comes a 5k swing, easily countered out with the Ethan Baron van Nistelrooy. But now we actually go for an 11k swing with the leader. Surely at this point, it feels like he's trying to bait out the blocker.
Yep,
And we are baiting out the blocker here. That blocks and is gone. But you still got the big Nugate from last turn. 12k swing.
And only 1 Don open. That's also pretty rough. So we are going down to 1.
Okay.
And yeah, the ace is already to 0. So they are setting up for Roger.
Oh, absolutely. And that's the thing. And Roger activates when you or your opponent has 0 life.
Yep.
If your opponent blocks you in the game.
Absolutely.
So when you've got Roger, you don't mind being on 0 life.
If you can survive.
If you can survive and if you can set up an endgame scenario. 2 very big ifs, I grant you.
Yep.
But basically you're saying, look, I don't respect your blockers. I don't care.
We do see the 10 cost in hand for Emu.
Okay, so the 5 Elders should be coming down next turn. That's going to help.
And this is why that 7 cost stage is also better than the 1 cost stage. If he wanted to play the 10, it would not be possible anymore. Playing 10 cost right now would mean that he can't swing with his board, that he can't use any events. So I wouldn't be surprised if he actually just parked the 10 cost, swing 888, played park 10 cost, but yeah, you don't have any blockers, so okay, that's not possible.
Problem is, you're playing against a deck where they've got 0 life and you know they're probably playing Roger. So do you even want to put blockers down at this point? I mean, obviously for the 5 Elders you're going to, but do you really want to be going after blockers aggressively like you would in some other matchups? We see a swing there from Saturn, which is just countered by Yamato.
I don't think we survive 12-12 and Don on leader.
No.
Probably even more. So
you can put 10 Don on leader next turn, and have like a 16, a 12, and a 12.
Yes.
Or like 13, 13, 14, or something like that. You can do 3 gigantic swings next turn, and even if your opponent can block, you're like, brilliant, you blocked one of them, now what?
Mm-hmm.
Or you put Roger down and just go 12, 12, 6, knowing your opponent can't block.
He's counting trash. Emu is still going for went for face. I imagine this Garb is not that threatening.
No, it's really not. So Kaiwin here just having a good old look. What have they used? What does that mean? It's still available. Let's see where we can go with this.
Yes, very important to know what your opponent has in his trash. Like, for example, if you see all the never existed, all the 2Ks and so on and so on, yeah, you're a very happy person. So just count it. So you're lethal with your Whitebeards and potentially your Roger is still in a very good spot.
Does have Roger in hand for what it's worth.
Mm-hmm.
So that is an option next. I think I saw it anyway. So you can do 3 giant swings without Roger, or put Roger down to stop blocks, and then do 2 giant swings and 1 medium swing. But either way, it does feel like Kaiwin is in an excellent position next turn.
I can imagine that that for Emu, they maybe have to go to a plan like that there's no second Roger yet, because we discarded Roger at our very first attack from Emu.
I did not remember that. But unfortunately for them, I think there is another Roger in hand. Here come the swings. Oh, these blocks, sorry.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, right? When you've got the new gate, you can block on your opponent's turn.
Mm-hmm.
And you got 12k, so you're going to survive.
Yeah.
And then it comes back to your turn, and you just stand them up again, and then they can hit for 12k. They are absurdly good cards. I do like how Newgate is like the biggest, strongest person in One Piece, and then every card Bandai gives us, it's just like 12,000 power, 10 cost, absurd skill, let's go.
Yep. As they shoot, Whitebeard is the GOAT.
I don't want to see a 3,000 power Whitebeard.
No,
I don't want to see that.
that would not fit.
Well, Gaucho's having a count up of Don here. Maybe they feel like, it does kind of seem like maybe Gaucho knows, I don't think I'm surviving this next term. Is there any way I can get an attack through? The answer's probably no. Like, the good news is both the Newgate have been used as blockers. Both the Newgate arrested, neither of them are going to come out, that's fine. But your opponent's got a lot of cards in their hand. And they have to counter if you try, so what are we going to go for here? There's only one character, the Nuzro, which is actually they're able to attack.
Looking at the hand, he doesn't have a lot of defense, so surviving against a Roger would be very tough.
Oh, I've already kind of decided he's not surviving next turn. I don't think he's surviving next turn. I think the big question of this game is there anything they can do to try and force an attack through this turn? Your opponent's out of blockers. Now is the time to try something.
It's definitely possible. It's definitely possible, but his hand is quite low.
They're counting it out. They've clearly got a plan forming here. This is a classic thing trading card game players do. They start looking at their hand and they'll make little piles face down. I want to do this, then this, then this. These 2 cards are going to work, then this one. Trying to kind of plan out your next turn to make sure you're not missing anything.
There we go.
So one more look there.
Yeah, swung an 8k to leader, so asking for a 1k at least. But he's really debating on. Well, I guess you will play your 10 cost and try to get your stuff that you need. So
maybe it's worth noting you've only got 3 minutes left on the clock. We went to overtime on our last round. We are tantalizingly close to overtime this round. The Gaucho's checking his trash again, trying to remember exactly what's in there, what's available.
yep, of course, time is a thing, so don't give all the time to the emo player because you as ace are at 0 life.
Yeah, it's not ideal in that regard.
Ooh, big swing, leaving no Don open.
Okay, so there's no counter events coming out, and I think that is just going to be enough there. And that was the ace, right?
Yes.
Yeah, too much going on with the ace, and you had the and that was the thing with the ace, right? It's do you win by putting the Roger down and swinging, or do you split your Don and swing without the Roger, or do you just sit back there with 2 giant blockers and a handful of counters and just play defense? Like there were so many things going on with the ace.
He could do whatever he wanted at that point. But yeah, he had the 212 case ready. He had this leader that is basically that is a 6k.
Oh yeah.
And of course, if they went for the 10 cost, you had like Roger as well, and Roger being able to Warcury nullified, Mars nullified, no blocker, and then Roger gets there. So that is just sometimes how this game goes. And Ace still on the run, highest tiebreaker of the X2s, and he is now 7-2. We have one last round, and we will, hopefully, I'm not going to promise anything, have the 9-0 game to see who is the Swiss winner. And in this format, everyone knows that the dice roll is super important, that Ace really wants to go second into Emu, Emu really wants to go second into Ace. And if you are the first seed of the Bandai Card Fest finals in Düsseldorf, you will have the dice for every single round that you are playing tomorrow. Meaning that top 32, you can decide game 1 if you want to go second or first. Game top 16, top 8, top 4, and finals. So it's a super important game. Both players are probably already really happy for being in the top 32. They are qualified.
Yep.
But as I said this morning, the mindset here is different than as a regional.
Agreed.
It's not top 8 is fine. I have my serial. I have my top player cards. No, these players are playing to go to Worlds. And that is just a very, very big difference. And that's why a 9-0 match will still be very, very interesting to watch.
Yeah, I was talking about this with Shao earlier, and it's very much a case of, in a lot of tournaments, you can bring a slightly off-meta pick. You're here to see a friend. You're here to have fun. Even in the LCQ yesterday, you know, if you're not that serious a player, if you're just here for a bit of fun, you can play something a bit off-meta. But if you've qualified for Euros and you're here, you are gunning for that World's invite. That is the only thing you're really interested in trying to achieve. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Now, the way it works is, in a top cut game, the highest seed gets to choose in every game whether they go first or second. So if you're number 1 seed, you will always be the highest seed. You can get to the final against the number 2 seed, and you will still be the highest seed in every single matchup. That is going to be huge. Well, we've got one more round of Swiss left today. We're going to try and bring you the 9-0s. Either way, we're going to bring you a fantastic round 10 matchup, so don't go anywhere. Final round action coming up. Matter of moments.
Welcome back. We have had 9 rounds of amazing One Piece card game action here from the Bandai Card Fest in Düsseldorf. The One Piece card game European Championship Finals Season 2 coming to an end this weekend. And we have got one more round of action before we finish Day 1's Swiss pairing matchups and go to Top Cut for Top 32 tomorrow. But we have one more scintillating match for you viewers at home before we do go to our Top Cut tomorrow. As you can see on screen, we've got 2 amazing players here. One of them is a very familiar face to those of you who might have been watching the stream throughout this year and the previous season. It is Kevin Lee, who is our European Season 1 champion. He's already secured his place to Japan for the World Championship Finals, and he's facing off against Vildan on Zoro today.
Yes. How crazy is it? Kevin Lee back at it again. And you can see he's already qualified. Look how unstressed he's playing. He's just having fun. And being able to maybe do it back to back, it's just this guy, wow. He won Edinburgh.
Edinburgh, yeah.
Edinburgh.
I was streaming. Yeah, I was on
the regionals. Now this again. Couple of weeks ago, he got top 16, I think, in Bonn regionals. Still with Teach. Then he did with the top 16, I think, with Green Purple Luffy or top 8. And Edinburgh win. Now this. Already qualified for Worlds. Guaranteed for tomorrow.
Yep.
Because they were table 2, so that means guaranteed for tomorrow. Now this is just for your tiebreaker. Having a better tiebreaker means that you will have a better spot for tomorrow. Essentially having the dice roll for tomorrow. So definitely a lot of very good and very known players are still in the running. Well, all good players are still in the running. And all good players were participating in finals. But a lot of known players that are very known for participating or winning regionals and so on are still in the run. So, and Kevin Lee is one of them. And I'm super happy for him. I casted with him like 3 weeks ago. And he was sick during Edinburgh, which I didn't know. And the weekend after, I asked him, "Hey, can you cast maybe a cup with me?" And he was like, "Yeah," and he was just casting from bed, sick.
Oh my god!
Yes, he's such an amazing person. Has a very nice personality, and is a very, very good player as well. Well, first on Teach, now on Imu.
Yeah.
And he said the decks are basically the same in a way. He likes the deck, so.
Yeah, but I mean, the good thing about Kevin, as you say, he just won Edinburgh a couple of weeks ago. The consistency from a player it's just absolutely insane how good and consistent he is playing this card game and making that. And it's not an easy feat. It takes a lot of dedication, a lot of hard work, play testing, understanding all the opponent's decks, playing against as many decks as you can to understand the meta and the game, formulating a deck that you know is going to do well, trying to counter everything that you're going to come against. But then when you do play your difficult matchups, knowing how to handle that situation, be calm, collected, and make the right decisions at the right time. it takes a lot mentally to be able to do that.
Absolutely, absolutely. And one of the things, and I think definitely in One Piece, is just committing on the best deck in the format.
Yep.
He did that for a while, and when Teach was very good, he played Teach, and he also said to me, like, I knew the matchup against Blue Purple Luffy so good that, okay, I know that Blue Purple Luffy was probably the best deck, but I knew that matchup so good that I wanted more than I could lose it, so it's fine. And as someone that played a lot of Blue Purple Luffy, I think, although it was not the most unfavorable matchup, it was the hardest matchup to pilot from Blue Purple against T-Chan, the other way around. So, but not only to highlight Kevin Lee, we also have a green Zoro at table 2. It's not only the Ace and Emu that is going so far. We have a green Zoro that is doing very, very well.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to give so much credit to Vildan here for getting here to table 2, literally top cut. Again, as you say, pretty much guaranteed. Well, it is guaranteed tomorrow.
Yes.
With Zoro, such a challenge against what we've seen. Obviously, there's a lot of Ace around, a lot of Emu around, and Zoro player's done so well to be able to get here and this far as well. So lots of credit to him.
Yeah. Of course, green Zoro is pretty good into Ace, especially if you can go first. But yeah, it's a lot of things are matchup depending. I know a while ago I got a message like, yeah, you see, Bonnie is still good. It went 9-0, and I was like, I want to see the matchups first. And if I see that he beat like 4 Emu or something, I'll trust you. And I was like, he won against 2 Emu. Although Bonnie, a lot of players. Oh, and I see a fist bump.
And yeah, we get it started. Kevin starts us off in this round 10 matchup, the final match of today's action here from Düsseldorf has begun, and we start, and yeah.
He promised me if he gets, if he does well in Worlds, he's playing with the God Pack.
That would be absolutely awesome. We do know that our Japanese players do like to play with their max rarity decks as well, don't they?
Absolutely,
so, yeah.
Absolutely. But they always play like even with the special arts and not just alt arts, like the special art. And I'm always so jealous. I'm like,
yeah.
That would be a very good reason to move to Japan.
Absolutely. So Vildan gets the Perona Search then, takes a Cavendish to hand and passes the turn over. We now got Kevin on a 3-Don turn.
And something that you will notice in this matchup, Kevin won't attack the green Zoro. He will starve the green Zoro.
Yeah, that's a known technique, isn't it, from players playing against the Zoro deck. Zoro is very much a deck that needs to find the right pieces at the right time. And if you can limit their ability to be able to get cards in hand, to be able to help them find those pieces, you're doing the best you can. So you tend to leave that 5 life untouched until as late as possible, and then really start to apply the pressure in the last couple of turns. But seeing Kevin here doing a search, decides to take the
Never
event.
existed.
What never existed? We know the answer to that, but again, anime spoilers if you don't know.
Yes, it was a very, very good episode at least.
Yes.
It's definitely mention worthy. So for the green Zoro side, people found a small extra edge, I'm gonna say, against Emu, because Emu is starving you. So you won't get any resources. So you will remain at 5 life. And how good is a 9-cost Zoro if you are still at 5 life against Emu?
Yeah.
So that is definitely a thing. But the card that Goyasic just played, the Koshiro, is in my opinion the MVP of this matchup. This is the counter or the card that protects you against Mars, and Mars is like insanely good against your Tashigi, Cavendish, basically every single 5 cost.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not only is it a blocker, but it makes sure that it can protect your other slash characters from being KO'd, your 5-cost slash character, which this deck relies on so much, as you were saying. So really is a very useful card indeed.
Mm-hmm.
So gets the Mars off that Saturn search.
Yes. And this Mars is now forced to KO that Koshiro the upcoming turns, instead of being able to KO a Tashigi.
Yep.
And something you will see, Kevin won't have any boards until he goes to 10. He will just use his leader ability on the card that he will be playing. So there is no value on Tashigi or other rest cards, like Quina is one of them.
Yep. And as you can see there, decided to change that target from that search there from, was going to take the Nusturo by the looks of it, and then decided to take their Shirley. So let's see now what's going to be our Zoro players' play at this particular point of the game.
We do see a Cavendish in hand, and Cavendish is now protected, so maybe he wants to untap, attack with Cavendish next turn and untap some Dawn.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be a good play. Cavendish was found off that Perona search early on, so is definitely an option.
I don't think I saw a Law. If you can do Law Cavendish, it would be even better.
Absolutely. Starts off with a 5k swing with the leader and does play the Cavendish, restanding 2 Dawn. Such good value, that Cavendish, essentially costing you 3 Dawn for a 6,000 power body.
Ooh, Tashigi.
Tashigi does come down. Now, there's double protection on the board there now, isn't there?
Absolutely.
So the Tashigi can act as protection as well as the Kushiro, but you can also use the Tashigi to protect the Kushiro.
Yes, so now Kevin is double checking like, ooh, this card is protecting that one and that one is protecting the next one, which is now you actually have to think about how you're gonna do it with your Mars.
Yeah.
But Mars can KO the Tashigi because Tashigi is not a slash. The sword on the picture is a little bit it's not really a sword, I guess, but I can imagine that a lot of people would think it's slash, but it's wisdom, I think.
Yeah, it's a special attribute.
Oh, special, actually.
Yeah, because it's Tashigi in Smoker's body.
Yeah.
Smoker obviously has a special ability. Even though you do see the card with Tashigi's sword in hand.
Yeah. Funny, Goyasich was also looking, are we sure it's not a slash? But sadly not.
So Kevin still keeping 0 characters on board here, just trying to get to that 10 Dawn turn, as we're saying.
Still at 4 live as well.
Yeah. So just keeping that healthy, keeping that Dawn open. Got counter events in hand as well to be able to absorb those attacks. So what you want to be doing as an Emu player, you want to be getting to that 5 Elders with as much life as possible, giving yourself a bit of a buffer. You know, you are going to have those 2 blockers that come up every turn with the 5 Elders. You want to make sure you've got enough of a buffer in the life that you can't get overwhelmed. So happy to make sure that you can counter out early on as well. But we do see Tashigi, the other Tashigi, coming down now.
A better one at this point.
Yep. 7k body on the board, but obviously no targets.
We can do a lot of damage actually, but a lot of Dawn is open for Kevin.
Another Perona search being fired off.
And can we take at least 1 life before Kevin is going to 10? Ooh, there's 9 cost.
Yeah, he is considering it, and as you say, that could be quite imposing if that hits the board. Do you want to give your opponent knowledge that you're going to be taking it from a search and putting it into your hand?
Well, it's your only one probably. Some decks play 2,
exactly.
But if you don't pick it, you will never see it again probably.
Yeah, exactly. So you really have to. If you've got the opportunity to take it, you will. Kevin, obviously just a bit of a raised eyebrow looking at that, thinking, oh, okay, I've got something to consider now, based upon what I've just seen. And now we see a swing coming in from Cavendish, 7k into leader, forcing either an event or 2 cards to counter. And we will see a never existed in the first place being used to counter out that attack. So yes, still on 4 life.
Still on
Both
4.
players still on the same number of life they started off with. But very different looking boards. Kevin with 0 characters on board.
Another 9 swing. Keeping 1 Dawn open.
We do see first life taken, and that does give another event into hand.
After all these years.
Yep.
Got the Emo to 3. But the board state is looking really good. We have Cavendish, we have Tashigi, we have the Law, we have a blocker, so...
yeah, it's good. You've got protection on the board there. You've got two blockers on the board. So you have got the ability to be able to sustain some pressure next turn into this Emu leader.
I do wonder if we will get the time to play the 9-cost Zoro, because next turn you probably want to push as much as possible. And playing the 9-cost is, do you get time? Maybe he is going for the 9-cost into the Asura. We did see it, a little glimpse of it in the hand of Goyasic. So maybe that's what he's planning to do.
Let's see what he decides to do on this point now, Kevin. He's got up to a decent number of Don. We're on his, I think, 9 Don turn here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's not at 10. My bad, sorry.
So yeah, still another turn before he hits that 5 Elders combo. Can use that event, the stage now, and 3 Don to cheat out whichever 5 Elder he wants. Nuzjuro does come down with that rush and the ability to be able to reduce something by 2,000 power as it swings in. So we're going to see a 7k swing into Cavendish, giving it minus 2,000 power at the same time. So going to require a block here at the least, if not a counter. Countering is going to be quite considerable though. So you will probably anticipate a block or letting the Cavendish go.
I think you have to let it go because the leader also can still swing. And of course the threat of Mars is really scary.
Yep.
And yes.
Right decision. Lets it go. We do see it hitting the trash to be able to use the leader ability to draw. And now there's still 4 Don available, so can play if you've got. I think we probably want to keep some Don open, as we were saying earlier on, for those events.
Absolutely. Otherwise, the restand event is also super scary.
Exactly.
The small 7k swing, that's easy to counter for the green Zoro. Here we go.
Yep. Scratch Manapoo, my most hated supernova. So, pass back over. Our Zoro players now on 10 Don turn. What's going to be the play here?
If you play 9-cost Zoro, or you won't play it in this game ever again.
Yeah, that's it. You're either going to play it this turn or you're not going to play it, as you say, because we are going to see the 5 Elders coming down next turn. So do you just start swinging with what you've got, putting a bit of pressure on that life, and then drop the Zoro?
Feels like you have to.
Yeah. So we see the Trafalgar Law blocker swinging 6k to begin with. A 2k Shirahoshi counter there.
Yeah. So he will leave maybe 1 Don open again for the. I don't know if you have to leave. Maybe 5-7-7 play 9-cost was better.
Yep.
Because 6. It's going for the 6s
yeah,
against
so
Emu.
another 2k counter potentially being taken out of hand. So yep. And then a 7k swing coming through.
Ooh.
And that's a trigger off the event from life.
Almost whiffed.
Almost, yeah. Does take
And
the counter event, Equilibrium.
And here is the Zoro.
Yep.
Very big threat for Emu players, especially at 5 life. Of course, you are also not forced to leave the Zoro rested. You can also just hit twice, which is already pretty good.
Yeah, exactly.
Or 1 Don only. You can keep it active, and Emu doesn't have any cards to deal with it.
Absolutely. It's a big body, which obviously is going to impose a huge threat, and still having that Kushiro on board doesn't really help it keep that Zoro on board, because obviously it's 5 cost or less, but then there's no removal for that Zoro. So as you say, if you can swing with it and restand it, there's no way that really Kevin can deal with it.
We don't have a 10 cost?
Oh, that is
Oh, we don't have a 10 cost.
And he's not found it here either.
Maybe he doesn't play it.
That would be a very strange decision. But yeah, It's a difficult situation to be in here. Leader ability. Is he going to draw into one here? No, gets a
10
Mars.
cost. Ooh.
This is awkward now. This could be the game.
This is very rough for Kevin. This is
Considering the number of searches he's been doing as well.
yeah.
to
Also
not
search
have it.
from live. And
Yeah. Okay, so let's see how he's going to start this one off.
Ooh, this made. Now you really have to think as Kevin.
Yeah.
I know a word that he is thinking, but not allowed on stream.
Yeah. Did he have a Saturn in hand? Is there any way that he can potentially play out a Saturn at full cost and then still have enough Dawn if he does find the 5 Elders? I don't think he has.
I
by the
don't
looks of
think
it.
so.
Couple of Mars there for sure.
And Goyasic knows. Look at the smile.
Yeah. Yeah. You usually wouldn't have to think this hard about it. And yes, look at the smile now.
Yeah, he knows for sure.
On our Zorro player's face, knowing that that stage was used to play a Nusjaro and not the 10 cost, gives somebody so much information. And then yes, minus 2,000 on the law and swinging in with 6,000 into 4.
Probably have to let it go.
Just asking to have a quick look through the trash now. Trying to figure out how many events are in the trash, so how much counter there's been used as far as events are concerned. He is expecting a lot of Don to be left open for counter events because...
We did see quite some never existed as well, I think. No?
Yeah, I think he's used 2 of them already.
You can't
So-
protect the law, that's the sad part about it for you. Unless you have 0 cost event in hand, which I can't see.
Yeah. He's going to let it go. Leader swing still yet to come in. There's going to be plenty of Don, so maybe that Tashigi might be targeted here as well.
7k. We
Yep.
do have a 1k, the Zoro.
Yep.
So that's really easy to counter.
That's an easy decision to make, isn't it? And then we do
Yes.
see the blocker coming down. And passes the turn. So now, are we in a position where Zoro, a big 9-cost Zoro, that we revealed at the European Championship Finals in Utrecht 2 years ago, will that come down? Will that help end this game? Both the leader and the Zoro have got that capability of being able to restand themselves.
He can do so much
This is not going to be
damage.
3-sword style. It's going to be 6-sword style
He can swing
multiple times here.
5 nines,
Yeah,
7 and 5 nines.
this could be an absolute insane number. You've obviously got that Tashigi that
1,
can swing
2,
here as
3.
well. Start off with a 7k
Yeah.
swing. Makes sense.
7 and 5 nines if he wants to with restand event.
Yeah. This is forcing the decision for him to use one of those events. 1 Don left open, so that gives him a bit of information that, yeah, my opponent's got 1 more potential event that could be used.
Only 4 cards as well, so
Yeah, it's all about the maths now. Starting off with a 9k swing. Yep. Just the 9k swing.
looks like he's gonna take the block.
So blocks. So that's the first attack from the Zoro blocked. Zoro was restood there.
I think you go for all the 9s right now.
Yeah.
You have to position for it, so
Absolutely. Another 9k swing going into life now.
this one is an activate main, so he doesn't need to reveal
Yep.
it just yet.
So cards taken. So he's got 5 cards in hand now. Restands it. How do you divvy this Don up?
Yeah, he's not forced to do the
He's going to go 9 into
attack
the
right
nose.
now.
Yep.
I do like that he is doing it this way.
Yep.
He is not committing yet the 9 cost Zoro.
Absolutely smart, as you say. keep that till the last minute until you're confident that you've got it, because you can just leave it and pass the turn after this attack.
If there's only one Don open for Kevin,
Yep, that's the last Don utilized now. And that's being countered out. So now we have 3 cards in hand, I believe, for Kevin. We're going to swing another 9. Has to take it. Restand the leader and swing another 9. And he takes the win. Zorro beats Emu. And a fantastic win for our player there. Absolutely amazing, amazing play.
Should have played 10 cost, easy.
Yeah. But yeah, it went really well for Vildan there. But Kevin didn't see his 10 cost, and that's really cost him this game, hasn't it?
Absolutely. He was at 4 alive for such a long time that we are like, this is going to be a really, really rough game for that green Zoro. But yeah, no 10 cost. That gave him the time. No 10 cost for Emu. So that was really hard for him, and might have cost him the game.
Absolutely, and Kevin played that style where he's not leaving any characters on board, not giving our Zoro player targets to be rested, to be swung into, to be removed. He's like, well, actually, now I'm going to play on my terms. I'm going to play characters, immediately use my leader effect to trash them to be able to draw another card to try and find the pieces I need. So much searching going on there by our Emu player in Kevin. Not finding the right piece, the key piece he needed. So he was left vulnerable very much so at the end. No characters available. My opponent's still on 5 life because I've chosen not to swing into their life. Comfortably can play that 9 cost Zorro without any fear of retaliation. And then really put that pressure on Kevin. And yeah, paid off, didn't it? Really did for our Zorro player.
He played very, very well. Like, I know there are like a lot of jokes about Green Zoro, the Unga Bunga jokes, as people call it. But Green Zoro, especially in OP13, got a lot harder, especially with the law as well. And it's a really good deck. It has a really hard time against Emu. It got rewarded now because the Emu didn't have like the 10 cost, of course. I would have loved to see this game with Kevin having a 10 cost in hand right now to see how he would navigate this matchup, because you are not attacking. He was still at 5 life, has a 9 cost Zoro in play, has 2 restand defense in hand. I really wonder how Kevin would have played if he had a 10 cost. How he would have, would he have won still? So
he had to make some really difficult decisions, didn't he? In trying to search for that 10 cost. Still had no joy in finding it, but absolutely great show there to show that even our champions of Europe who've made their place in Worlds can still be beaten on the day as well. And some great work there by Vildan, our Zoro player, indeed. But it's been a fantastic day. That's the last of our action, 10 rounds. And I think we can give real credit to our team for picking some amazing matchups and giving us a good variety today for those viewers out there watching this.
Absolutely. I had so much fun. Starting the day off with Vagapunk, I was like, oh, okay, well, why not? We saw blue-purple Luffy. We saw green-purple Luffy at 4-0 as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, Sabo on the table as well. We saw Roger, some great matchups throughout the day. Yeah, Lim. I mean, I was so jealous I didn't get to commentate on that Lim matchup. So, Green Yellow Law was on stream as well. So many great decks that people have brought to this European Championship Finals to try and find an answer to what is a dominant format with Emu and Ace around. But yeah, Zoro just goes to show that can beat even the best players in our region and the world in order to get there. So really, really well done there. But I mean, this isn't the end, is it?
No.
We've got tomorrow to come. So we've got a long day ahead of us tomorrow of some wonderful One Piece action. So just to break things down for you, tomorrow we have got our top 32 matchups beginning first thing in the morning. So we'll have our top 32, top 16, top 8, top 4, taking us down to the final, which will be broadcast on the Bandai YouTube channel, the main channel of the final. But all the rest of the games leading up to that in the top cut, we'll be here bringing them for you tomorrow morning. All the action from here in Düsseldorf. So make sure you do join us. There is a lot to play for tomorrow as well. Obviously, our players are trying to get themselves booked to that
Zorro.
place. Yeah, there is the Zorro as
Oh,
well.
that
Let's
card
just talk
looks
about it.
fantastic. I know you're a big fan of the artist, right?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely am.
The Zorro looks amazing. Kevin already has one, so give some to the rest, Kevin. But yeah, they're playing for so much. I'm not. They have so many top player cards. It's also new top player cards from the because now we are in Championship Season 2 instead of Season 1. So I still have to get my ace from Season 1. That card looks amazing.
Yeah, there are just so many great things to still play for. And obviously the trophies as well. We've got our top 3 players will be taking home those amazing trophies for finishing first,
Yes.
second, and third as well. So
Playmats as well. Those look also really, really good.
yeah.
I think it's a kind of an aura. When I sit in front of someone and they put like their winning regional playmat, I'm like, oh, it's about to go down. It's so, well, they deserve it. They won it. It's also changed a lot. At the start of One Piece, you had like top 32 playmats. The Three Brothers one, such a beautiful playmat as well. Maybe my favorite one is with Whitebeard, Marco, and Jozu. Or the Three Princesses playmat is also one of the most beautiful ones with Rebecca, Vivi, and Shiraoshi, I think. So.
We have got a great culmination of our prizes as well. So as we said, we'll be back in the morning. We'll talk through all the prizes and talk through exactly what our players are going to be playing for tomorrow morning. So make sure you join us here on One Piece Card Game Central for all of the action from the morning onwards. As we said, turn on those notifications, keep tuned in, and we look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow. But we want to say a huge thank you to all of you out there viewing our stream today. Much love to you from all of us here on the stream team. Not just us as the casters, we've had a huge, wonderful team behind the scenes supporting us as well as the judges. And the not just hundreds of players, we've had thousands of players here this weekend in Düsseldorf taking part in One Piece as well. So please do take care. Make sure you join us tomorrow morning and we'll be back for more One Piece action.